Every night the CEO only desires her body. He and she entwined every night, their bodies perfectly in sync, yet there was no promise of love. She bore his child, gave him her heart, and longed to be his wife, to love him for a lifetime. But he coldly declared, "You're not worthy." Later, he knelt before her. "Honey, I was wrong. Please come home with me. Our child can't be without a mother." Chapter 1, Upheaval. That day, Ling Yiwei was at work when she suddenly received a call from her mother. Her father had lost money in the stock market again this time. The consequences were severe. Without hesitation, she requested half a day off and rushed home. Sure enough, she arrived to find her father, his temples graying, slumped on the couch in utter dejection. Ling Yiwei stared at him for a moment before she couldn't hold back her frustration. "Dad, how many times have I told you? 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Why won't you listen?" "I'm sorry." Xiaowei Ling Kaijian lifted his head, his face filled with exhaustion and guilt. "What's the use of saying sorry? You promise every time that it won't happen again, but what happens? Mom has struggled with you for most of her life. Just when things started getting better financially, you got addicted to stocks. Can't you let her enjoy even a little peace? Is this how you show your love for her?" Ling Yiwei didn't want to be so harsh, but this endless cycle of disasters had drained her patience and faith. She felt miserable not just for herself, but even more for her mother. What was love? What was family? In her father's eyes, did all of it mean less than gambling? To ease your burden, your daughter gave up a great opportunity to pursue graduate school and chose to work instead. And look at you, her entire month's salary isn't even enough to cover what you lose in a few days of stock trading. Ling's mother's eyes were already red, but she couldn't bear to let her husband be scolded too harshly. Instead, she shifted the conversation to finding a solution. "Tell us honestly, how much company money did you embezzle?" Ling Kaijian hesitated before raising 2 fingers. 200,000. 200,000. Several sharp intakes of breath filled the room. Shame and regret weighed heavily on Ling Kaijian. "One of our clients always delays payments. Last week, when I went to collect, I was surprised to actually receive the full amount. On my way back, I ran into Ping, who told me about a sure-win stock. I figured I could use the money to make a quick profit and return it right away. But within 2 days, the stock started plummeting." Ling Yiwei was furious. "You actually believed Uncle Ping? If he were that good at stocks, his wife wouldn't have run off with another man." "Kaijian, I've told you before, we have a house, and with your salary, Yiwei's salary, and my occasional housekeeping jobs, we can live a simple but stable life. There was no need for you to take such a risk." Ling Kaijian looked at his wife's sorrowful expression, his heart aching. He quickly grabbed her hands in remorse. "I only wanted to pay off our mortgage in full. If I made money, let Yiwei save some for her dowry, and make life a little easier for you." Ling's mother was caught between anger and helplessness. She didn't know whether to scold him or sigh in resignation. Ling Yiwei, too, was filled with complicated emotions. No matter what, the man before her was still her father. And his intentions, however misguided, were for their family. Right now, the most important thing was solving the problem. "Dad, how much is left from the 200,000? And when is the latest you need to return the funds?" Ling Kaijian thought for a moment. "If I sell the stocks now, I can recover 80,000. Normally, this client delays payments, so I could stretch it by 2 weeks. But he's bringing a friend to the bank for a loan the day after tomorrow. Since the system hasn't registered his previous payment, they'll revoke his guarantor status if they see missing funds. I need to cover the amount before then, or I'll be exposed. I have 2,000 in my savings account. Once I get paid in a few days, after deducting social security and medical insurance, I can put together another 5,000." Ling Yiwei calculated quickly. "After next month's mortgage, that 5,000 won't even make a dent. Where will we get another 120,000? We just paid off the money we borrowed for the house. If we ask our relatives again, they'll definitely question us. Do you really want to tell them we need money to cover your dad's embezzlement?" Ling's mother clutched her husband's hands tightly, her voice filled with anxiety. "Dad, just be honest with the company. Plead with the manager to deduct it from your salary over time. I'll think of a way to. One of my colleagues introduced me to a part-time job, and if necessary, I'll take on another one." Ling Yiwei sighed, deciding on the only feasible solution. Her younger brother, Ling Yuzhe, a college sophomore who had been silent until now, spoke up. I can work part-time on weekends. Mrs. Lee from the 8th floor asked me to help with cooking and grocery shopping. I was supposed to give her an answer tomorrow, but I'll accept the job right away, Ling's mother added. Seeing his wife and children standing together, determined to help, Ling Kaijian was moved to the point of tears. But he couldn't help voicing his concerns. Maybe before, I could have begged for leniency, but things are different now. Ever since the big boss's son, Han Che, took over, the entire bank has undergone major reforms. He's ruthless, and the new department managers he hired are just as strict. Then explain the situation to your manager. If they can't decide, ask to speak directly to Han Che. Didn't you say the previous boss was a kind and charitable man? His son shouldn't be too different. Speak to Han Che directly. Ling Kaijian's face darkened as a cold, intimidating figure surfaced in his mind. Ling Yiwei frowned. Dad, what's with that reaction? It's not like he's going to eat you alive. If you're too scared, I'll go talk to him instead. You? Ling Kaijian looked at her in shock. If you're already this terrified before even seeing him, what if you faint on the spot? Ling Yiwei teased, linking arms with her mother. Mom, don't worry, it'll be fine. As long as we work together, we can get through anything. But Ling's mother still looked deeply worried. It was impossible for her not to be. At a 5-star hotel. In an extravagant presidential suite, expensive clothing, high-end jewelry, and condom wrappers were scattered across the luxurious bed. The sounds of heavy breathing intertwined, rising and falling in sync. Chapter 2, The End of Fate. Carmen, look at you. You need me so much, so you shouldn't leave me. Han Che's deep, magnetic voice broke the silence in the room. Che, of course, I love you, but I can't give up my dreams and passions. I know you don't want to let me go, but this is a rare opportunity. How many people dream of making it in Hollywood? I'm no exception. You just want fame and fortune, don't you? As the daughter of the chairman of Cheng Group, you're worth billions. When you marry me and become the wife of the chairman and CEO of Felix Eurasia Bank, it will be the perfect icing on the cake, far better than being some so-called movie queen. Han Che's deep voice rose, carrying a hint of irritation and frustration. I want more than just fame and fortune. I want the whole world to know that I, Dong Jiawen, don't have to rely on my family. I have my own abilities and strengths. Dong Jiawen's alluring red lips moved as she spoke with calm conviction. You're the same, aren't you? You worked so hard at Harvard to earn dual PhDs, and now you've taken the banking industry to new heights. You should understand and support me. You went to Harvard with me back then just so we could always be together. Now you're leaving for at least a year. Are you really okay with that? Aren't you afraid some other woman will take your place? Han Che's tone carried a hint of playful provocation. I'm absolutely not afraid. The Han Che I love is so noble and powerful, no one but me is worthy of you. Only I have the right to be your wife. Dong Jiawen's confidence was evident on her face. Her delicate hand caressed Han Che's flawless face as she gazed at him in admiration. But Han Che wasn't convinced. He got up, picked up his suit jacket, and pulled an exquisitely crafted box from his pocket. Inside was a dazzling 12-carat Cartier heart-shaped diamond ring. Marry me. His deep eyes overflowed with tenderness and love, enough to make anyone drown in them. Staring at the ring symbolizing eternal love and companionship, and at the affectionate man before her, Dong Jiawen felt a fleeting impulse to say yes. But in the end, she gently pushed his hand away. Che, I truly appreciate your promise, but can you wait until I win an Oscar before putting this ring on my finger? Disappointment and frustration flashed across Han Che's eyes. His expression darkened instantly as he grabbed her hand, intending to slip the ring on her finger by force. Che, don't. Dong Jiawen pulled her hand back just in time. Seeing the storm brewing in his gaze, she felt torn. Wrapping her arms around him, she pleaded softly, for the sake of your love for me, let me be selfish just this once. Give me 2 years. No matter what happens, whether I win the Oscar or not, I will come back and marry you, okay? Please. 2 years. Han Che's thin lips curled slightly, his dark eyes flashing with an icy smile. With a casual toss, he flung the ring aside, got dressed, and got out of bed. Seeing him heading for the door, Dong Jiawen hurriedly called out, Che, where are you going? And the ring. Tomorrow, I want to see that ring on your finger when you meet me. Tomorrow? But you know I'm flying to the US tomorrow. Dong Jiawen exclaimed. Then you have a choice to make. If I don't see you tomorrow, we're done completely. Han Chae's voice was so cold it could freeze the air around them. The ever-confident Han Chae firmly believed she would choose him. Dong Jiawen trembled slightly. After all these years together, it was the first time she had seen him so ruthless and decisive. The next morning at 9, a sleek black Bugatti Veyron slowly pulled up to the Felix Eurasia Bank headquarters. In the driver's seat, Han Chae's impossibly handsome face looked even more alluring, softened by the relaxed lines of his expression. It was obvious he was in a great mood. Imagining Carmen appearing at noon with that eternity ring on her finger, his eyes glowed with warmth, and his sensual lips curled into a faint smile. Beep, beep. Just then, his phone chimed with an incoming message. Chae, I'm sorry. I really can't let go of this opportunity. Please forgive my selfishness. The moment I achieve my dream, I will come back to you. I promise to be your wife then. Forever loving you, when. Han Chae read the message over and over, as if struck by lightning. He had been too confident. He had thought for sure she wouldn't leave him. But she did. Immediately, Han Chae dialed Dong Jiawen's number, but the response on the other end made him want to smash his phone into pieces. Hello, this is Dong Jiawen. I'm unavailable to take your call right now. Please leave your name, and I'll get back to you later. Han Chae hung up and swiftly dialed another number. Good day, President Han. On the other end of the line, his assistant, Gao Jijia, spoke with the utmost respect. Check the earliest flight to LA today. Han Chae ordered in a deep voice. Right away. The call remained connected. About 30 seconds later, Gao Jijia's voice came through again. President Han, the earliest flight to LA today is at 10:15 a.m., and the next one is at 2 p.m. 10:15 a.m. Carmen was most likely on that flight. If he sped over there now and flashed his credentials as the chairman of Felix Eurasia Bank, he might just be able to stop her in time. Han Chae ended the call, turned his car around, and sped out of the parking lot. However, fate seemed to be toying with him. Just 5 minutes after leaving the building, his car inexplicably stalled. No matter how many times he tried, it just wouldn't start. A multi-million-dollar luxury car breaking down at such a critical moment, unbelievable. His handsome face darkened with a stormy expression, veins visibly tensed on his forehead. Frustrated beyond words, he stepped out of the car and rushed to the roadside, attempting to hail a taxi. In his urgency, he didn't even notice someone approaching him. Suddenly, his left hand was grabbed forcefully. Help! He is harassing me. Annoyed, Han Chae turned around. The moment he saw where his hand had landed, disgust flickered across his dark eyes. Instinctively, he tried to pull away. But the seemingly delicate hand gripping him was surprisingly strong, so tight that he couldn't break free. His fury surged to its peak. He glared coldly at the woman in the gaudy red dress, her dry, straw-like hair framing her face. Realization dawned on him a few seconds later, and he barked, "Name your price." The woman hadn't expected him to be so straightforward. She froze for a moment in surprise. Without hesitation, Han Chae yanked out a few crisp 100 yuan bills and flung them at her. Let go. The sight of the fluttering red banknotes made the woman ecstatic. She immediately released his hand and scrambled to grab the money. Disdain and revulsion filled Han Chae's gaze. Just as he turned to hail another taxi, another hand seized his arm. Oh, so you think money makes you untouchable? Trying to cover up your crime with cash. Ling Yiwei's voice was filled with rage as she gripped Han Chae's arm tightly. She had planned to visit Felix Eurasia Bank today to plead with Han Chae, but she never expected to witness such a scene. In broad daylight, this scoundrel not only harassed a woman but also tried to bribe his way out of it. He looked refined, dressed in luxury, but what a waste of a good appearance. Seeing yet another woman appear out of nowhere, Han Chae's irritation skyrocketed. Without a word, he pulled out more 100 yuan bills and flung them straight at Ling Yiwei's face. His action enraged Ling Yiwei even further. She tightened her grip on his arm and shouted, "You're coming with me to the police station. Scum like you, who degrade women like this, deserve to be utterly ruined." Chapter 3. It turns out that he is Han Chae. Seeing this, the woman in a red dress and dyed yellow hair quickly stopped Ling Yiwei and said, "Miss, what are you doing? Let him go." Ling Yiwei was stunned and reproached. He molested you, you should sue him. How can you let him go just for a few hundred yuan? If you let him go now, it means giving him the opportunity to harm other innocent women. Miss, please go away. This is none of your business. The yellow-haired woman not only ignored her but also frowned. Let go. Han Che's icy voice was enough to freeze the air around him. Damn it, if it weren't for the rule of not hitting women that he had made since childhood, he really wanted to punch her. Ling Yiwei continued to hold his hand, and gave the yellow-haired woman a helpless glance. She quickly glanced around and saw two patrolmen, so she shouted, "Mr. Police, come here quickly, someone is molesting me here." Shit! Han Che cursed again. Seeing that the police were about to arrive, the blonde woman's face changed drastically and she started running. Unfortunately, she was caught on the spot by the brisk police before she had gone far. "Mr. Policeman, why are you arresting her? The molester is here." Ling Yiwei pointed at Han Che and said to the oncoming policeman, "Miss, you misunderstood. This is a fraud group that uses female accomplices to falsely accuse male pedestrians of molestation and then takes the opportunity to demand compensation for damages." The police officer finished explaining and turned his eyes to Han Che. "Thanks to the help of this gentleman, our police force has finally solved the case after tracking it for so long. Please leave your contact address, sir. You may be asked to testify in court in the future." Han Che, who didn't want to be delayed any further, took out a card and handed it to the policeman without hesitation. He then stopped a passing taxi and left without saying a word. "You damn bitch, who asked you to meddle in other people's business?" The yellow-haired woman who was detained by the police took out all her anger on Ling Yiwei, glaring at her with eyes that were so ferocious that they could kill her. "Miss, don't you usually read the police bulletins? Next time, pay more attention to social news to avoid wrongly accusing good people and letting the real criminals go." One of the policemen took the opportunity to teach Ling Yiwei a lesson and escorted the female prisoner away. Ling Yiwei was stunned and overwhelmed with emotion. She was busy working and making money, so she didn't have time to read the warnings. She only knew that a colleague of hers was traumatized by being molested and became mentally ill for a period of time. When she saw the man molesting the woman's breasts, she rushed over uncontrollably. "I didn't expect such a mistake." Watching the police and the female prisoner going away, Ling Yiwei was filled with annoyance, and later walked towards the Phyllis Eurasian Bank building in front of her in a depressed mood. Arriving at the street opposite the Phyllis Eurasian Bank building, Ling Yiwei used the free time while waiting for the red light to look around the entire building. Different from the surrounding skyscrapers, it is a seagull-shaped building. The two wings of the front hall are like a giant bird flying towards the sky, which is particularly majestic and spectacular. The entire building is about 10 stories high, and the exterior is made entirely of aluminum and glass. It is said that this was a design provided by Han Juanhao, the second son of Han Xiaoqian, the founder of Phyllis Eurasian Bank. The entire design tone is not only solemn and generous, but also full of unique modern style. It once caused a sensation in the city. He was only 15 years old at that time, but he was able to design such a magnificent and unique building. He was really a genius. The green light came on, Ling Yiwei crossed the road and walked into the building. She first found the manager of her father's department, and after pleading and analyzing the pros and cons, she was finally able to reach the top floor to meet Han Che's special assistant Gao Jijia, who was said to have the power to make many decisions on behalf of Han Che. Looking at the meticulous and expressionless young man in front of her, Ling Yiwei's heart became even more uneasy. After a while, she mustered up the courage to tell him the reasons why her father embezzled public funds and her own request. Gao Jijia stared at her and said in a businesslike manner, "Your father's behavior is extremely serious. We cannot tolerate it." Ling Yiwei had expected this outcome, so she spoke out the plea she had prepared in advance. "My father has always been a law-abiding, honest and hardworking man. This time he made a mistake because he had a wrong mind. We are honestly apologizing to the company because we dare not evade responsibility. I hope Mr. Gao will give my father a chance because this is his first offense. Who doesn't know how to admit mistakes? If every employee is like your father, how can our company continue to operate? If we can't even manage our internal staff well, how can we explain to the public?" Gao Jijia snorted coldly. This gave Ling Yiwei a sudden inspiration, and she quickly replied, "Yes, this is also related to the reputation of the bank. It will be good for both parties if it can be resolved peacefully. I'm sorry, we can't tolerate this kind of employee." Ling Kaijian's embezzlement of public funds is a serious matter, we will sue him. Unfortunately, Gao Jijie is ruthless and impartial. Ling Yiwei's face turned pale. Mr. Gao, my father is too old to stand the calamity of imprisonment. Please be flexible or think of a separate solution. By the way, I want to meet your president. Please help me arrange it. I'm sorry, our president is very busy and can't handle such a small matter. Gao Jijie refused mercilessly. But Ling Yiwei wanted to continue speaking when she suddenly saw a staff member hurriedly walk in and whispered something in Gao Jijie's ear. Gao Jijie's expression changed slightly. He stood up and ordered Ling Yiwei to leave. Ms. Ling, please go back and don't interfere with our work. Seeing that he was about to leave, Ling Yiwei quickly came up with a clever idea and shouted, Mr. Gao, I know Han Juanhao, I am Han Juanhao's friend. Sure enough, Gao Jijie returned immediately and stared at her with an inquiring look in his eyes. You know Han Juanhao, right? He's the second son of your big boss and also the younger brother of your president. In order to protect her elderly father from being sued and to make her mother, who had worked hard all her life, sad and unhappy, Ling Yiwei resolutely lied. After a while, Gao Jijie slowly said, Our president is not in the company. Then I'll wait for him. Gao Jijie glanced at her coldly, said nothing, and continued walking outside. Ling Yiwei breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the sofa, thinking about what to do next and how to be more convincing when she met Han Che later. She was thinking hard like this, and when she came back to her senses, Gao Jijie appeared again. Mr. Gao, when will your president come back? Ling Yiwei stood up from the sofa. Gao Jijie did not answer. When a familiar sound of footsteps came, he immediately turned around and said respectfully, Boss Han, you're back. Mr. Han? Han Che is back. Ling Yiwei was overjoyed, but when she saw who it was, she was struck by lightning. It's him? The man who I misunderstood as molesting him this morning. He is Han Che. Han Che who always acts low-key and mysterious. Oh my god. Boss Han, this lady is the daughter of Ling Kaijian, an employee in the finance department. Ling Kaijian embezzled public funds, and his daughter came to plead for mercy. She claims to be the second young master's friend. Gao Jijie reported to Han Che seriously. Han Che had no intention of responding, but when he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but look at Ling Yiwei, and then his whole body was shocked. Looking at his face, which was colder than frost, and the sharp and angry light flashing from his black eyes, Ling Yiwei looked as pale as death. It seems that she should go back early and find the best lawyer to sue for her father. After thinking about it, she picked up her bag and slipped past them. Don't you want to see me? Unexpectedly, Han Che called her. His cold voice showed no expression. Before his tall and straight figure entered his office, he left a message, Assistant Gao, bring her in. Chapter 4 I owe him a favor. The large office outside already made Ling Yiwei marvel at its luxury, but who knew that Han Che's office was truly magnificent and splendid. The entire environment and facilities were comparable to the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, and the floor space alone was several times that of her own home. The office is divided into 3 areas: reception area, office area and rest area. The reception room is furnished with a circle of leather sofas and 2 clear and refreshing glass coffee tables, set off by precious green plants. In the center of the office area is a large, magnificent desk, like the slipway of a novel-shaped mahogany sailboat, and the spacious armchair is occupied by Han Che's muscular body. The rest area is on the innermost level. The exquisite mahogany door is mysteriously closed, and the layout inside cannot be seen. Are you here just to see the decoration and layout of my office? The joking question woke Ling Yiwei up. A blush flashed across Ling Yiwei's pretty face, and her thoughts returned to the main business. She wondered if he would bring up that morning incident and take the opportunity to make things difficult for her. God seemed to be very kind to her. Han Che did not pursue the matter, but suddenly told her something inexplicable. Do you know what day it is today? The deep voice turned lonely. Han Che grabbed the pearwood photo frame on the table and murmured while looking at the people inside, Today is the 6-year anniversary of my relationship with her. She should have become my fiancée today, but she left without saying goodbye, saying that she was going to realize her so-called ideal. Ling Yiwei was shocked to the extreme. How did he tell her these things? To him, she was just a stranger, and she misunderstood him as a pervert. He told her such a private matter for no reason. What was his purpose? Was he seeking revenge? When Ling Yiwei thought of this possibility, her scalp suddenly went numb and she shuddered. I could have intercepted her, but an accident happened halfway. When I rushed to the airport, the flight she was on had already taken off. It turned out that she called me before boarding the plane, but my phone was out of battery. At this most critical moment, my phone was out of battery. Han Che clenched the photo frame tightly, and the blue veins on his hands were clearly visible. Ling Yiwei didn't quite understand, and her heart became even more flustered. In order to prevent her guess from coming true and to make it easier to plead for mercy later, she unconsciously comforted him. Boss Han and his girlfriend have been in love for so many years, they must be in a good relationship. Maybe she will come back to you as soon as she realizes her dream. Don't be sad. Who said I was sad? Han Che uttered a low scolding, his deep, torch-like eyes continuing to stare at the person in the photo without blinking. Ling Yiwei was extremely anxious. What on earth did he want to do? Would he be abandoned by a woman given his conditions? Also, what should I do? Should I just keep wasting time with him like this and listen to his tragic complaint, which I'm not sure whether it's true or false? After thinking it over, Ling Yiwei gritted her teeth and nervously put on a smile to him. Boss Han, why don't we talk about my dad's embezzlement of public funds first? For you women, which is more important, ideals or lovers? Han Che seemed unable to hear her words. Ling Yiwei became increasingly anxious and did not dare to answer easily. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Han Che showed a hint of impatience, shifted his gaze away from the photo, and glared at Ling Yiwei. Oh, ideal, no, it should be love, an ideal. Ling Yiwei stuttered, not knowing what to do. She had never been in love before, so she naturally didn't understand the importance of love. But she was also worried that telling the truth would irritate this strange man in front of her. Suddenly, Han Che changed the subject again. Are you Han Juanha's friend? When did you two meet? It was a long time ago, probably more than 10 years ago. Ling Yiwei cleverly dragged the time back to many years ago. She thought the more vague it was, the better it would be for her. Maybe he doesn't recognize me, but I remember him. Once when we were playing in the park, he was surrounded by a few kids, and I helped him out. You help him? Han Che glanced at her slender and delicate figure with contempt, and his eyes gradually moved upwards. Her long hair is soft and shiny, her fair and flawless skin is faintly blushed, her big clear and bright eyes are charming, and her lips are as tender as rose petals, making people unable to resist kissing her. Looks pretty good. While Han Che was looking at Ling Yiwei, she couldn't help but look at him, and directly bumped into his sharp and deep black eyes, which were full of temptation, and it seemed that people would fall into them if they were not careful. His nose was high and his thin lips were cold, all of which showed nobility and elegance. His entire facial features were angular and handsome. He is like an eagle in the dark night, cold, lonely, yet domineering. His solitude exudes a domineering aura that looks down on the world. You can go now. Han Che always came without warning, catching people off guard. Ling Yiwei was stunned and asked hesitantly, what about my father? Do whatever you want. I'll ask Assistant Gao to follow up. Catching her sudden excitement and joy, Han Che quickly added, but you have to owe me a favor. I owe you a favor. 2 favors in exchange for your father being spared from jail, shouldn't you be happy? Han Che snorted. 2? Didn't he just say 1? How did it become 2 again? As if sensing her doubts, Han Che made an exception and explained, 1 is to repay Han Juanha for what he owed you when he was a child, and the other is what you owe me now. Ling Yiwei suddenly realized and said, in fact, a person as prestigious as Mr. Han has everything and would never ask for help from others. I definitely cannot repay the favor I owe you, so why not? The most unfortunate thing in life is to owe favors to rich people, especially rich people like Han Che who are powerful, unpredictable, and completely unpredictable. You don't want to, right? Then let's handle business as usual. Han Che frowned. Oh, I owe it. Ling Yiwei quickly agreed. Han Che picked up the phone and called Gao Jijia, Assistant Gao, come in and see us off. In less than 10 seconds, Gao Jijia's tall figure flashed in. Her father's matter will be handled according to what she says. After Han Che gave the instructions, he turned his attention back to the photo. Gao Jijia was stunned. He was stunned for a few seconds before asking Ling Yiwei to follow him out. Chapter 5 Xiao Weizi and Xiao Haozi. That night, after taking a shower, Ling Yiwei sat in front of the bed with her half-dry long hair and opened WeChat. A dialog box popped up immediately. Hi, Xiao Weizi. Ling Yiwei smiled, and her delicate hands quickly tapped the phone keyboard. Hi, Xiao Haozi, have you had lunch? It is now past 9 o'clock in the evening in China, and just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon in country E. Well, I just ate. How was your day? The other side responded. Recalling what happened today, Ling Yiwei sighed and typed, so embarrassing. I've never felt this way in my life. This morning I saw a well-dressed man molesting a woman. I was determined to do what was right, but it turned out to be a big mistake. It turned out that the woman was a bait for a criminal group that specializes in slandering men for molestation and extorting compensation. Oh, haven't you read the police report? It was obvious that Xiao Haozi knew about this crime. I don't have time to watch it normally. At most, I've heard friends mention some criminal acts, but not this kind of thing. What's worse is that the man I wrongly accused was the one I needed help from. Oh, my God. Poor little Weizi, I can imagine how frustrated, annoyed and helpless you were at that time. What happened afterwards? Did he take the opportunity to make things difficult for you and retaliate against you? Ling Yiwei suddenly remembered something. Oh, Xiao Haozi, there is a person here whose name also has the word Hao, and he is also very talented in design and architecture. If I hadn't known you for a long time, I would have almost thought you were the same person. Really? What's his last name? My last name is Han, and my name is Han Juanhao. Ling Yiwei answered. Seeing the sudden pause on the other side, she asked, what's wrong? I guessed correctly that you are Han Juanhao, right? Oh, how is that possible? By the way, do you know that Han Juanhao? Is he your friend? Of course not. How can ordinary people like us know those rich second generations? His father and eldest brother are both big bankers. The man I wrongly accused today happens to be his eldest brother. There was silence again. Ling Yiwei was a little uncomfortable and gave him a shaking signal. Why aren't you talking again? Are you gone? I'm here, listening to you. Do you know how smart I am? At first, Han Che was not in the company, and his assistant ignored me and wanted to kick me out. I quickly lied and said that I knew Han Juanhao. As I wished, the assistant let me stay and wait until Han Che came back. I guess Han Che agreed to my request for Han Juanhao's sake. Thinking of her own cleverness, Ling Yiwei couldn't help feeling proud. Then how did you explain to him that you knew Han Juanhao? As for me, Ling Yiwei thought as she typed out the story she had made up at noon. After reading it, the other side sent a smiling face. It seems that Xiao Weizi is a beauty. Xiao Haozi wants to meet you, a cute and lovely beauty, next time. Okay, I'll wait for you. I want to see you too. Ling Yiwei stopped talking in time and stuck out her tongue playfully. By the way, Han Juanhao is amazing. He designed a unique building at such a young age. He designed the office building of his bank himself. He was only 15 years old at that time. He is really a genius. There was no comment from the other side, and another smiley face was sent. Your name contains the character Hao, and so does his name. It seems that people with the character Hao in their names have a talent for design. Ling Yiwei inserted a top-notch expression, and then said goodbye. I won't disturb your lunch break. I'm going to sleep too. I have to get up early for work tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow night. Good night, Wei Zi. Good afternoon, Xiao Haozi. Ling Yiwei exited the WeChat dialog box. Her beautiful eyes were confused, and her pretty face was gradually filled with thoughts. She had known Xiao Haozi for almost a year. She had originally added a classmate on WeChat, but somehow she entered 2 letters incorrectly and got to know him by accident. Perhaps it was fate. She actually started chatting with him and soon became good friends. People say the internet is a very illusory place, so she consciously did not ask about his personal affairs, and he was very understanding, and even suggested that they just chat and not provide photos. She thought he was ugly and didn't dare to show his face to others, so she respected him very much and never mentioned exchanging photos. From the conversation she learned that he came from a well-off family, was well-educated, a gentle person, had a talent for architecture and design since childhood, was currently studying in country E, and would graduate in about a year. Although he was still studying, he seemed to know a lot. He never looked down on her for not having seen the world, and he always patiently shared with her what he saw and heard in country E. At the same time, he was also the best person for her to talk to when she encountered setbacks and difficulties. Several good college classmates who knew her story with him said it was fate and jokingly encouraged her to develop an online romance with him. Every time she denied it on the surface, she actually knew that her heart was a little confused. She was a girl, so naturally she had the characteristics of a young girl in love. But she had never been in a relationship, so she couldn't be sure what she felt. He said that he would meet her formally after he graduated and returned home. Every time when she was alone and quiet, she couldn't help but look forward to the moment of meeting him. Only at this moment did she suddenly realize that the reason he didn't give her the photo for the time being might not be because he was ugly. After all, a person with a kind heart wouldn't be that bad in appearance. Besides, even if he was ugly, she would still think he was good looking. Just because he is Xiao Haozi. Her hair was dry. Ling Yiwei put away her phone, lay down, and her mind once again conjured up beautiful scenes. She fell asleep with a smile on her face. Chapter 6, Arrogant and Domineering Han Che. The winter morning light shines through the clear floor-to-ceiling windows, adding a soft touch to the clean and tidy interior. This is a purely male bedroom, decorated in cool colors from the ceiling, walls to the floor, and the furniture and bed are no exception. It is not difficult to see that the owner is a person of great taste and a cold and aloof personality. Yun Che's tall and slender figure inevitably looked a little small compared to the huge grey bed. At this moment, he was lying on the expensive and high-quality bedding, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and he seemed to be sleeping not very peacefully and comfortably. Suddenly, a unique and pleasant ringtone broke the silence of the bedroom. Han Che didn't open his eyes, but reached out and fumbled to hang up the phone. Soon the phone rang again and he hung up again. About a minute later, a message sounded. Yun Che finally opened his eyes and picked up his phone. "Che, why didn't you answer my call? Are you still mad at me? Turn on the video call, I have something to tell you." Han Che looked at the words back and forth without responding. Soon another message came. "Che, why don't you turn on the video? You know how cold it is here? The hotel has the heater on, but I feel shivering all over. It would be great if you were by my side. Che, I miss you so much, I want to see you. You are so cruel. If you don't show up, my hands and feet will turn into ice cubes. Woo woo." After a series of text messages, Han Che finally couldn't harden his heart and made a video call. "I knew you wouldn't want to see me sad." Dong Jiawen's gorgeous face immediately appeared on the screen, especially her deliberately pitiful look, which softened Han Che's originally cold heart. "Che, I'm not used to being without you around." Dong Jiawen continued pitifully. Han Che felt a pity in his heart, but he still said stubbornly, "You asked for it." Dong Jiawen pouted and said coquettishly, "I did it for you. You know there are only a handful of Chinese people who have won Oscars. Don't you want to have an Oscar-winning wife? It will also bring glory to your family." "I don't care." Han Che really didn't care. "You know what I really want." Dong Jiawen was stunned. She certainly knew what he wanted, but she couldn't satisfy him for the time being. She cleverly changed the subject. "I wanted to call you when I got off the plane, but I was afraid of waking you up, so I held back. Did you sleep well last night? Did you sleep well?" Han Che's handsome face showed Sayun. Last night he tossed and turned in bed, waiting until she got off the plane, but in the end he didn't call her. It took him a long time to finally fall asleep. "Che, when are you going to fly to see me? The director said that after we finish this movie, he will formally recommend me to Oscar Sawyer Films and tailor a movie for me to compete for next year's Oscars. I will be very busy next year and definitely won't have time to go back, so you have to come and see me." Han Che said nothing, his thin lips tightly pursed. "Che, I'm busy." "No, you must be free." Dong Jiawen once again put on a tearful look. "Do you like another woman? Don't you love me anymore? Since you're worried that I'll be snatched away by other women, then come back immediately. I've prepared everything and signed the contract. I can't break it. I will bear all the consequences and expenses. Che." Drip drip. The alarm clock rang. 7 o'clock in the morning is the time when Han Che gets up on time every day. "I need to wash up and get ready for work." Han Che stretched out his hand, ready to turn off the video. "I have something else to say to you." Dong Jiawen looked at Han Che's unusually cold and handsome face with annoyance and sadness. "Come back immediately, I will pretend nothing happened and love you as always. Otherwise, think about it carefully." Han Che turned off the video without hesitation. Ling family. The family was eating breakfast around the small dining table. Dad, we were lucky enough to escape danger this time. You should learn from this and never gamble again. Ling Yiwei showed her nature as a little housekeeper. Okay, from now on, no matter who tells me which stock can make hundreds of times more money, I won't be fooled. The problem has been solved, but the children will have to suffer again from now on. Ling's mother was both happy and worried. Mom, don't be like this. We've survived even harder times before. Don't worry, we will pay off this debt as soon as possible, and then you can truly enjoy your life. Ling Yiwei hurried to comfort her mother. By the way, sister, how did you convince Che? Dad clearly said that he is a cold-faced god and it is very difficult to talk to him. Ling Yuzhe suddenly interrupted and asked. When Ling Yiwei heard Che's name, a figure flashed through her mind, and then she smiled slyly, playing tricks. Playing tricks. Ling Yiwei told the story of how she lied and how Che did her a favor. Xiao Wei, is it okay for you to do this? Worry appeared on Ling's mother's wrinkled face again. Absolutely no problem. By the way, Dad, please remember this. We know this is a lie, but in front of others, especially in your company, you must remember not to get caught. Ling Yiwei reminded her father. What if Han Juanhao suddenly shows up? Wouldn't that expose the truth? Don't worry, it's an old story. I can just say he has a bad memory. Rich people won't remember it anyway. Sister, you are so smart. Ling Yuzhe took the opportunity to praise her. Of course. Ling Yiwei laughed, recalled something, and said, Dad, that Che, does he have a girlfriend? Who is his girlfriend? I don't know about that. He is a low-key and mysterious person, and no one knows about his private life. Sister, why are you asking this? Are you attracted to her? Ling Yuzhe grinned. Like him? What a joke. Yes, the man was incredibly handsome, but he was also moody, cold, and arrogant. He was simply too much to bear, at least not her type. As for a boyfriend, he should be like Xiao Haozi, gentle, considerate, and patient. Sister, you're in heat. Ling Yuzhe suddenly shouted. Ling Yiwei came back to her senses, tapped him on the head twice, and pretended to be slightly annoyed. You are the one who is horny. Ask your parents, didn't your expression just now reflect what your lover was thinking about? Ling Yuzhe complained, touching his aching scalp. What do you know? You've never been in a relationship but you act like an expert. Let me tell you, you are not allowed to date without my permission. Ling Yiwei's eyes widened. I'm not in high school, why can't I have a relationship? College students can have romantic relationships, but you, Ling Yuzhe, can't because you're my younger brother. Autocratic. Domineering. No wonder no man wants you. Ling Yuzhe muttered. But Ling Yiwei, who had good hearing, could not escape her words, no one wants me. Humph, wait another year, then I will bring back a very handsome guy, so don't feel inferior to me. Xiao Wei, you have a boyfriend. Why don't you bring him back to meet your parents? Ling's mother immediately said happily. Oh, no, not yet. I was just talking nonsense. Ling Yiwei blushed, finished the last mouthful of porridge, and said as she walked towards the door, there is a morning meeting today, I'm going to work first. Ling Yiwei had just returned to the company when she was stopped by her colleague Li Xiaoling. Seeing her mysterious and excited look, Ling Yiwei was puzzled and curious. You look like this so early in the morning. Did you meet a handsome guy? Chapter 7 I'm waiting for someone. Li Xiaoling and Ling Yiwei both graduated from college last year and joined the company together. They have a very good relationship. Unlike Ling Yiwei's stunning beauty, Li Xiaoling is just an ordinary-looking girl who is full of fantasies and longings for love like other girls. Her motto is that she hopes to meet a handsome guy on her way to work one day and write a romantic and sweet love story. I don't have your stunning looks, so it's not easy to meet a handsome guy. It seems that this will always be just my dream. A look of inferiority and loneliness appeared on Li Xiaoling's pretty face. Seeing this, Ling Yiwei hurriedly comforted him, silly girl, don't think like that. Love and fate are fair to everyone. It has nothing to do with appearance or personality. Everyone will meet her Mr. Right. It's just a matter of time. Looking at her friend, Li Xiaoling put aside her disappointment for the time being and asked, Wei Wei, you are so good, you must have a lot of suitors, why haven't you fallen in love yet? Are you not interested or do you want to marry a super rich man? Ling Yiwei was stunned and smiled, didn't I tell you that this depends on fate, and… And what? Li Xiaoling couldn't wait to show her gossipy nature. Ling Yiwei smiled lightly and changed the subject. You grabbed me before I put my things down, and you were so mysterious. Don't you have something to tell me? Li Xiaoling then remembered and said excitedly, I received news that all the staff of our company will have a dinner with Sino Ocean Group tomorrow night to celebrate the long-term cooperation between the two companies. What's the big deal? Our company often has dinners with those partners. It's different this time. I heard that many male employees of Sino Ocean Group are handsome, young and talented, with high salaries and good benefits. If I'm lucky enough to catch one of them, I'll have no worries for the rest of my life. Li Xiaoling returned to her dreaming nature. By the way, Wei, I heard that the son of the boss of Sino Ocean Group is also coming. He inherited his father's business at a young age and is the general manager of the group. Maybe he will take a fancy to you. Ling Yiwei said nonchalantly, he is so well off, he must have a girlfriend already. Whether he has a girlfriend or not, you have to dress up nicely tomorrow. Maybe you can really become the wife of the general manager of Sino Ocean Group. Ling Yiwei continued to laugh it off and returned to her seat to start working. Time flies, and soon it was time for the dinner party. Ling Yiwei didn't dress up deliberately, wearing ordinary winter clothes and straight hair, but she was born beautiful, and even with ordinary clothes, she still looked so beautiful and refined. Li Xiaoling seemed to really go all out and put on new clothes. As expected, she looked much more beautiful than usual. Wei, didn't we all agree on this? Why aren't you dressing up? Li Xiaoling compared their outfits and pouted. Ling Yiwei gave her a warm smile and praised her sincerely. You look great in this outfit. Xiaoling, you will definitely be the focus of the whole audience later. But, will they think I'm exaggerating? How could that be? Look, Lily, Amy, and the others are all dressed up in their best clothes. Ling Yiwei patted her shoulder and told her to calm down. But you didn't. Li Xiaoling glanced at Ling Yiwei and couldn't help but ask again, why don't you plan for the future at all? You are very beautiful, but my mother always said that no matter how beautiful a woman is, if she doesn't seize the opportunity, it will be in vain. We are now in our golden age, and we should take the opportunity to find a high-quality stock. Ling Yiwei looked at her thoughtfully and said, Xiaoling, I'm actually waiting for someone. Are you waiting for someone? It's not the online friend you mentioned to me before, right? Yeah. Ling Yiwei nodded. You haven't even met him, how can you let yourself die like this? What if he is extremely ugly and you find out he is not your ideal partner after meeting him? Wouldn't that mean you have wasted your youth in vain? Li Xiaoling was worried for her. Besides, even if he suits your taste, can you guarantee that he likes you? We have known each other for so long, and he has never hinted at that kind of intention. I've decided to give it a try no matter what. He'll be back in a year anyway, and if we're really not meant to be together then it won't be too late for me to find someone else. Ling Yiwei was serious and determined. I'm just afraid that you've decided on him, and even if you know nothing will work out between you and him, you won't bother with other men. Li Xiaoling was still worried. She liked and cared about this good friend whom she had only known for a short time but whom she treated sincerely. She also hoped that this beautiful, kind, smart and capable girl could find a good match. Ling Yiwei shook her head and smiled. No, you know I love my mother the most. For her sake, I definitely can't become a nun. Don't worry about me. The dinner is about to start, let's go in. The entire hall was booked for tonight's dinner, with employees from the two companies sitting alternately at each table. Everyone had a polite and friendly smile on their face, and some were even whispering and chatting. As soon as Ling Yiwei and Li Xiaoling entered, they immediately attracted the attention of many men. Ling Yiwei nodded and greeted them gracefully, while Li Xiaoling was very shy, with a coy smile on her pretty face. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when we finished the meal and officially ended. Some colleagues lived together and took a taxi back together. Li Xiaoling happened to live in the opposite direction from Ling Yiwei, so they parted at the hotel entrance. Facing the slightly cold evening breeze, Ling Yiwei walked on the sparsely populated sidewalk, preparing to take the subway. As she walked, a rapid horn sounded behind her. Looking back, a handsome face was clearly reflected on the front window of the car. He is Xiao Jinghua, the only son of the chairman of Sino Ocean Group. Ms. Ling, I wonder if I would have the honor to take you home. The grey sedan slowly came to Ling Yiwei's side. Ling Yiwei smiled and refused, thank you, Mr. Xiao. There's a subway station in front. I can just take the subway back. Xiao Jinghua did not give up and continued to ask her where she lived. After hearing her answer, he immediately put on an expression of surprise and coincidence. It's on the way, I'll give you a ride. Ling Yiwei couldn't help but be stunned. On the way? Is it such a coincidence? Ms. Ling, parking is not allowed here, please get in quickly. Xiao Jinghua had already opened the car door. Well, thank you, Mr. Xiao, it's really not a big deal. Ling Yiwei thought about it and decided to politely refuse. Didn't I say it's on my way? How could it be a trouble? Or do you look down on me, Xiao? Xiao Jinghua's methods of pursuing girls were indeed extraordinary. As he expected, Ling Yiwei could no longer refuse and had to thank him while getting in the car. The car moved forward slowly, and the small space made Ling Yiwei feel even more cramped. Listening to each other's breathing, she felt a little at a loss. Chapter 8, Meeting Hanche again. Xiao Jinghua broke the silence. How long has Miss Ling been working at Wabiao Trading? About a year. Only a year? I thought it was 3 or 4 years. Your every move is so elegant and graceful, you don't look like a girl who just entered society at all. Ling Yiwei smiled shyly. Mr. Xiao, thank you for the compliment. I graduated last year. Is it okay to work there? Fine. Do you have any plans or ideals? Xiao Jinghua asked smoothly. Seeing Ling Yiwei was speechless, he apologized. I'm sorry, I tend to ask questions directly, please don't mind. It's okay. Ling Yiwei smiled awkwardly. After that, the atmosphere in the carriage continued to be strange and awkward. Most of the time, it was Xiao Jinghua who asked questions and Ling Yiwei who answered. Xiao Jinghua also brought up the topic of work and talked a lot. This also made Ling Yiwei understand that the reason Xiao Jinghua became the general manager of a large company at such a young age was not because he was their dragon prince, but more because of his strength. The 20-minute drive finally ended. Ling Yiwei thanked Xiao Jinghua, got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the community. When I got home and took a shower, it was already 11 o'clock. Ling Yiwei opened WeChat, saw their familiar avatar, and typed a message to send it. There was no response from the other end, so she sent it again, with a flickering screen. After waiting for a few minutes, the other end finally replied, Xiao Weizi, you're still online so late. Are you back from the dinner? Just got back. I thought you were busy. Sorry, I'm in the library, just looking for a book. Ling Yiwei suddenly realized what had happened, and suddenly remembered what Li Xiaoling had said yesterday, as well as Xiao Jinhua's burning eyes tonight, so she said, Xiao Haozi, I have something to tell you. There's a man in the company that's having dinner tonight who seems to be interested in me. Unlike the immediate reply in the past, there was a pause. Is he unhappy? Ling Yiwei was delighted. Xiao Haozi, are you still here? Are you not looking for books again? Oh, I'm here. That man should be in good condition. He's pretty good, young and promising, smart and capable, gentle and considerate. Ling Yiwei tried her best to sound nice. Although Xiao Jinghua was indeed like that, she actually wanted to attract Xiao Haozi's attention and get some reaction from him. Unfortunately, he replied like this, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady. Xiao Weizi is such a beautiful and gentle girl, she should have been loved and cared for by a good man. Congratulations. Besides congratulations, don't you have anything else to say to me? Ling Yiwei's mood was getting worse and worse. There was another silence on the other end before he asked, how do you feel about him? Look at me, I'm so stupid to ask this. He's so good, Xiao Weizi, you should like him. What about you? Xiao Haozi, do you like me? Ling Yiwei typed out this sentence uncontrollably, but then deleted it one by one and asked again, Xiao Haozi, do you think I should accept him? Finding that he was silent again, Ling Yiwei's originally silent heart rekindled hope. You don't want me to meet other men, right? How could that be? I'm not such a dictatorial person, and I have no right to do that. Hope is gone again. Xiaoling was right, it was all just her wishful thinking. Xiao Haozi didn't have that kind of intention towards her at all. That's right, how could a student studying in the UK be interested in such an ordinary girl? The sudden sense of loss and disappointment made Ling Yiwei feel powerless. She didn't know how to continue, so she could only say goodbye. Xiao Haozi, I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep. Okay, I won't disturb you then, go and have some rest, good night. Good night. Ling Yiwei exited WeChat. She stared at the ceiling, still feeling extremely lonely and melancholy. as if something was blocking her chest, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. The long-cherished dream was suddenly shattered. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she hadn't sent out those words just now, otherwise her friendship with him would probably have come to an end. Usually there are two possible outcomes when a man and a woman confess their love to each other. If they both have that feeling, they will become lovers, but if only one of them has unrequited love, they may not even be able to be friends. Although she had never met Xiao Haozi in person, she felt his gentle personality, his rich knowledge, his approachability and amiability, which all deeply touched her heart. Since she had no chance to become his lover, they would continue to be friends. It was a great happiness to have such a good confidant. After figuring it out, Ling Yiwei felt brighter and sleepy. This little regret did not have a big impact on her life, and she continued to work as usual in the following days. That afternoon, she went to Donghuan Road to meet a client. Before leaving, the client gave her 2 cake cards. There happened to be a branch near the client's company, so she decided to pick up some cakes before going home. Crown Bakery is the most famous bakery in G City. The cakes here are not only crispy and delicious, but also made in a very hygienic manner. Business is naturally very good, especially in the afternoon, when there is an endless stream of people coming to buy cakes, and the queues form long queues. Seeing that there were about 20 people in front of her, Ling Yiwei could only take out the travel flyer she had just received at the street corner to pass the time. Opposite the Crown Bakery is a high-end club. Han Che and 2 good friends were meeting inside. "I didn't ask you to come here to chat over tea, but to help me with some advice." Seeing his friends all relaxed and at ease, Han Che felt very annoyed and lit another cigarette. Zhang Qi shrugged, looking helpless. Li Qianjun, with an amused smile on his face, took the opportunity to tease, "Che, I told you long ago that women are nothing more than a spice for a boring life, and the more the better. You regret not listening to me now, don't you?" Han Che glanced at him and snorted unhappily, "Master Li, you are so capable, hurry up and help me come up with a good plan, otherwise you will always be useless in my mind." Having known Han Che for many years, they knew exactly when to joke and when to be serious. So, Zhang Qi spoke first, "This year is your grandmother's 80th birthday, and tonight's banquet will definitely be more grand than ever. The female companion you bring must be from a famous family, elegant and generous, and there can be no mistakes. Dong Jiawen has gone too far this time. She just said today that she can't come back in time. It's clear that she doesn't give you time to find another female companion. I think you should find a woman who is worse than her, and don't let her always ignore you." Li Qianjun also put away his cynical expression, and suddenly his mind was shocked. "Hey, why not find a celebrity? They are the best at acting and will never embarrass you." Zhang Qi immediately rejected this. Everyone knows any celebrity who's slightly famous. Han Che's grandmother is a descendant of the royal family, and she looks down on actors the most. If the old lady knew that Han Che had anything to do with a celebrity, she would be furious. "Che, it looks like you can only be a lone ranger tonight. Ake not only has he country royal bloodline, but is also the heir to his mother's family, the Chiu Group, and the chairman of Phyllis Eurasia Bank. He is always the center of attention. Everyone else is there in groups, so how can he be alone?" Li Qianjun said. Seeing that they couldn't come up with a feasible result after talking to each other, Han Che felt even more annoyed. He looked out the window absent-mindedly and saw the petite and slender figure in front of the bakery. The pretty face was shining brightly in the sunlight, and he was stunned. "That's not." Han Che's tall body stood up immediately. Chapter 9. Be my female companion tonight. Zhang Qi and Li Qianjun both saw this and shouted, "Che, where are you going? Your grandma's birthday party will start in a few hours. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Please do as you please. As for your female companion, you don't have to worry about it. See you then." Han Che said this crisply and walked out of the club without looking back. It didn't take long before he arrived in front of the Crown Bakery and grabbed the petite person. Ling Yiwei felt a tingling pain in her arm. She quickly raised her head and saw the tall figure that suddenly appeared. She was stunned. It was not until she was led out of the queue by him that she came to her senses and said, "Boss Han, what are you doing? I've been waiting in line for 15 minutes. Han Che glanced back at the bakery sign and said coolly, "Don't worry, I'll have someone send you 100 boxes. What is he talking about? Using money to pressure people." Ling Yiwei was immediately ashamed and angry. "Just because you have money is great, let me go, I don't want your 100 boxes. Han Che grabbed her and walked forward, his handsome face still expressionless, which had already attracted the attention of people on the street. "Han-chae, if you don't let go I'll scream." Seeing that he still didn't respond, Ling Yiwei was ready to open her mouth and yell. Han-chae reached out his hand in time to cover her little mouth, and took her into his arms. A unique masculine scent filled her nose, which made Ling Yiwei, who was so close to a man for the first time, stunned again. When her chaotic consciousness returned to clarity, she found herself in a luxury sports car, and Han-chae was sitting in the driver's seat. "Fasten your seat belt yourself," he instructed coldly, started the car, and when he realized that she was still standing there motionless, he leaned over slightly and fastened her seat belt himself. Ling Yiwei calmed down the inexplicable confusion in her heart and asked anxiously, "Where are you taking me?" Han-chae didn't answer and drove the car slowly. Ling Yiwei became even more annoyed. "Hey, do you have any manners? Speak up. Tonight is my grandmother's 80th birthday, and I want you to be my female companion." Han-chae finally stated his purpose. His deep voice did not contain any request, but rather sounded like an order. Ling Yiwei was shocked. Be his female companion? Attending his grandmother's birthday party? By the way, what is his attitude? Ling Yiwei snorted in her heart and immediately refused to come out. "I'm sorry, please find someone else. Unless it's a friend, I won't help you for no reason." "Friend? Does she deserve it?" Han-chae raised his lips into an arrogant smile and said forcefully and domineeringly, "Remember the last time I pardoned your father's crime? Just consider it as repaying that favor." Well, of course Ling Yiwei remembered it. At that time, she thought she would never have the chance to pay it back. Is this reason enough? Han-chae still looked arrogant. Ling Yiwei was unwilling in her heart, but she couldn't find any reason to refuse, so she could only remain silent. Han-chae didn't waste any words and drove coolly. Later, the car stopped in front of a luxurious and high-end beauty salon. Without giving Ling Yiwei a second to look at him, Han-chae took her hand and walked into the room. The beauty salon owner was overjoyed to see Han-chae, but she looked at Ling Yiwei beside him and was slightly surprised. "I'm going to take her to a dance later," Han-chae announced without naming anyone, maintaining his usual cold attitude. "Oh, okay, Mr. Han, please rest assured, we will give this lady a perfect dress up." The proprietress was sophisticated and smooth. She put away her doubts, flatteringly arranged for Han-chae to sit aside, and then gave instructions to several employees. Two beauty stylists immediately placed Ling Yiwei in a large leather chair. Ling Yiwei remained silent, allowing them to work on her head, face, neck and even hands. Just when she was about to fall asleep due to boredom, she heard a few exclamations of praise. "I've been working for so long, and this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl. Ms. Ling is naturally beautiful, and with our unique design, it is inevitable that she will be as beautiful as a fairy. This aqua blue chiffon evening dress was designed for Miss Ling. It's really suitable for her." The beauty salon staff were full of praise, with amazement, envy and wonder in their eyes. Seeing herself in the mirror, Ling Yiwei was also extremely shocked. "Is this really me? At least you didn't embarrass me." Han-chae came to her side, his unfathomable black eyes projected on the full-length mirror in front of him, with a hint of approval and amazement in his eyes. He picked up a noble fur coat and covered her bare shoulders, handed her an elegant bag, and led her out of the beauty salon. The car moved forward again, and Ling Yiwei was still in a daze until a quick ring of the cell phone rang out. "Xiao Wei, it's already 7:30. Why haven't you come back yet?" Ling's mother's concerned voice came slowly. Ling Yiwei looked at Han-chae and said, "I'm sorry, Mom. I forgot to tell you that I won't be going home for dinner tonight. I met a friend and will have dinner with him." "Friend? Boyfriend?" Ling's mother's tone suddenly revealed happiness and joy. "Oh, no, just ordinary friends." Ling's mother didn't believe it and continued to nag, "Xiao Wei, if it's your boyfriend, then bring him back for dinner and show him to your parents. If he's a good person, it's better to settle down with him as soon as possible." "Mom, this is really not my boyfriend. When I have a boyfriend, I will definitely bring him back to show you. I won't tell you anymore. You guys eat first. I will go back as soon as possible." Ling Yiwei was in a hurry to explain to her mother and forgot for a moment that there was an arrogant man next to her. Sure enough, after she hung up the phone, Han-chae jokingly said, "You don't have a man yet. Your so-called boyfriend. Ling Yiwei suddenly realized and was about to nod her head in response, but she saw a hint of sarcasm and ridicule in his eyes, so she said angrily, "Who said I don't have a boyfriend? My boyfriend is studying abroad. He studies architecture and design. He's a future great designer." Han Che continued to snort and laugh, and from that damn expression it could be seen that he clearly did not believe it and was disdainful. Ling Yiwei glanced at him angrily, decided to ignore him, and turned to look out the window. Han Che's dark eyes sparkled, and he didn't know what to think. Chapter 10: Embarrassment. 10 minutes later, the car left the downtown area. Soon, Ling Yiwei saw unique street lamps that were as bright as daylight, and luxurious and beautiful villas appeared in the light and shadow. They occupied the same area, were two-story buildings, and had a strong European style. Han Che glanced at Ling Yiwei from the corner of his eye. "Is this the first time you've seen a villa like this?" Ling Yiwei then admitted it truthfully. "Do you want to own one?" Han Che still looked forward. "Of course I want to." But Ling Yiwei didn't say it. Seeing her silent, Han Che asked again, "How old are you this year?" Ling Yiwei was stunned for a moment before answering, 23. "Is your boyfriend really studying abroad in country E?" Ling Yiwei didn't answer, but changed the subject. "What should I do when we get to the banquet venue?" After a few seconds, Han Che said, "Talk less and smile more. By the way, can you dance?" Ling Yiwei nodded. When she was studying, she had learned some dancing in her spare time under the encouragement of her roommate. "You are allowed to call me by my name tonight." "Your name?" "Han Che." "Che." The extremely magnetic voice revealed a hint of displeasure. Ling Yiwei paused, then tried to call out softly, "Che." The soft moan made Han Che's heart ripple. His eyes moved to the rear-view mirror inside the car again, staring at her absolutely beautiful face. Ling Yiwei was completely unaware and continued to admire the scenery along the way until the car drove into one of the villas. As soon as the car stopped, two men in uniform approached and opened the doors on both sides. Han Che went out first, walked around to the other side of the car, and helped Ling Yiwei out. Before Ling Yiwei had time to look around, there was a commotion behind her. When I looked back, I saw two pairs of handsome men and beautiful women coming happily. "Ake, you're finally here." Zhang Qi patted Han Che's shoulder and looked at Ling Yiwei with surprise and amazement in his eyes. The other people were the same, especially Li Qianjun, who stared at Ling Yiwei with his peach blossom eyes, and couldn't help but whistled, teasing Han Che, "You obviously have a stunning beauty hidden, but you asked us to help you find a female companion. You are clearly playing a trick on us. Who is this lady? Why haven't I seen her before?" Li Qianjuan's female companion Cindy looked at Ling Yiwei with envy and confusion. Zhang Qi's girlfriend, Eller, said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Che, are you secretly keeping a mistress behind Jia Wen's back?" Seeing them talking back and forth, Han Che suddenly felt annoyed and couldn't help but explain, "Stop making so much noise. She's just my female companion tonight." "Is it really that simple? Are you afraid that I will tell Jiawen about it?" "If you have the guts to bring it out, don't be afraid of people knowing." Ella narrowed her eyes, obviously not believing him. It can also be seen that she has a good relationship with Dong Jiawen. Realizing that Han Che's expression had changed a little, and seeing that Ling Yiwei was full of embarrassment and discomfort, Zhang Qi hurriedly persuaded his girlfriend, "Stop talking nonsense, we all know that Che is loyal to Jia Wen, so why would he secretly keep a woman? Jia Wen is too busy to come back, so he has to find a female companion. This lady shouldn't be that kind of woman." Cindy turned her attention back to Ling Yiwei and asked casually, "What's your name?" Ling Yiwei first glanced at Han Che before answering, "Hello everyone, my name is Ling Yiwei." "Ling Yiwei, that's a good name." Eller was still full of hostility. "Which group does your father belong to? Has the company gone public? Where did you graduate from? Country E or Country M?" Ling Yiwei was stunned. Fortunately, the Chiu family's bodyguard came out to rescue them. He said to Han Che respectfully, "Master Sun, the old lady has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me into the house." Han Che took Ling Yiwei's hand, nodded to Zhang Qi and Li Qianjun respectively, and left quickly. Eller looked at Ling Yiwei's beautiful figure and said disdainfully, "What kind of vision does Che have to know such a woman? Although she is dressed very elegantly tonight, I always feel that she is not one of us." "When you asked her those questions just now, her face changed." Cindy stuck to the point. "Of course. Her silence clearly shows that she is of lowly and humble origin." I don't know how to answer. Ella, how could you do this? After all, she is the woman brought back by Ache. You have to give face to Ache. Zhang Qi was a little annoyed. Seeing him speak up for Ling Yiwei several times, Ella couldn't help but get angry. What do you mean? Archie doesn't have any objections, why are you so anxious? Don't tell me you have a crush on her. It's incomprehensible. Zhang Qi was slightly annoyed. Li Qianjun and Cindy hurriedly tried to stop them. Please stop talking. Tonight is Miao Ying's grandmother's birthday. You can't ruin the atmosphere over such a small matter. Didn't Che say that she was just a temporary female companion? They will go their separate ways after tomorrow. Why should we hurt our feelings over someone who has nothing to do with us? Ella was still unwilling to give up. She stared at Ling Yiwei slowly walking away back, her eyes filled with contempt but quickly flashed with a vicious and calculating light. Ling Yiwei lowered her head and let the strong and broad hand lead her slender little hand forward and into their house. The room was exceptionally large, the hall alone could accommodate hundreds of people. Luxurious crystal chandeliers emitted soft and sparkling light, illuminating the entire room as bright as day. The original layout of the hall is both gorgeous and elegant. All the furniture is carved from solid wood, with a strong Italian Renaissance furniture design style. As for the rows of clean and tidy tables and stools, as well as the giant stage in the center, they were probably temporary structures prepared for the upcoming birthday party. Han Che let go of Ling Yiwei and walked to the old lady in festive clothes. He presented her with a beautiful box and said, "Grandma, I wish you good fortune, longevity, good health, and happiness." The old lady was Han Che's grandmother Miao Ying, the wife of Chiu Jin, the founder of Chiu Group. She was of Chinese and British descent, and her grandfather was of British royalty. Although her generation only had one for royal blood, she still symbolized honor and luxury. She has dark brown curly hair, very fair skin, a straight nose, prominent cheekbones, eyes and mouth with Chinese characteristics, and a standard oval face of an oriental beauty. She looks very energetic and does not look like an 80-year-old woman at all because she takes good care of herself. Miao Ying took the gift box handed over by Han Che and asked with a smile, "What kind of flowers are they this year?" "Plum blossoms in the first month, apricot blossoms in the second month, peach blossoms in the third month, and peonies in the fourth month. Pomegranate flowers in May," Miao Ying said in one quick step. She opened the box and saw a beautiful, unique and distinctively designed pomegranate flower brooch lying quietly on the blue brocade. 5 years ago, Han Che's grandfather died of a heart attack, and Miao Ying was filled with endless grief and sorrow. Han Che, who had just returned from studying abroad, was filial and caring for her, so he took her on a tour to relax. During the trip, she heard the story of the 12 flower gods. Since then, Miao Ying has become particularly interested in flowers, and Han Che's annual birthday gift to her has become a flower-shaped brooch. The value of these brooches is no less than that of other precious jewels. He hired famous artists to design the patterns and found the most famous sculptors in the country to carve them with the best materials. Ake's filial piety is so great that even I, as his daughter, feel ashamed of myself. Qiu Shuolian was relieved and happy, and full of emotion. If he could get married soon and give me a chubby great-grandson, I would die with my eyes closed. Miao Ying complained, still fiddling with the brooch. "Mom, how can you talk like that?" Qiu Shuolian immediately scolded. "Yes, we should say more auspicious words on a happy occasion." Han Xiaoqian also hurriedly agreed, and his eyes accidentally saw Ling Yiwei, and a flash of surprise and astonishment flashed in his eyes. "Che, this lady is." Han Che then brought Ling Yiwei to everyone and introduced her casually, "She is my female companion tonight." Chapter 11 Strong Hostility. What a pretty and clean girl. Miao Ying held up her gold-rimmed reading glasses, looked at Ling Yiwei with surprise, and exclaimed in admiration. Qiu Shuolian's eyes were full of inquiry and confusion. Her son had always been very ambitious and did not have the bad habits of other rich kids. He had only had one girlfriend, Dong Jiawen, for so many years. Today was the first time she saw a girl other than Dong Jiawen around him. Noticing that everyone's attention was on her, Ling Yiwei smiled at them politely. But when she met Qiu Shuolian's sharp gaze, her heart trembled inexplicably. "Che, who is this young lady and what is her father's name?" Qiu Shuolian asked. Han Che was stunned for a moment, and said, "She is just a friend." "What friend?" Qiu Shuolian still stared at Ling Yiwei with a serious tone. "Mom, what's wrong with you? When did you ask me about making friends?" Carmen can't come back, so I temporarily asked her to be my female companion. Do I need your consent for this? Han Che's tone began to reveal displeasure. This girl is pretty good, clean, virtuous, and you can tell at first glance that she's a good wife. Miao Ying asked Ling Yiwei kindly, what's your name? Ling Yiwei didn't dare to answer casually. She looked at Han Che first, and after getting his instructions, she said in a gentle voice, hello, Grandma. My name is Ling Yiwei. Yiwei, what a beautiful name, a very suitable person for you. How long have you known Ake? You should spend more time with Ake in the future, okay? Miao Ying became more and more satisfied the more she looked at him. Chiu Shuodian hurriedly said, Mom, Ake said that this lady is just an ordinary friend. How can you ask her to do this? She has her own life and it is impossible for her to take time to accompany Ake. Besides, the person who is always with Ake should be Jiawen. Jiawen. Miao Ying snorted coldly, and shifted her gaze to Han Che's face. Che, it's not that Grandma likes to nag, but your girlfriend is a star for no reason. She is not a good wife and mother at all. Jiawen is the heir to the Cheng group. She has been spoiled since childhood and is inevitably a little willful. If she realizes her dream and wins the Oscar for Best Actress, it will be a glory for us too. Chiu Shuodian once again spoke well of Dong Jiawen, and it was obvious that she had already decided on this daughter-in-law. Miao Ying hated Dong Jiawen in a special way. Oscar winner? I don't care. Which actress is loyal and content? She knew that the entertainment industry is a big melting pot, but she still plunged into it. In my opinion, if she really loved Che, she shouldn't have gone abroad without a word. Che, you should date Yi Wei. Yi Wei is gentle and beautiful, and she looks blessed. She will definitely give Grandma many cute and well-behaved great-grandchildren. Mom, what are you talking about? Miss Ling is beautiful, but Jiawen is not bad either. They each have their own advantages. Chiu Shuodian seemed to be praising Ling Yiwei on the surface, but in fact her tone was filled with contempt and disdain that did not match the literal meaning. Why do you always go against me? Today is my birthday, can't you just give me a break for once? Miao Ying felt angry. You insisted. Chiu Shuodian shouted unwillingly, dissatisfied that her mother's attention was so quickly attracted by a girl of unknown origin. Han Xiaoqian quietly pulled his wife's arm, signaling her to stop arguing. Han Che put his arm around Miao Ying's shoulders, his stern face showing a rare childishness. Grandma, don't be angry. Today is your birthday, and you can't have any other expressions on your face except a smile. Come on, smile. Seeing that the incident was caused by herself, Ling Yiwei felt so guilty that she forgot Han Che's advice to talk less and smile more, and couldn't help but say, I'm sorry for causing trouble to you. Chiu Shuodian blamed everything on her. Not only did she not accept her apology, she also glared at her angrily. Miao Ying held Ling Yiwei's hand and said affectionately, it's none of your business. By the way, don't be so polite. Just call me Grandma with a che. Ling Yiwei was at a loss. Just then, the nanny came in to remind everyone to welcome the guests. Miao Ying suddenly called Ling Yiwei, Yiwei, come with us. Chiu Shuodian immediately protested again, Mom, you let a stranger greet us, how can this be a disgrace? Everyone knows that Jiawen and Ake are good friends. If they see Miss Ling welcoming guests together, it will probably lead to unnecessary discussion and speculation, and Jiawen's parents will also feel confused and puzzled. Han Xiaoqian also hurriedly explained. Han Che whispered to Ling Yiwei, go for a walk in the garden first, I'll find you later. After saying that, he supported Miao Ying and walked towards the gate. Watching their figures gradually disappearing outside the door, an unknown sense of loneliness rose in Ling Yiwei's heart. After a while, she also took a step and walked out of the house. The garden is covered with green grass and blooming flowers. Decorations made of flowers and plants stand proudly. Colorful small flashing lights are hung around the leaves of the pine trees, like beautiful fruits inlaid in the green leaves. The colorful fountain in the center of the garden plays beautiful music, which is like a dream and makes people feel like they are in fairyland. Those guests were either rich or noble. They were either chairmen or directors of a certain group or owners of certain institutions. Ling Yiwei watched the lively scene silently, and the scene that just happened in the house flashed through her mind. She was not a fool, so of course she could see Chiu Shuodian's hostility and contempt. She also vaguely knew that the Jiawen everyone was talking about should be Han Che's girlfriend, whom Chiu Shuodian liked very much, but Miao Ying's grandmother hated her. I remember that time when I went to Felice Eurasian Bank to plead for my father, Han Che said some inexplicable things to her. The girlfriend he complained about at that time, who valued ideals more than love, should be this Dong Jiawen. Dong Jiawen was going to make a movie and win the Best Actress award. She couldn't accompany him to Miao Ying's grandmother's birthday party tonight, so he asked her to be a stand-in. It seems I have to thank Miss Dawn a lot, otherwise I will never have the chance to repay her favor. But it was thanks to her that she suffered this embarrassment. With a hint of bitterness and mockery in her heart, Ling Yiwei walked along the garden, wanting more than once to leave this place where she felt out of place. So, when Han Che showed up, she asked, "Boss Han, do you really want me to be your female companion tonight?" Han Che frowned slightly. "You didn't think I brought you here just to let you visit the villa, did you?" "I just feel like it's not necessary," Ling Yiwei said hesitantly. "Whether it is necessary or not is not up to you." Han Che grabbed her hand, his tone still quite cold. "Also, did you listen to what I said? Why are you still calling me President Han?" Ling Yiwei bit her lip lightly, said nothing more, and did not resist, allowing him to take her back to their house. Chapter 12. The price of repayment is so heavy. All the guests had arrived. Miao Ying and Han Xiaoqian and his wife were on the stage. When Han Che brought Ling Yiwei out, the originally noisy place suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were on Ling Yiwei at the same time. Countless gazes were like balls of fire roasting Ling Yiwei. She grabbed Han Che's hand tightly. It was only a few dozen meters from the gate to the stage, but she felt like she had walked hundreds of miles. She didn't even dare to breathe when she got on the stage. Suddenly, she felt comfort and encouragement coming from Han Che's palm, and her panicked heart was relieved a little. The banquet officially began. Miao Ying gave a speech thanking everyone for attending her birthday party. Qiu Shuolian and Han Xiaoqian also gave speeches, and finally it was Han Che's turn. His handsome face was indifferent and cold, his deep voice was cold without any warmth, and his expression was arrogant, but it was impossible to dislike him. Perhaps it was his innate kingly demeanor that made people think it was natural that he was so arrogant. After the speech, the host announced the start of the meal. As Han Che's female companion, Ling Yiwei had the honor of sitting in the relative's seat at the stage. There were more than 20 seats at the table. Except for Miao Ying, Han Xiaoqian and his wife, and Han Che, she didn't know anyone else. They were probably all important relatives of their family. Ling Yiwei felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Faced with all the rare and exotic delicacies she had never tasted before, she was drooling over them, but she didn't dare to taste them because she knew that countless pairs of eyes were staring at her. At this time, a middle-aged lady in the audience asked, "The girl that Che brought with him tonight is very beautiful. I wonder which family she is from." "She is a friend of mine," Han Che answered briefly, not wanting to explain further. "In previous years, Jiawen was always with you on Mrs. Chiu's birthday. This year, the child is too busy to come back. As a mother, I feel really guilty and self-blame. I'm also worried whether you will attend alone." It turned out that the middle-aged lady was Dong Jiawen's mother, Jiyu Xiulan. "Oh, how could that be? Our ache is so good. As long as he asks, many women are willing to be his companions." Miao Ying added with a cold snort. That's right, that's right." Jiyu Xiulan smiled apologetically, but she was actually very unhappy. She had known for a long time that the old woman was not satisfied with her daughter. Qiu Shuolian was worried that her mother and Jiyu Xiulan would have an argument, so she quickly changed the subject. Han Xiaoqian talked about business with Dong Jiawen's father Dong Jinhua, and other people at the table also joined in the chat, and the table began to become lively. Ling Yiwei had no words to say and could only eat in silence. Apart from occasionally responding to those people's topics, Han Che spent the rest of the time quietly enjoying the food. From beginning to end, he never picked up a dish for Ling Yiwei, let alone said a word to her. After dinner, the nanny and bodyguards removed the tables and chairs, making the hall empty and spacious again. The bright lights turned into colorful flashing lights, and brisk and bold music filled the entire hall. "It's time to dance." As in previous years, Han Che danced with Miao Ying for the first dance. Miao Ying's steps were steady and her body was flexible. She danced happily to the music. People who didn't know her would think she was only in her 50s or 60s. After they finished dancing, others began to join in. Couples appeared on the dance floor. Han Che also brought Ling Yiwei into the dance floor. Fortunately, Ling Yiwei had learned ballroom dancing before, so she didn't make a fool of herself and danced freely to the music. However, she kept her head slightly lowered, not daring to look at Han Che, and just silently followed his steps. Han Che didn't seem to care and just danced silently with her. After the dance, some people said goodbye and left, some gathered in the hall to chat, and others went for a walk in the garden together. Han Che and Ling Yiwei, Zhang Xiaoqi and Eller, Li Jun and Cindy, 3 pairs of young men and women gathered somewhere in the garden. Their topics were either about international fashion shows or about which high-end clubs had opened and how much the membership fee was, all of which were things Ling Yiwei was unfamiliar with, so she remained silent and sat quietly to the side. The conspicuous Eller still did not forget to take advantage of the situation to ridicule Ling Yiwei occasionally. Every time, Zhang Xiaoqi stepped forward to dissuade her. On the other hand, Han Che had a blank expression on his face and acted as if it had nothing to do with him, his eyes fixed on his phone from time to time. Soon, he finally received a phone call. Che. Dong Jiawen's coquettish voice came slowly, and she started to settle the accounts. Eller said that you brought a woman to attend your grandmother's birthday party tonight. Han Che did not say anything immediately. After Dong Jiawen called him again, he said coldly, if you are willing to come back, you will still be the one to accompany me tonight. Dong Jiawen knew she was in the wrong and explained, I'm sorry, I really can't leave. As the leading actress, I must be present at the opening ceremony of my new film tomorrow. She paused for a moment, then changed the subject. I heard from Eller that the woman was of a very ordinary background. How did you find someone like that? Where is your noble taste? You let such a lowly woman ruin you. Do you know how much it hurts my heart? Dong Jiawen talked incessantly, while Han Che, with a stern look on his handsome face, listened quietly most of the time. Li Jun had already taken his girlfriend to a corner to have fun, and Eller took the opportunity to find fault with Ling Yiwei. The sweet words over the overseas phone call are really enviable. Eller was talking about Han Che, but her eyes were fixed on Ling Yiwei. Her tone was contemptuous and sarcastic. Jiawen and Ake are a perfect match. No one except Jiawen can match him. As for those lowly women, don't even think about it. Zhang Xiaoqi had already seen through Eller's intention and knew that he could not persuade her, so he remained silent. You've never worn such beautiful clothes, have you? Do you know who designed this dress? It's designed by the famous French designer Tommy Brander, and there are only 200 sets in the world. It's such a waste for a shabby girl like you to wear it. Eller went even further and reached out to pull the coat that Ling Yiwei was wearing on her shoulders, her long nails scratching Ling Yiwei's delicate skin. The cold and pain made Ling Yiwei shiver suddenly. She pulled her coat tight and glared at Eller angrily. What, you're not convinced? A poor girl is always a poor girl, destined to never fit into the upper class. Every word Eller said was thorny and began to attract the attention of others. Zhang Xiaoqi had to step out to stop them. Eller, what's wrong with you tonight? Are you thirsty? I'll take you to get a drink. Under Zhang Xiaoqi's soft and hard persuasion, Eller let Ling Yiwei go for the time being. Looking at their slowly receding backs, Ling Yiwei's eyes welled up with tears. Then, seeing Han Che still holding the phone and chatting with the other party, she felt even more upset. You really can't owe favors to rich people, because the price to repay is unimaginably heavy. After an unknown amount of time, Han Che finally ended the call, but he did not walk towards Ling Yiwei. He just glanced at her and went back to the big house. As everyone went back to their house one after another, the garden gradually became lonely and deserted. A gust of wind blew, bringing Ling Yiwei indescribable desolation and loneliness. She sat down on the bench, propped up her hands and buried her head in them. Ms. Ling. A familiar voice sounded behind her. Chapter 13. Send her. It's that Xiao Jinghua. It's cold outside, go inside. Xiao Jinghua's eyes were full of concern and consideration. Mr. Xiao, why are you here? Ling Yiwei finally spoke. I was invited to attend Mrs. Chiu's birthday party. You kept your head down the whole night. Not to mention me, you didn't even notice at least 80% of the guests. How did you become Han Che's female companion? Not wanting to talk to her in a condescending manner, Xiao Jinghua sat down next to her. I owe him a favor, and I came here tonight to repay him. Ling Yiwei replied. Xiao Jinghua was stunned for a moment, then he comforted her, you don't need to take that Eller's words to heart. Ling Yiwei smiled and nodded at him. By the way, are you free tomorrow night? Xiao Jinghua asked, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Ask me a dinner. I went to Singapore on a business trip a few days ago and brought back some local specialties. I wanted to give them to you to try. Oh, Mr. Xiao, you're too polite. Please leave some for your family and friends. They all have them. I kept your share specially. Xiao Jinghua stared at her with his bright eyes. Ling Yiwei felt slightly embarrassed and quickly avoided his gaze. Xiao Jinghua hesitated for a moment, then resolutely said, Ms. Ling, to be honest, I have a special liking for you after the last dinner, and I hope to make friends with you. I wanted to ask you out a long time ago, but I was in Singapore for a meeting this week and was unable to call you in time. The fact that we met here today shows that God also supports our fate. I sincerely hope that you can do me a favor and have dinner with me. His politeness and gentleness had already won Ling Yiwei's favor, and now his kindness and diligence made Ling Yiwei, whose heart had just been traumatized, feel infinitely warm and unable to resist. Xiao Jinghua was very happy to get her nod. Where do you want to eat? Do you have any favorite dishes? Whatever, it's up to you. Then I'll call you tomorrow at noon. Good. Seeing that the guests were leaving one after another, Xiao Jinghua said, I have to go and say goodbye to their host. When are you leaving? Han Che will take you back, right? Do you want me to wait for you? I'll take you back. Ling Yiwei thought about it and gratefully refused. No, you go back first. Xiao Jinghua hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll leave first, I'll call you tomorrow. Okay, be careful on the road. Xiao Jinghua had already walked away, but Ling Yiwei was still standing there in a daze. She didn't walk towards the house until the coldness grew stronger. As she walked, Han Che came out. Ling Yiwei took off her earrings, necklace, handbag and other accessories and handed them to him. If there is nothing else, I want to leave first. She didn't call him Mr. Han, let alone Che. Han Che looked at her thoughtfully. I can't return the clothes to you for now. I'll go home and wash them and mail them to your company. Ling Yiwei said and prepared to turn around. No need, just consider it as your reward for tonight. Han Che said in a cold tone. No reward without merit. I agreed to accompany you tonight to repay you for that favor. From now on, we owe each other nothing. The clothes will naturally be returned to their original owner. Ling Yiwei also looked proud. For some reason, Han Che felt inexplicably displeased when he heard the words, we owe each other nothing, coming out of her mouth. No woman had ever said these four words to him, not even Jiawen. I'm leaving first. She didn't even want to say goodbye to him because she knew they would never have any contact again. Seeing that she had turned away, Han Che suddenly became angry and shouted involuntarily, I don't want to keep things that have been used by others. If you insist on returning it, take it off now, otherwise it will be treated as garbage. Ling Yiwei paused, without turning back, and said hesitantly, I understand. Walking forward step by step, Ling Yiwei's heart was beating fast. She actually expected him to call her and say that he would drive her back. However, she walked a long way and did not hear the expected call after she walked out of the villar's gate. Winter nights are already cold, and the temperature gets lower as the night progresses. After leaving the villa, Ling Yiwei couldn't help but tighten her coat, and walked on the gravel road in her 5-inch high heels, cursing Han Che countless times in her heart. Looking ahead at the endless road ahead, she felt frustrated. If she had put aside her pride and asked him, he might have sent someone to take her back. This is a wealthy area, and private cars are common, so taxis are rare. It must be very expensive to book a ride online. Beep beep. A shrill horn blasted from behind. Ling Yiwei turned around and squinted her eyes because of the strong car lights. The car drove up to her, the window rolled down, and Eller's face full of contempt and ridicule appeared in front of her. I was right, didn't I? You thought Che would like you? In your next life, you should be reborn into a good family and then dream about it. You are really asking for trouble. The car sped away, leaving behind a trail of smoke. Soon another horn sounded. This time Ling Yiwei did not look back, but just stepped aside. As the car slowly passed by her, a gentle voice floated in the wind, Miss Ling. It's Xiao Jinghua. Get in the car. I'll take you home. Xiao Jinghua opened the car door. It's hard to stop a car here. Ling Yiwei certainly knew, but just as she was hesitating, there was another intense honking sound from behind. It turned out to be Han Che. Ling Yiwei was stunned for a moment and was about to ignore him and get into Xiao Jinghua's car. But she had only taken a few steps when someone pulled her back in time. Xiao Jinghua was also surprised to see Han Che suddenly. He realized that Ling Yiwei seemed to be struggling, and couldn't help but say, "Boss Han, Miss Ling and I are on the same way. Why don't you let me take her back? No need to trouble you. I'm the one who brought the person here, so naturally I'm the one who should send him back. Also, whether it's troublesome or not is none of your business." Han Che said in a cold tone and held Ling Yiwei's hand tightly. Worried about causing trouble for Xiao Jinghua, Ling Yiwei had no choice but to wave to Xiao Jinghua and followed Han Che to the black Bugatti Veyron sports car behind. Chapter 14 Encounter. Where do you live? Han Che's deep voice lacked any emotion. Ling Yiwei gave him her address, and seeing him frown, she couldn't help but say, "Just take me to the city, and I can just take a taxi back." Han Che didn't respond and the car started moving forward. The carriage was filled with silence. Han Che didn't say anything, and Ling Yiwei didn't take the initiative to strike up a conversation. When Ling Yiwei returned to the city, she found a taxi waiting for passengers in front of her, so she said, "I can get off here." Han Che did not react and continued driving forward. "Boss Han, you probably don't know the way to my house, so don't bother me." Han Che glanced sideways at the navigator on the front of the car. Ling Yiwei then noticed it, and calmed down, letting him take her back to the neighborhood. After getting off the car and simply saying thank you, Ling Yiwei walked into the community without stopping, not knowing that Han Che had been looking at her with a complicated expression, and drove away after a long time. Ling Yiwei opened the door and was surprised to see her mother sitting in the living room. "Mom, why aren't you asleep so late?" Mother Ling's half-closed eyes widened and she smiled. "Are you back? It's cold, why don't you go back to your room and sleep? This isn't the first time I've come home late." "Mom, I can't sleep, so come out and watch TV." In fact, she was just worried about her daughter. "The TV is off." However, Ling Yiwei did not expose her mother. "By the way, your outfit." Ling's mother turned her attention to Ling Yiwei's clothes. "I was attending a dance with a friend, and the dress was given to me by him." Ling Yiwei continued to conceal the truth with the white lie she made up in the evening. Ling's mother also believed it. After all, her daughter had been honest and well-behaved since she was a child and had never told a lie. She happily asked another more important question: "Is your friend a boy? When did you start dating? What stage has it reached?" Knowing what her mother was thinking, Ling Yiwei quickly explained, "Mom, we are just ordinary friends, there is no way we can develop anything. It's getting late, you should go to bed. Then you should rest as soon as possible." Even though Ling's mother was confused, she didn't dare to explore further. After taking a shower, Ling Yiwei sat on the bed, staring at the blue dress hanging on the chair, recalling the scene tonight. "I played the role of Cinderella tonight, but there was no gentle and considerate Prince Charming. That ELLA was hateful, but what she said made sense. I am not a member of that circle at all, and tonight can only be regarded as a dream. The only thing to be thankful for is that the favor was finally repaid, and I don't have to have anything to do with him in the future." After a good night's sleep, Ling Yiwei was full of energy and went to the dinner with Xiao Jinghua as scheduled in the evening. Looking at the table full of precious delicacies, Ling Yiwei said awkwardly, "Mr. Xiao, you are too polite. In fact, just order something casually." "I just ordered randomly, otherwise you would have seen much more than this." Xiao Jinghua's handsome face was covered with a friendly smile. He even took up his chopsticks and put a piece of foie gras into his mouth. "It tastes good, you should try it too." Ling Yiwei was moved by his sincerity, so she stopped refusing and was restrained. She picked up the chopsticks and picked up the shrimp to eat. Xiao Jinghua started to eat other dishes, telling her about every bite, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. While they were chatting and drinking, they didn't know that in a luxurious compartment not far away, 3 pairs of eyes were staring at them and the topic was all about them. "Isn't that Che's female companion last night? Why is she with Xiao Jinghua from Sino Ocean Group?" Li Jun recognized Ling Yiwei first. "It seems like they have a good relationship. Could they be boyfriend and girlfriend?" Zhang Shaoqi guessed. "She looks innocent on the outside, but in reality she is no different from other women. But she is smart, knowing how to find a middle-class guy like Xiao Jinghua. Do you think she has the ability to get close to our Che?" Zhang Shaoqi said with a relaxed tone. "Since this woman is already taken, there is no need to worry about our Che getting entangled. Her boyfriend is studying in the UK." Han Che, who had been silent all the time, suddenly interrupted. Li Jun and Zhang Shaoqi were surprised. "How did you know?" Without waiting for Han Che's answer, Li Jun used his insulting personality to tease, "She is even more beautiful when she smiles. I thought she was a wooden beauty. It turns out that it depends on the person. Che, it seems that your charm is not as good as that Xiao Jinghua." Han Che also thought of what happened last night, and he found her smile even more annoying. Humph, she had never smiled like that at him before. Young Master Han, who always thinks highly of himself, has no idea that if he wants others to smile at him, he must first smile back at others. Ling Yiwei is not like those fawning people, so of course she will not use a smiling face to stick to his cold and stinky face. Noticing that Han Che's expression was beginning to look a little ugly, Zhang Shaoqi said in order to comfort him, "That's because Che disdains other women. Che only loves Jiawen." Li Jun said disapprovingly, "Che, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Jiawen is good, but she doesn't take you seriously. You can pamper a woman, but you can't indulge her, otherwise you will suffer. In my opinion, you should just dump Jiawen and find a new woman, or use your skills to snatch this fresh and beautiful woman named Ling Yiwei from Xiao Jinghua." Ridiculous. Che is devoted to Jiawen and never changes. Do you think every man is as unfaithful as you? Is it bad like me? I am a playboy, but not vulgar. Look how relaxed I am. I am nothing like Che, who has a poker face all day long. That girl is beautiful, but what's her background? How could Che like her? Zhang Shaoqi has a strong sense of family background. I'm not asking Che to like her, I'm just asking him to play around with her. It's not the man who's suffering anyway. I can use her to annoy Jiawen and let Jiawen know that Che doesn't have to have her. Maybe she'll fly back from country M right away. Zhang Shaoqi had nothing more to say. Han Che remained silent, his eyes were focused on something unknown, and one could only tell from his stern face that his heart must be surging with undercurrents and ups and downs. Chapter 15. This is a promise. The meal with Xiao Jinghua lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. Ling Yiwei went home, took a shower, and couldn't wait to open WeChat. She sent Xiao Haozi a big smiley face. "Xiao Weizi, it seems that you are in a good mood today. Did something good happen to you?" The other side replied immediately. Ling Yiwei's fingers were nimble as she typed quickly, "Xiao Haozi, today I ate a lot of things I've never eaten before, including foie gras, ox tongue, snails, lamb chops with cheese, Marseille fish soup, Provence scones, and many delicious desserts." Noticing that there was no response for a long time, Ling Yiwei suddenly felt embarrassed. "I'm sorry, you must think I'm childish, like a bumpkin who has never seen the world, and you're making a fuss about such a small thing. How could that be? I would do the same if I were you." Xiao Haozi immediately sent a soothing message, "You guys are going to a French restaurant, the atmosphere should be quite good. Well, the environment is beautiful. It's my first time to eat in such a high-end restaurant. The friends Ling Yiwei knows are all ordinary people. They usually don't go to such high-end restaurants to consume. Some company gatherings are just held in some popular places. It's very suitable for couples." Xiao Haozi suddenly said. Ling Yiwei was stunned for a moment, then typed out, "Didn't I tell you last time that there's a guy in the cooperative company who has a crush on me? He's the one who's taking me out to dinner tonight. You're dating him?" "Not yet. I think he's a nice guy, so I couldn't bear to reject him. Actually, he didn't say anything, maybe he just wanted to be friends with me. Anyway, I still want to thank him for giving me this unforgettable memory. Xiao Weizi, when I return home, I will take you there too." This short line of words held great significance to Ling Yiwei. She was so excited that her fingers trembled repeatedly. It took her a long time to type the right words. "Xiao Haozi, is this a promise? I'll take a screenshot as evidence. You can't go back on your word." "Well, this is a promise." Countless exclamation marks showed his determination and sincerity. The smile in Ling Yiwei's eyes became more intense, and her stunning face became even more charming because of her brilliant smile. At noon that day, Han Che took time out to accompany his mother to his grandmother's house for dinner. "Ake, are you busy with work recently?" Miao Ying asked while eating. "I just finished 2 big projects, so I'm not too nervous for now." Han Che developed good habits since childhood, and the scenes of him eating are always pleasing to the eye. "This year's performance is good, right?" Miao Ying asked again. "It's doubled from last year. I plan to give them a raise at the annual meeting and give special recognition to some outstanding employees. As they should be." With rewards, they will work harder and do better next year. Mom, I'm not bragging, but Archie is better at business than his dad. Chiu Shualian looked at her son's handsome face proudly, sighing to herself, my son is different. Not only is he handsome, young and promising, but he also has great taste and chose a noble and generous girlfriend. As soon as Dong Jiawen was mentioned, Miao Ying's smile immediately disappeared and she snorted unceremoniously. Chiu Shualian hurriedly spoke up for Dong Jiawen, Mom, I really don't understand why you are not satisfied with Jiawen. This child is a little spoiled, but she is good in other aspects. At least she respects our elders. Anyway, she is not worthy of our Archie at all. Miao Ying disagreed. Aren't you just complaining about her not taking care of the family? She's still young, and it's natural for young people to have dreams. She also said that she'll settle down in 2 years anyway, and then you'll have a great grandson. I'm afraid I won't be lucky enough to enjoy it. Miao Ying seems to give this example every time, and it seems that she has a special prejudice against Dong Jiawen. Although Han Che was not superstitious, he couldn't help but comfort her after hearing her say this, Grandma, please don't always say such unlucky things. Miao Ying pondered for a moment and said, Ache, have you contacted Jiawen recently? Han Che nodded, yes, she calls every day. What did they talk about? Did she tell you about the situation over there? Where's her new film? Han Che was quite puzzled by his grandmother's sudden interest in this topic, but he replied as if nothing had happened, the new film is about to be completed, and the overall effect is pretty good. What else? Anything else? Han Che was confused. Grandma, if you have something to say, why don't you just say it? Miao Ying thought for a moment and then said it resolutely, a few days ago, a friend from a magazine told me that Jiawen and a male star from Country M were always together and were very close. They were even photographed together at a big hotel. Mom, do you believe these gossips? Chiu Shualian asked first. My friend is a senior staff in this circle. She knows what is true and what is false. That male star is the leading actor of Jiawen's new film. That's to build momentum for the new film. It's the same in our country. Whenever a new film comes out, the actors will create some scandals or other explosive news in order to hype it up and increase the box office. This is normal. Chiu Shualian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I don't care if she's just hyping it up or not. If she wants to be Archie's wife, she has to behave herself and be clean. Who is Archie? How can I let her ruin him? Mom, what era is this? You still have this kind of thinking. I know it's the 21st century now. I don't require her to be a virgin, but at least she has to belong to Ake physically and mentally during their relationship. Otherwise, don't even think about entering our home. Miao Ying was serious and angry, leaving Chiu Shualian speechless. Han Che listened to their conversation from beginning to end. His handsome face was gloomy and cold, his eagle eyes were unfathomable. Obviously, he was angry. Miao Ying continued to nag, saying nothing more than that Dong Jiawen was not suitable for Han Che. Chiu Shualian tried her best to explain and defend Dong Jiawen. After dinner, Han Che left his mother to accompany his grandmother and went to the bedroom specially set up for him. He turned on his mobile phone and logged into an entertainment website of Country M. Sure enough, he saw photos of Dong Jiawen. Those intimate photos and reports made his face become even more horrible, and he immediately called Dong Jiawen. The phone rang several times before Dong Jiawen's hoarse voice came, Hello. Carmen, come back here right now. Hearing that it was Han Che, Dong Jiawen yawned and complained lazily, Che, why are you calling me so late? I just went to bed. Come back by plane immediately tomorrow. Han Che continued to order in a cold voice. Dong Jiawen woke up completely, Che, what happened? As my woman, you know you can't cuddle with other men. Dong Jiawen thought for a while, and finally realized, you mean those photos of me and Jack, Mark? You misunderstood, those were taken by the company to promote the new film. I have nothing to do with him, I only have eyes for you, how could I be attracted to other men? I don't care if you're trying to hype me up or not. I only know that I'm the only one who can touch my woman from beginning to end. I'll give you 2 days to deal with things over there, and then come back immediately. Han Che was extremely overbearing. This immediately caused Dong Jiawen to yell, Che, you are kidding. I'm still shooting my new movie. How can I go back? And there will be a series of promotional activities after the new movie is finished. How about this, I will go back to accompany you for a few days after this movie is finished. What I want is not just a few days, but for you to stay with me forever. How can you be so unreasonable? You were not like this before. You have become more and more authoritarian. You are not the Han-chae I know at all. Dong Jiawen suddenly lost her temper and used her usual coquettish tactics. If you continue to do this, I will be angry and ignore you from now on. Unfortunately, this tried and tested method didn't work this time. With a loud bang, Han-chae turned off his phone and rushed out of the bedroom angrily. The black Bugatti Veyron sports car sped along, and the anger emanating from Han-chae in the driver's seat almost set the car on fire. He adjusted the speed to the maximum and only let go of the accelerator when he entered the downtown area. When the car passed a branch of Crown Bakery, his attention was suddenly attracted by a familiar figure. He was startled at first, then pulled the car over. Chapter 16: The Hateful Han-chae. Looking at the delicious biscuits within easy reach, Ling Yiwei's smile grew wider. Last time, I was suddenly taken away by Han-chae, so I couldn't get the cake. Today, I happened to be meeting a guest nearby, so I took the opportunity to get it. Thinking of Han-chae, Ling Yiwei frowned unconsciously. She should not meet that inexplicable guy again in the future. Unfortunately, God could not hear her voice. Her arm was suddenly grabbed by someone, and she was shocked to see that the person in front of her was Han-chae, whom she didn't want to see again at all. It can't be that evil, right? Seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Staring at this cold and evil face, Ling Yiwei felt frustrated and surprised. It was not until he pulled her out of the queue that she came to her senses. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you always like this? I will have someone send 100 boxes of those cakes to you. Ling Yiwei was so angry that she said, "Humph, you are really good at talking. You rich people are used to writing checks, and you are even good at bad checks." Han-chae was stunned at first, then said, "I will definitely order someone to arrange for it this time. Together with the last time, a total of 200 boxes. Mr. Han, please save some money. I don't need your 200 boxes. I just hope you let me go. I really don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. And we shouldn't have anything to do with each other anymore." Ling Yiwei became more and more angry as she spoke, and a look of disgust arose on her face. Han-chae's self-esteem was immediately greatly damaged, and he held onto her and walked towards the parking lot. Ling Yiwei struggled, "Hey, don't you understand what I mean? Let me go." Han-chae really seemed to not understand and continued to hold her tightly, opening the car door and stuffing her in. "Open the door." Ling Yiwei slammed the solid glass window hard, preparing to get out from the driver's seat, but unexpectedly Han-chae's tall body rushed in before her. "Sit tight and fasten your seatbelts." He started the engine while instructing them. Seeing that Ling Yiwei ignored him, he fastened their belts for her himself. Ling Yiwei was filled with rage. She had never seen such a shameless, hateful, and unreasonable person. How was his behavior different from that of a kidnapper? "Han-chae, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep haunting me?" Han-chae remained indifferent and controlled the steering wheel leisurely. "Crazy man, stop the car. If you don't stop, I'm going to call the police." Ling Yiwei was already extremely angry. Meeting such a pervert, she, who was known for her calmness and gentleness, could not help but become unable to control herself. She took out her cell phone from her bag and prepared to call the police. Han-chae stretched out his right arm and snatched her cell phone. "Give me back my phone." Ling Yiwei rushed towards him in a panic. The fresh and light scent of shampoo and the pleasant body fragrance made Han-chae's heart flutter, and he blurted out, "I'm in a bad mood, please accompany me for a while." Ling Yiwei froze suddenly. Han-chae lowered his head and moved closer to her, absorbing the unique fragrance emanating from her. After a while, Ling Yiwei realized that she was very close to him and quickly sat up straight. A deep sense of loss quietly surged into Han-chae's heart. He continued to hold the steering wheel and drove forward absent-mindedly. After that, both of them were silent, and when the car stopped, it was already at the top of the mountain. Han-chae turned off the car and walked out. Ling Yiwei followed him out and was immediately attracted by the beautiful night view in front of her. Looking down from the top of the mountain, you can see the prosperous scenery. The whole G city is like a colorful, dazzling and dynamic city. Ling Yiwei was intoxicated and obsessed with the beautiful scenery before her. After a long while, she turned her gaze to Han-chae, who was standing beside her, and asked hesitantly, "What happened to you tonight? Why did you bring me here?" Han-chae glanced at her, and suddenly, he held her shoulders and kissed her. The sudden kiss caught Ling Yiwei off guard. She stared at him in disbelief with her eyes wide open, and only after a while did she begin to struggle. However, he did not let her go at all, and the kiss became more and more passionate. To prevent her from struggling, he wrapped his long legs around her delicate body, and he grabbed both of her hands with one hand, while his other hand actually crawled to her chest. Ling Yiwei was even more angry and shocked. Without thinking, she opened her mouth and bit his lips hard. Han Che groaned, but continued to ravage her red lips, and his big hands began to wander along her exquisite curves. Ling Yiwei was so anxious that she almost wanted to cry. She pushed him away with all her strength and slapped him in the face without thinking. Par. The crisp sound of slapping was extremely loud on the silent mountain top, and the air around it seemed to be frozen. Han Che's gloomy and terrifying expression made Ling Yiwei panic and frightened, and she stepped back instinctively. Unexpectedly, he did not approach her, but turned back to the car. The car started and sped away. Ling Yiwei realized what was going on and quickly waved her legs to chase after it while shouting, "Hey, you can't leave me behind, damn Han Che, stop the car now." The car soon disappeared. Ling Yiwei stopped chasing and was about to take out her phone to call her family for help, but she found that her bag was still in his car. Hateful, perverted, damn. Ling Yiwei had never cursed and hated someone so much before. She looked around the desolate and lonely surroundings helplessly and vigilantly, feeling very panicked. What should I do? It took me 30 minutes to drive up the mountain, and it would take at least 2 hours to walk down. It was late at night and in the deserted mountains. Would there be bad guys or bandits here? Ling Yiwei suddenly thought of a movie she had watched before, in which the heroine was also alone in such a quiet and deserted mountain. Then she met a gangster and fought desperately with the gangster, and finally saved her life. The more she thought about it, the more she felt chilled. Ling Yiwei found herself trembling all over, and without further delay she began to run along the mountain path. She kept running until she was out of breath and could no longer run, then she slowly changed to walking, looking ahead from time to time, hoping to run into someone passing by, but unfortunately there was still silence around her. Chapter 17 Clearly Cheating. Just when Ling Yiwei was about to cry, she finally saw a little light ahead, and then the whole mountain road was illuminated, and the sound of cars rumbled. It's a police car. "Miss, what are you doing here so late?" the police immediately asked. Ling Yiwei didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing her messy hair and dusty body, the police couldn't help but ask, "Were you robbed?" "Well, we received an alert that someone was robbed here." The police explained, "Were you the one who called the police just now? Are you okay? Where is the robber?" Ling Yiwei didn't know how to explain why she was here alone, and she was afraid that the police would ask her too many questions and cause trouble. When she heard what the police said, she just went along with it and said, "I'm fine, it's just that my bag was stolen and the robber ran away." The police opened the car door and asked her to get in. "I'm glad you're okay. Please get in the car first. Please come with us back to the police station to record your statement." "Record a statement." Ling Yiwei gritted her teeth and got into the car carefully. Then she said, "Brother police officer, do you want to take a look around the area? The criminal might have robbed other people. Anyone else was robbed. Actually, my things were snatched away before I could call the police. I think it was other victims who called the police for help." Ling Yiwei said hesitantly. She didn't want to harm the real victim because of her lie. After hearing this, the police continued to drive along the mountain road, sirens on, and soon found the real victim, but unfortunately could not find the robber. Back at the police station, Ling Yiwei made up a few words to get her confession. Before leaving, she gritted her teeth and borrowed a few dollars from the police to take a ride home. "Our house is in a mess. Xia Wei, are you okay? Didn't you say you would go home after getting the cakes? Mom called you many times, but no one answered." Ling's mother was still in shock and extremely excited. Father Ling Kaijian was also worried. Ling Yiwei looked back and forth at her parents and said hesitantly, "When I was queuing up to get the cake, the company called and asked me to go to the station to pick up a customer. My bag was left in the company car, so I didn't hear your call." Although her explanation was far-fetched, her parents did not doubt or ask any further questions. After all, her safe return was the most important thing. Ling Yiwei washed up briefly, wolfed down her dinner, and lay down on the bed at about 11 p.m. She stared blankly at the ceiling, the scenes of the night gradually creeping into her mind, especially the kiss. I had intended to save this first kiss for the person I loved, but it was destroyed by that devil. There was no romance and sweetness as I had imagined, only deep anger. Seeing his shocked and angry expression, he had probably never been beaten before, right? Thinking of his expression at that time, Ling Yiwei's ashamed and angry heart finally eased a little. She decided that after she got her wallet, mobile phone and ID back from him, she would go to the bridge to beat the villain and pray that this arrogant, and hateful man would never appear in front of her again. The next day, Ling Yiwei took half a day off and visited the Phyllis Eurasian Bank building again. This time she went directly to the top floor and was stopped by the receptionist as soon as she got out of the elevator. "I'm looking for Han Che." Facing the polite receptionist, Ling Yiwei stated her purpose bluntly. The calm and composed face of the receptionist immediately showed surprise. "Excuse me, miss, do you have an appointment? What do you want to see Mr. Han for?" "He owes me something, I'm here to take it back." The receptionist was even more surprised, but she continued to ask politely, "What's your name, miss?" "Last name, Ling." The receptionist called the internal line, "Assistant GAO, there's a Miss Ling here. She said that Mr. Han owes her something. She's at the front desk. Do you want to come over and see what's going on?" Not long after the receptionist hung up the phone, Gao Jijia's tall figure quickly rushed over. Seeing that it was Ling Yiwei, he immediately frowned. "You again? What do you want to see Mr. Han about? He won't meet anyone casually, you should know that." "I don't want him to meet me. I'm looking for him just to take back what belongs to me." Ling Yiwei responded unhappily. Because she disliked Han Che, she became rude to Gao Jijia. "What is that?" Gao Jijia was even more confused. "You won't understand even if I tell you, just let me in to see him." "I'm sorry, I won't let you in unless you explain clearly." Gao Jijia glared at her in a businesslike manner. Ling Yiwei was furious, and then snorted, "He stole my ID, wallet, cell phone, etc., so you can let me in, right?" But after hearing this, Gao Jijia's attitude became even tougher and more arrogant. "Miss Ling, you are such a joke. Are you kidding? I don't have time to joke with you. Do you think Han Che is really that perfect? He is actually an unforgivable bastard." Before she could utter the word, damn, Ling Yiwei suddenly felt her mouth covered by a big hand. When she came to her senses, she found that she had been taken into Han Che's office. "Where's my bag?" Ling Yiwei scolded immediately as he let go. Han Che looked at her thoughtfully. "Hey, did you hear me?" Having witnessed Han Che's despicable behavior, Ling Yiwei was not willing to be polite to him at all. "I don't understand what you are saying." Han Che shrugged, clearly trying to cheat. "You?" Ling Yiwei was furious again. "I left my bag in your car yesterday, return it to me immediately. Is this your attitude when you ask for help?" She begged him. "Please, it's obviously him who made her like this." Thinking of the tragic scene last night, Ling Yiwei was even more furious. "If you don't give it back to me, I'll call the police." Han Che was calm and took the phone and handed it to her. "Go ahead and call the police, but before you do that you'd better think clearly whether you have enough evidence to sue me. Otherwise, don't waste your time." Ling Yiwei, who had just pressed 1, was even more angry and grief-stricken when she heard him say that. She slammed the phone on the desk and burst into tears. "You bad guy, isn't it enough that you hurt me last night? I have no grudges against you, why do you always cause me trouble for no reason?" Seeing her suddenly tearful, Han Che's heart tightened immediately. He walked to her side, took out a few tissues and handed them to her. Ling Yiwei didn't appreciate it and continued to sink into her own grief and helplessness. Han Che personally wiped away her tears, then took her hand and walked out of the office together. Ignoring the surprise and confusion of Gao Jijia and others, he went straight into his exclusive elevator and came to the underground parking garage. He took her bag out of the car and handed it to her. Ling Yiwei took it and checked it quickly, and found that her cell phone, keys, lipstick, hand cream and other items were all there, except her wallet. Looking at the new and beautiful Chanel wallet, she asked him, "Why did you change to this wallet? Where is my original one? Throw it away. Throw it away." Ling Yiwei's beautiful eyes widened. "It looks like a complete mess. If you don't throw it away, are you going to keep it as an antique?" Han Che made a sarcastic expression. Ling Yiwei wanted to kill someone. He knew how much that wallet meant to her. She bought it with the salary from her first part-time job while studying, and she had used it for 6 years. Although it was a little damaged, she was reluctant to replace it. Chapter 18 Surprise. This is much better than yours. Han Che hummed proudly. Yes, this one is very beautiful, fashionable, and high-end. You can tell at a glance that it is worth a lot of money, but in her eyes it can't compare with hers at all. Ling Yiwei took her eyes off the wallet again and was about to look up and curse, but found that he had already walked away silently. Staring at his tall, straight, confident back, Ling Yiwei couldn't help gritting her teeth, secretly cursing in her heart that he would have an elevator breakdown and be trapped for 3 to 5 days, and finally die of hunger and thirst. In the following days, Ling Yiwei continued to live the life of an ordinary office worker who commuted between 2 points. Xiao Jinghua asked her out for dinner twice more. Since he adopted a gradual approach to pursuit, their relationship remained at the friendship stage and did not develop much. This is exactly what Ling Yiwei, who is thinking about Xiao Haozi all the time, wants. She hopes that her relationship with Xiao Jinghua can remain pure forever, so that they won't hurt each other's feelings and she can have one more friend. As for Han Che, he had long been forgotten by her. Until one day she received a call with a very strange caller ID. Ona? When did she save such a phone number? How come she has no memory of it at all? And that ringtone? Little slave, answer the phone. Little slave, answer the phone. Listening to the evil and terrifying ringing tone of the phone, Ling Yiwei almost fainted. After listening carefully, she gradually understood what was going on. This voice seems familiar, it seems to be that gentlemanly villain Han Che. The phone was still ringing. After thinking for a moment, Ling Yiwei pressed the answer button. A deep and rich voice came from the other end immediately. Why did you take so long to answer the phone? It's really him. Ling Yiwei suppressed her anger and pretended not to know the man and asked, Excuse me, who are you? The other party probably didn't expect her to ask this, and he was speechless. Ling Yiwei snorted and continued, Hey, who are you? Are you on the wrong line? I'm hanging up now. It's me. The other end finally spoke again. Nonsense, everyone who calls will say it's me. Who is this me? Han Che. Han Che. Which Han Che? Ling Yiwei continued to act crazy and stupid. This was a rare opportunity for revenge, so of course she would not let it go. Ling Kaijin's boss. Han Che used his trump card. Ling Yiwei couldn't laugh anymore. What a despicable person, he actually threatened her with his father. However, her inherent pride made her unwilling to bow her head, so she deliberately stretched out her tone and said coldly, So it's Mr. Han, what can I do for you? After a moment of silence, the other side said, My grandmother wants to invite you to dinner. Miao Ying's grandmother? The image of that elegant and amiable old man flashed through Ling Yiwei's mind. Come and wait downstairs of my company at 6:30 tomorrow night, and I'll take you there. Han Che's tone gradually returned to being indifferent and domineering. Ling Yiwei refused. Why should I go to your company to wait? If I have to go, you should come to pick me up. I don't have time to pick you up. Then I don't have time to wait for you. Ling Yiwei simply hung up the phone. In less than 2 seconds, Han Che called again, his voice filled with anger. No one has ever dared to hang up on me, you are the first. So what if I hang up on you? Talking to an arrogant and rude person like you is not only a waste of words, but also a waste of electricity. Ling Yiwei was not afraid at all. I'll say it again, you must show up downstairs of my company on time at 6:30 tomorrow night, otherwise, you know the consequences. After saying that, he hung up. Ling Yiwei stamped her feet in anger. She knew what he meant by the consequences. She swore that when she made enough money, the first thing she would do was to ask her father to resign. She would see what else this domineering and hateful scum could use to threaten her. No matter how unwilling and angry she was, for the sake of her father's job, Ling Yiwei still came to Han Che's company as agreed after get-off work the next day. It was past 6:30, but there was still no sign of him, so she called his cell phone. I'm still in a meeting, please wait a moment, the other end said hurriedly, leaving her with silence again. Ling Yiwei stared at her phone in a daze, and couldn't help cursing him for his rudeness in her heart. Then she walked to the chair on the left side of the building entrance, sat down, opened her phone and started watching short videos. Time passed by little, and Ling Yiwei was immersed in various wonderful videos until her arm suddenly hurt. He is finally here. Ling Yiwei frowned unconsciously and said, Why do you always pull me? I can walk by myself. Han Che was stunned. Yes, why did he always pull her? Apart from Carmen, he rarely had physical contact with anyone. To this barbaric and rude girl, it was like a habit, and he took it for granted. Thinking of his own inexplicable behavior, Han Che shook his head irritably, let her go, and walked straight towards the car. Ling Yiwei hurried after him, got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and asked nonchalantly, "Why would your grandma invite me to dinner for no reason? Why don't you just ask her directly later?" Han Che started to act cool again. Ling Yiwei rolled her eyes. Humph, if it wasn't he for her father's job, she really wanted to curse and teach him what politeness is on behalf of his parents. "Who else will be dining with us? Who do you want?" Han Che asked instead of answering, and the car started moving. Ling Yiwei's mind reflexively flashed Xiu Shuilian's proud face, and she asked, "Where's your mother?" "She's not available." Ling Yiwei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. "Then should I be careful about anything when I eat?" "You're asking this too?" Han Che twitched the corner of his lips. "Humph, if you don't want to ask, then don't ask. Is that so great?" Ling Yiwei completely ignored him and started watching the short video again. Han Che turned the steering wheel with his hands skillfully, his handsome face was calm and he didn't know what to think. And so they arrived at the old lady's villa. The old man who had been waiting for a long time couldn't wait to come forward to greet her, and Ling Yiwei also hurriedly greeted her politely. "Oh, girl, do you have a bad memory or are you doing it on purpose? Didn't I tell you to just call me grandma?" Miao Ying complained in feigned anger. Ling Yiwei smiled awkwardly, hesitated for a few seconds, and then gently called out, "Grandma." Miao Ying was overjoyed, holding her hand and saying lovingly, "Be good, that's right. I haven't seen you for a while, but you're still so pretty and cute." The more she looked at the beautiful and clean girl in front of her, the more satisfied she became. Ling Yiwei's face flushed, and she quickly handed over the paper bag she had brought, saying respectfully, "Grandma, this is a little gift from me, please accept it." "Oh, what is this?" A gleam of light flashed in Miao Ying's brown eyes. "Grandma, can you open it and take a look?" Ling Yiwei didn't answer directly, wanting to give Miao Ying a surprise. Miao Ying's smile became even more pronounced. She returned to the sofa and sat down. She opened the paper bag and carefully took out the contents. She was pleasantly surprised and immediately removed the thin and transparent tape. Plum blossoms, apricot blossoms, peach blossoms, peonies, pomegranates, lotus flowers, coxcombs, osmunthus flowers, chrysanthemums, hibiscus flowers, camellias, and daffodils. There are exactly 12 kinds of flowers put together to form a pot of paper flowers, colorful and gorgeous, just like real flowers. Miao Ying was excited and delighted, and turned her gaze to Ling Yiwei. "How do you know I like these 12 kinds of flowers? Have you also heard the story of the 12 flower gods? I saw it at your birthday party, Grandma. Unfortunately, I don't have that much money, so I can't hire someone to design an expensive brooch like President Han did. I hope you don't mind." Ling Yiwei explained. "Oh, why would I dislike it? You made it yourself, it's more valuable than Che's. In Grandma's eyes, yours is a priceless treasure." "Then, thank you, Grandma." Ling Yiwei smiled knowingly. Miao Ying also continued to smile. "By the way, how do you know about this?" "I worked part-time at a paper folding flower shop while I was in school. I learned a little bit, but my craftsmanship is not good. I hope Grandma doesn't mind. You are such a modest kid. Your craftsmanship is comparable to that of a master craftsman. You are clever and skillful, and you are kind-hearted. It must be a blessing for a Che to get to know you." Miao Ying then looked at Han Che. "A Che, don't you agree?" Chapter 19 Inexplicable Annoyance. It is undeniable that when Han Che saw this unique pot of paper flowers just now, he felt a little admiration for Ling Yiwei. Of course, he would not express these feelings, after all, he was not used to it. He just smiled faintly and changed the subject. "Grandma, let's go eat first, otherwise the food will get cold." Miao Ying took another look at the paper flowers, then took Ling Yiwei and walked towards the dining room together. The dining table was filled with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, which was similar to the menu of the last birthday party, and it made people's appetites whetted just by looking at it. "Yiwei, there's no outsider here today, so you can eat without worry," Miao Ying said with a smile to Ling Yiwei who was sitting on her left. Ling Yiwei was startled and asked in embarrassment, "Grandma, did you see everything?" Miao Ying sighed, "You and I are both considerate people. It seems that we are really destined to be together. Pick up your chopsticks and treat this as your home. Ache and I eat here often." These things are prepared for you. You must eat them all and don't waste grandma's kindness. Ling Yiwei looked at Miao Ying's kind and sincere face with gratitude, then looked at Han Che, who was at a loss for words, and nodded with a smile. Then I will respectfully obey your command. She enjoyed the various delicacies with relish and enthusiasm until she put down her chopsticks and realized that she had eaten almost all the dishes on the table by herself, while Han Che and Miao Ying had only tasted a little. Ling Yiwei bit her lip awkwardly. Sorry. I seem to. These things are specially made for you. Grandma will be angry if you don't finish them. The considerate Miao Ying immediately interrupted her. Come and eat with grandma more often in the future, okay? Ling Yiwei groaned in silence. She thought today was the first and last time she would eat here. I forgot that you should date more often and have no time to accompany an old woman like me. Miao Ying laughed again. Catching the disappointment and melancholy in the old man's eyes, Ling Yiwei couldn't bear it and explained, No, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Really? Then come more often in the future. Miao Ying's eyes immediately lit up again. The paper flowers you made are really beautiful. Grandma also wants to learn. Do you mind being grandma's mentor? Ling Yiwei shook her head. Of course I don't mind. If grandma likes it, I will teach you. Then we can fold paper flowers while talking about the stories of the 12 flower gods. Wow, it makes me happy just thinking about it. Miao Ying smiled from the bottom of her heart and was almost dancing. Ling Yiwei was also in a happy mood and continued to look at her with a smile. Han Che sat beside them from beginning to end without saying a word, but he heard the entire conversation between Ling Yiwei and Miao Ying, including the moment when Ling Yiwei denied having a boyfriend. After the meal, everyone continued to chat for a while. Miao Ying took into consideration that they still had to go to work tomorrow, so she didn't want to keep them for long. In fact, the most important reason was that she wanted to give them some private space to develop their relationship. Before leaving, she kept winking at Han Che. Han Che naturally understood what she meant, but did not say anything. He just smiled gently and then took Ling Yiwei away from the Chiu family villa. The carriage was as quiet as ever. Ling Yiwei leaned back in the comfortable chair and closed her eyes to rest. Han Che glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and asked suddenly, Why did you lie? Ling Yiwei opened her eyes and asked in confusion, Huh? Isn't your boyfriend studying in England? Why did you tell my grandmother that you don't have a boyfriend? Ling Yiwei suddenly realized and was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Han Che thought he had guessed right, and became even more inexplicably annoyed. He snorted coldly, You women are either vain or you like to lie. You really deserve to die. What do you mean? Ling Yiwei couldn't help but get angry after being scolded for no reason again. What do you mean? You really don't understand. You're showing off to me that your boyfriend is abroad, and then you're telling my grandma that you're single. Do you want my grandma to introduce you to a rich man so that you can marry into a wealthy family and enjoy delicacies every day? As he spoke more and more outrageously, Ling Yiwei became even more annoyed and angry. She instinctively wanted to fight back, but her cell phone happened to ring. Seeing the caller ID above, she suppressed her anger for the time being and pressed the answer button. Jinghua. Yiwei, are you at home? Are you still awake? Xiao Jinghua's gentle voice came slowly from the other side. After several interactions, they began to call each other by their names. Ling Yiwei thought for a moment and replied, Well, I'm at home. Why are you calling me so late? Are you free the day after tomorrow night? Have you seen the movie you mentioned last time? I was not free when the first episode was released, but now the second episode is about to be released, so I plan to go and see it. Xiao Jinghua explained his purpose. I just watched it today, but I watched it on my phone, and it wasn't satisfying at all. I was just about to go to the cinema to watch it again. Ling Yiwei's bad mood disappeared. It seems like we have a good chemistry. Let's watch it together the day after tomorrow night. Okay, what time do we meet? I booked a ticket for 9 o'clock. We'll have dinner after get off work, and it will be just in time for us to enter the venue. Yeah, okay. That's it for now, you should get some rest early. You should also go to bed early. Good night. Ling Yiwei hung up the phone and was in a good mood. The anger that had just been caused by Han Che had long disappeared. However, someone's mood seemed to be getting worse. His handsome face was full of contempt and disdain, and his two charming thin lips emitted a harsh mockery. As far as I know, Xiao Jinghua's net worth is very average. Do you want me to introduce you to some truly rich people? Ling Yiwei was stunned at first, then angry, but after thinking about it, she held back and simply ignored him. Han Che's eyes darkened, and his anger grew inexplicably. He simply vented his anger on the car, stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, and sped all the way back to the city. "Get out of the car," he shouted coldly without naming anyone. The crazy car racing just now made Ling Yiwei's face pale and frightened. Now she is still in a state of shock, holding the seat handles tightly with both hands. Han Che continued to order with a frosty face, "I said, get out of the car. Didn't you hear me? Or do you want me to throw you out myself?" Ling Yiwei gradually regained consciousness. She glared at him angrily and opened the car door. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Han Che started driving the car, and the wind almost swept her to the ground. Trying her best to steady herself, Ling Yiwei stared at the speeding sports car in confusion, cursed silently a few words, and hailed a taxi to go home. After Han Che got home, he turned up the hi-fi to the maximum, lay down on the bed with his clothes on, and immersed himself in this deafening world of music. Soon, he got up, took out 2 bottles of red wine from the wine cabinet, and drank them alone. In less than half an hour, his face was flushed, his eyes were blurry, and his mind was in confusion. The phone in his pocket kept vibrating, but he didn't want to answer it. The call kept coming. He cursed, answered it, and yelled, "Who?" Chapter 20. This Han Che is either a lunatic or a pervert. There was silence for a second, and then Dong Jiawen's slightly complaining voice came, "Why did you take so long to answer the phone? It's so noisy over there, are you outside? In the disco?" Han Che pursed his lips and did not answer. "Che, why aren't you talking? Are you still angry with me? Are you blaming me for not calling you? You have to understand that I'm a girl and I have my own dignity and pride. Last time, it was you who got angry with me first and hung up on me. You should have taken the initiative to call me." Dong Jiawen's soft and delicate voice was full of pity and sadness. Unfortunately, Han Che remained unmoved. "Che, please say something. I have already put down my dignity and dignity, do you still want me to kneel down?" "I don't want you to kneel down. You should know what I want." Han Che replied. "I understand. But you also have to understand me. You love me and should support my dream. Don't talk about love to me. The moment you left without permission, I decided not to love you anymore." Han Che turned down the hi-fi slightly and kept breathing heavily under his nose. It was the first time that Dong Jiawen heard Han Che's ruthless and resolute words. She was not only surprised, but also terrified. The trembling in her voice showed her panic. "Che, stop being angry." Han Che snorted, "I don't have time to fight with you. Li Jun is right, who am I, Han Che? How can I hang myself on a tree? As long as I beckon, there are plenty of women who will throw themselves at me. If you want to take revenge on me and provoke me, then you have succeeded. But don't forget, no matter how many women throw themselves at you, they are not as good as me. Only I am worthy of you." The arrogant Dong Jiawen couldn't help but raise her voice. "HMPH, you women are all self-righteous, vain fools. None of you is worthy of me." It seems that Han Che is already drunk. Dong Jiawen's panting voice could be vaguely heard from the other end of the phone. "Che, what's wrong with you? You never speak so harshly. Also, where are you? Who are you with?" Han Che's handsome face continued to have an arrogant and evil expression, his eyes were red with alcohol. "I'm in the hotel, making love with a woman." "No, you are lying, you are cheating. You said that you would not touch other women except me. Please remember your identity and don't let those lowly women contaminate the noble you." Dong Jiawen was also going crazy. Han Che said nothing more. He hung up the phone with a sneer and turned off his cell phone. He raised the bottle in his hand again, letting the blood-red liquid flow into his mouth, burning and paralyzing his mind and nerves violently and madly. On the 18th floor of a building in the commercial district of City G, in an office of about 200 square meters, it is spacious and bright, solemn and quiet, and everyone is busy at their seats. A quick and crisp cell phone ring broke the silence in the room. The ringtone came from Ling Yiwei's desk, but she was not at her seat. The cell phone rang continuously for about 2 minutes, and Li Xiaoling, who was sitting in the front row in front of Ling Yiwei, had to run over to answer it. "Why did you take so long to answer the phone?" An angry male voice immediately came from the other end. Li Xiaoling was stunned. "Excuse me, who are you? The person on the other end of the phone probably realized that the person answering the phone was not Ling Yiwei herself, and asked back, "Who are you? This person is so rude." This was Li Xiaoling's first reaction, but she still answered truthfully, "I am Yiwei's colleague, and you? Who are you?" Unfortunately, there was still no direct response from the other end. The cold voice continued to ask, "Where is she?" "Yiwei is in a meeting in the boss's office." Li Xiaoling remained polite and courteous. "Is she in a meeting? Or is she afraid to answer the phone? Stop talking nonsense and give her the phone." Li Xiaoling rolled her eyes but continued patiently, "Sir, Yiwei is really in a meeting." "And who are you? Are you sure you called the right number? Are you really looking for Yiwei?" She couldn't help but wonder if this inexplicable man had made the wrong choice. "Isn't there a caller ID? I am her owner." After hearing this, the first thought that flashed through Li Xiaoling's mind was, this man is either a psychopath or the one who made the most recent phone prank. She decided not to waste any more time and hung up the phone immediately. Unexpectedly, the phone rang again in less than 2 seconds. Li Xiaoling saw that the caller ID showed anonymous, which made her more certain of her thoughts, so she simply pressed the power off button. Just at this time, Ling Yiwei came out after the meeting. "Wei Wei, you're in trouble. You've been possessed by a psychopath." Li Xiaoling couldn't wait to report to her and handed the phone back to her. Ling Yiwei didn't know what was going on. She took the call and asked, "Is there a phone call for me? Who's calling?" Seeing Ling Yiwei about to turn on the phone, Li Xiaoling stopped her in time, "Don't turn it on." Ling Yiwei continued to be confused, but she turned on her phone anyway. Just then another call came in, and she answered it. "Damn woman, how dare you ignore my words and hang up on me again and again?" A deafening roar and growl quickly came from the other end. "It's him? That arrogant, conceited and perverted Han Che." Ling Yiwei frowned unconsciously and asked calmly, "What's the matter? Apologize to me." Ridiculous. Ling Yiwei didn't intend to be polite. "If you have something to say it quickly, or I'll hang up." Han Che was still struggling with his previous guess. "Why did you give the phone to someone else just now? Are you avoiding me?" Ling Yiwei's delicate face showed a helpless expression, and she lowered her voice to explain, "I'm in a meeting." "You're talking nonsense. You must have seen the caller ID and I was avoiding him on purpose." "You're talking nonsense. Let me make it clear again, I was in a meeting just now and I really didn't know you called. And your caller ID showed anonymous, I didn't even know it was you." "Anonymous? What did you say? Didn't you save my number?" Han Che was surprised in anger. In order to avoid leaking his mobile phone number, he made a setting that unless the other party's mobile phone saved his number, it would show anonymously. What he didn't know was that the last time he finished eating at Miao Ying's grandmother's house, he was abandoned by Han Che halfway on his way back to the city. Ling Yiwei got angry and deleted his phone number on the spot. "Why aren't you talking? What on earth do you want to talk to me about? I still have a lot of work to do. If you don't tell me, I'll really hang up." Ling Yiwei's helpless voice was full of doubts. She really couldn't understand why there was such a man in the world. "You dare? What do you think?" Han Che probably knew Ling Yiwei's temper well. Even though he was very upset and angry, he temporarily gave up the pursuit and got back to business. "Grandma has arranged a dinner date with me tomorrow night. Come to my company and wait for me after get off work. I'm busy." Ling Yiwei refused without thinking. "I don't believe it. Whether you believe it or not, I just don't have time. Xinghua asked me out for dinner." Not wanting to waste any more time with him, Ling Yiwei simply made things clear. "Push him away. Impossible. Isn't it just a meal? What did he take you to eat? Tell me everything and I'll have someone prepare it. This is not a question of what to eat, this is a matter of principle. I promised him first, so please apologize to Miao Ying's grandmother on my behalf. I won't go tomorrow night." In fact, what she wanted to say was that even if Xinghua didn't make an appointment, she would not go with him, because she would find it annoying to look at a scumbag like him even once more. "I don't care, I want you to push him." Faced with his tyranny and brutality, Ling Yiwei almost wanted to vomit blood. She realized that she had attracted the attention of many colleagues, so she decided not to continue arguing with him and said the last words to him, "I'm busy, really busy. Maybe next time." After saying that, he hung up the phone and turned off the phone. Chapter 21 Che, you are not interested in her, are you? Yue, who is calling? I rarely see you so angry. Is it that lunatic just now? Do you really know him? Li Xiaoling came over and asked, half out of curiosity and half out of concern. Well, he is a person with a mental problem. I don't know him. Ling Yue didn't want to explain, nor did she know how to explain, so she simply went along with Li Xiaoling's guess. Li Xiaoling believed it. You know, he actually said he was your master. He thought it was ancient times and that you were his pet. If I didn't want to cause trouble, I really wanted to suggest that he go see a doctor. Ling Yue patted her shoulder and began to work. Li Xiaoling also shrugged and returned to her seat. Olaf's Italian restaurant. The environment is quiet and elegant, the decoration is luxurious and grand, and beautiful and smooth music fills every corner. Che, you asked us to dine here just to see them. Li Jun stirred the coffee in front of him boredly. Zhang Shaoqi was also quite puzzled. After all, this was totally unlike Han Che's personality. Han Che said nothing, his dark eyes fixed on a table not far away. We received your call right after we got off the plane today. We thought you had changed your ways and wanted to welcome us back home. Who knew? Che, you're not interested in that woman, are you? Zhang Shaoqi asked, expressing his concern. Han Che remained silent, his expression unfathomable. Perhaps only he himself knew what he was thinking at the moment. Li Jun felt bored and stopped asking questions, picking up the coffee and pouring it into his mouth. Zhang Shaoqi also ate his snacks absent-mindedly. Ling Yue and Xiao Jinghua, who were having dinner, had no idea that they had become the subject of discussion. They continued chatting and laughing as usual. It is indeed an authentic Italian restaurant. The pasta here is much more delicious than outside. Ling Yue tasted a few bites of the pasta and praised it highly. This Italian restaurant is one of the best in the city. It is famous for its pasta, seafood, and desserts. Xiao Jinghua explained gently while eating. Ling Yue smiled brightly. By the way, Jinghua, I'll treat you tonight, just order whatever you want. Xiao Jinghua was stunned and immediately refused. No, I invited you here, how can I let you pay? Friends should always give and take. You've treated me so many times, so it's only right that I treat you back. It just so happens that I got my salary today. No, Yue, I really can't let you treat us. Xiao Jinghua was firm. Ling Yue hesitated for a moment and said seriously, Jinghua, we are friends, right? How can I be embarrassed if I ask you to treat me every time? But if you insist again, I won't dare to have dinner with you next time. Ling Yue simply used her trump card. Xiao Jinghua had no choice but to compromise. Okay, this is just the once, and it won't happen again. Ling Yue didn't respond, but changed the subject and said, what else do you want to eat? How about a meat plate? Oh, no thanks. I suddenly remembered that my stomach hasn't been very good recently, so why not cancel the seafood platter? You have a bad stomach. Why did you order it just now? Ling Yue was puzzled for a moment, then realized, are you saving money for me? Are you worried that I will spend money to cancel it? Jinghua, there's no need. I can still afford a meal or half a meal. No, I just forgot. I really have a bad stomach and you can't finish it by yourself. Let's not eat it today. Ling Yue still didn't believe it, but seeing that he had made up his mind, she was worried that further argument would attract other people's attention, so she had no choice but to give up. But we've already ordered the food for so long, can we still cancel it? Of course, this dish takes a lot of time to prepare. I'm familiar with the manager here, so it's absolutely no problem. Besides, if we don't eat at the restaurant, we can pass it on to the next customer. This dish is very popular and is almost a must-order for every table. Oh well. Xiao Jinghua smiled at her, turned around to call the waiter, and finally saw Han Che and the others. Seeing Xiao Jinghua suddenly stunned, Ling Yue was puzzled. She followed his gaze and met the familiar stern face. She couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Jinghua was the first to come back to his senses. He nodded politely to Han Che and then called the waiter over. After things were settled, he said to Ling Yue, Yue, there is actually something I wanted to ask you for a long time. Are you familiar with that Han Che? How did you two meet? Ling Yue paused and roughly recounted how she had misunderstood Han Che for molesting her father, how her father had gotten into some trouble and needed Han Che's help, and so she owed Han Che a favor. Xiao Jinghua suddenly realized, and his face showed a little joy. does that mean there is no relationship between you two? Of course, do you think we have any relationship? Well. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Ling Yiwei said hesitantly, you think too much, that kind of person is not my type. That's good. He is definitely not a man you can mess with. He has high standards and has only had one girlfriend for many years. Although his girlfriend's family background is not comparable to his, it is almost the same. They once studied abroad together. As Ling Yiwei listened, she couldn't help but recall a certain scene when she first went to the company to find Han Che and had an interview with Han Che, as well as the scene when Han Che asked Miao Ying to be a female companion on the birthday of Miao Ying's grandmother. Yiwei, what's wrong with you? You're stunned. Are you okay? Oh, I just suddenly thought of something else. Eat quickly, or it will get cold. Ling Yiwei smiled at him. The beautiful smile exuded an irresistible charm, which stunned Xiao Jinghua. All of this naturally fell into the eyes of Han Che and others who were not far away. Che, you didn't eat and stared at those two guys all night. Don't tell me you are really interested in that woman. Li Jun's eyes were full of disbelief and confusion. Nonsense. Che is only interested in one woman, and that is Jiawen. Zhang Shaoqi also said immediately. Then why is he doing this? Che, don't you know that it's rude to stare at people who are talking about love? Li Jun was really impatient and just teased him. They are just ordinary friends, they are not in love. Han Che finally spoke, but what he said was incomprehensible. How do you know? You are very familiar with him? Also, when have you ever lowered your standards and taken the time to get to know those inferior people? Li Jun continued to tease. He was always suppressed by the stinky guy Han Che on weekdays. This time he had a rare opportunity to fight back, so he naturally didn't want to let it go. Soon when he saw Ling Yiwei paying the bill, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "Oh my god, is Xiao Jinghua a gigolo? He actually wants a woman to pay for the meal. Isn't Xiao Mark an ordinary office worker? How can he afford to support a gigolo? Did she hide it well? Or did she pretend successfully?" Zhang Shaoqi was also confused and sighed meaningfully. The cold, flashing black eyes stared at Ling Yiwei without blinking until they paid the bill and left. Chapter 22. If you had made trouble earlier, I would have taken you in the car. The office is always busy during working hours. Ling Yiwei kept holding the microphone and talking non-stop. The factory was unable to ship the orders she was responsible for in time. After answering the last call, she finally had some time to rest. Li Xiaoling handed her a cup of honey water with a thin stream of smoke. Still can't fix it. Have a cup of hot water. I added honey to it. It can relieve your abdominal pain. Ling Yiwei immediately gave her a grateful look and said, "Was I very fierce just now?" Well, she is indeed a bit hotter than the usual docile little beauty. But women are like this during their periods. Besides, it was the factory that was at fault in the first place. Last time, they failed to deliver the goods and caused us to lose trust with our customers. This is the second time. I can't find any reason to forgive them again. Of course I don't forgive you, otherwise it would be like this every time. Ling Yiwei sighed helplessly and drank a few sips of honey water. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. Anonymous call. Could it be Han Che again? What's wrong with this man? Why has he been haunting me and messing up my life lately? Seeing Ling Yiwei staring blankly at the ringing phone, Li Xiaoling couldn't help but remind her, "Why don't you answer the phone?" Ling Yiwei smiled hesitantly and then pressed the answer button. It was indeed Han Che. His attitude was still so domineering and barbaric. "Stay with me tonight." Ling Yiwei rolled her eyes and refused without thinking, "I'm busy. I know Xiao Jinghua went to Malaysia for a meeting this morning and didn't ask you out at all." Ling Yiwei was petrified when she heard this. Is this man bored or perverted? He actually went to investigate Xiao Jinghua's whereabouts. Besides, who said that she was not free just because she had an appointment with Xiao Jinghua? It was really inexplicable. Probably because he hadn't received a response from Ling Yiwei for a long time, Han Che became a little anxious and started to speak without thinking. This man who was smart and wise in the business world was not an ordinary idiot when it came to socializing. Have you made an appointment with other men? Can't Xiao Jinghua satisfy you? Ling Yiwei was completely enraged. Her pretty face turned red and green. She rushed out of her seat and went to the toilet, cursing, "How many men do I have? What's your business? You lunatic. Pervert." She was so angry that she was shaking all over, and she hung up after cursing. Han Che called again, his cold voice gritting his teeth. You hung up on me again. How about I hang up on you? Who do you think you are? Ling Yiwei fought back fearlessly and turned off her phone. After a while, Ling Yiwei gradually calmed down and returned to her seat. Wei Wei, who were you talking to just now? Are you okay? Li Xiaoling asked her impatiently. Ling Yiwei tried to force a smile. It's okay. But, who is that person? Wrong line. Wrong contact. Could it be the psychopath from last time? Li Xiaoling was surprised. If it's really him, then it's a big problem. Do you want to call the police? It's not a good idea to continue being harassed like this. Oh, it's okay. I think it won't be like that in a few days. Don't worry, just get back to work. Ling Yiwei said and turned her attention to the computer. After get off work, she said goodbye to Li Xiaoling downstairs of the company and walked towards the subway station. Just after she walked a short distance, she heard a horn sound behind her. Seeing the familiar sports car, she frowned and subconsciously quickened her pace and ran forward. Unfortunately, he was stopped before he could run far. Han Che's hateful voice rang out. You obviously didn't have a date, but you lied to me. Ling Yiwei raised her head and said angrily, What are you doing? Let me go. What should I do? I want to punish you, the little liar. Let's see if you dare to fool me again in the future. Han Che steadied her struggling hand and led her towards his car. Asshole, let me go. It's none of your business whether I lie or not. Ling Yiwei struggled hard. If you don't let go, I'm going to scream. Han Che was obviously not threatened and continued to move forward. Ling Yiwei was so angry that she couldn't help but yell. As soon as she uttered the word molest, Han Che covered her mouth in time. This time, he hugged and dragged her into his luxury car. Ling Yiwei climbed to the driver's seat, ready to escape from there, but Han Che was prepared and the door was closed tightly until he reached inside with his upper body. Ling Yiwei grabbed the armrest of the driver's seat to prevent him from coming in. She was no match for him at all. Han Che frowned first, then a strange evil smile escaped from the corner of his lips. He simply pressed his whole body towards her, pressed on her chest, and rubbed it evilly. Ling Yiwei was caught off guard and was stunned. After she came to her senses a little while later, she hurried back to the passenger seat. At the same time, Han Che's tall body successfully occupied the driver's seat. Pervert, let me out now. Ling Yiwei's eyes widened and her face turned red with anger. Han Che ignored her and started the car. Hey, did you hear me? Ling Yiwei angrily reached out to the steering wheel and twirled it. Han Che held her hand with one hand and turned the steering wheel with the other, not being affected at all. Ling Yiwei was unwilling to give up, so she kicked his feet with her feet, trying to pry his feet off the brake mace. Han Che's long legs had been firmly holding the brakes, but to prevent her from continuing to cause trouble, he still issued a warning, if you dare to mess around again, I will kill you in the car. Ling Yiwei's watery eyes widened. What did he say? Fearing that he would really do something wrong, Ling Yiwei had to hold back her anger and calm down. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? Han Che's handsome face was full of pride and arrogance. Ling Yiwei glared at him angrily, then turned to look outside the car, deciding to ignore him. The car continued to run, and soon it was far away from the downtown area, and rows of lush green trees came into view. You took me up the mountain again. Ling Yiwei was still frightened by the terrifying experience last time. Han Che remained silent, with an unfathomable and strange look on his face. Ling Yiwei was in a state of confusion, wondering what to do. Time passed by little, and when she came to her senses, the car had stopped. I won't get off. Ling Yiwei held the armrest of the seat tightly. The wide-open car door was like the door to hell to her. It seems like you really want to do that with me in the car. Han Che narrowed his deep black eyes and said meaningfully, his expression still looking damn hateful. Nonsense, that's not the case. Ling Yiwei really wanted to punch him in his evil face. Then why don't you go down? The reason why she didn't go down was that she was worried that he would leave her on the top of the mountain again. She couldn't guarantee that she would be so lucky to run into a police car every time. I'll count to 3. If you don't go down, don't blame me for being rude. 1, 2. Seeing him getting closer and closer, especially with that terrifying look deliberately squeezed out of that junksy face, Ling Yiwei could no longer care about anything else. She pushed him away and quickly jumped out of the car. Of course, she didn't notice the amusement that flashed across Han-chae's eyes, nor the wanton low laughter. Chapter 23. I don't have a girlfriend. No longer enjoying the beautiful night view happily like last time, Ling Yiwei was on guard at all times. Han-chae stood on the same level as her, looking into the distance without saying a word. Seeing that a long time had passed, Ling Yiwei could no longer hold back and asked, "Why did you bring me up here? We are alone, a man and a woman, on a quiet mountain. What do you think we should do?" Han-chae also turned his head. His handsome face seemed even more charming, but also mysterious. Ling Yiwei was annoyed and pursed her lips and said softly, "I'm serious with you." Did what I just said sound like a joke? Han-chae still had that ambiguous tone. Ling Yiwei stamped her feet subconsciously, pouted her lips unconsciously, and glanced at him angrily. Little did she know that such an unintentional action of hers was a fatal temptation in the eyes of men, including the arrogant Han-chae. His dark and bright pupils suddenly shrank, his eyelids half closed, and he shone a hot light at her. Ling Yiwei felt uneasy for no reason and quickly turned her face away to avoid his strange gaze. "For you women, which is more important, lover or ideal?" The deep and rich voice came into my ears with the wind. Ling Yiwei was startled, this sounded so familiar. By the way, when I went to negotiate with him for the first time, he asked me this question for some unknown reason. Why don't you answer? Answer? How to answer? Ling Yiwei was at a loss. Han-chae grabbed her arm. Ling Yiwei immediately frowned in pain and said subconsciously, "Ideal." Why? Han-chae did not let her go because he was not satisfied with her answer. Because right now, ideals are really important to her. Feeling that he was increasing his intensity, Ling Yiwei advised, "Boss Han, why don't you just ask your girlfriend directly? I think she can give you a satisfactory answer." Little did he know that it had hit Han-chae's sore spot. His stern face suddenly turned gloomy and terrifying. "Oh, can you let me go first? You're holding me so hard, it really hurts." Her painful expression made Han-chae reflexively let go, and suddenly declared, "I don't have a girlfriend." Ling Yiwei rubbed her aching arm in surprise. He doesn't have a girlfriend. But Xiao Jinghuo clearly said that he has a girlfriend who is well matched with him, and he also clearly said in the company last time that he was abandoned by his girlfriend. "I'll tell you again, I don't have a girlfriend." Han-chae roared again. Looking at him acting so nervous, Ling Yiwei subconsciously took a few steps back. Han-chae approached, "Are you afraid of me? Afraid that I want you to be my woman?" Ling Yiwei was stunned, her face turned pale. "God bless, please don't let this be true." Han-chae twitched the corner of his lips and sneered contemptuously, "Don't be so wishful thinking, you are not qualified enough." Wow. What is he talking about? He was clearly the one who asked that question, but now it turned out to be my wishful thinking. There's something wrong with his brain. Although she disdained to have anything to do with him, Ling Yiwei couldn't help feeling unhappy and ashamed to be ridiculed like this, so she ignored him and walked away. This time Han-chae did not follow, but stood still, looking down at the mountain in a daze. He vaguely saw a beautiful figure constantly emerging in the red and green lights, which made him involuntarily recall scenes from the past. Time passed quietly like water. Han-chae came back to his senses first and walked towards the sports car. Seeing this, Ling Yiwei quickly followed him, and as soon as he opened the car door, she got in immediately. Han-chae fastened his seat belt and glanced at her meaningfully. "You're running so fast, are you afraid that I'll leave you on the mountain again?" Mentioning the last time, Ling Yiwei became angry again and gave him a resentful look. Han-chae raised his thin lips slightly and asked slowly, "How did you get down the mountain last time? You won't tell me. It seems I have to let you try again." "I went back in a police car." Ling Yiwei answered, fearing that he would really make her go through it again. A trace of astonishment flashed in Han-chae's eyes. "Why?" Ling Yiwei hesitated for a moment, then told him the whole story. She found that he kept laughing, and she wanted to tear his hateful and evil face apart. Later, the car started. Han-chae stopped talking, and Ling Yiwei also remained silent until they returned to the gate of the community where Ling Yiwei lived. "I actually ran into my younger brother Ling Yuzhe." "Sis, where have you been? Why did you come back just now?" Ling Yuzhe looked at Ling Yiwei in confusion, and his sight finally stopped at the luxury car. He couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Wow, this is the latest model of the gaudy Veyron sports car this year. Sis, when did you hook such a rich guy?" Ling Yiwei's pretty face flushed, and she shouted, "Nonsense, come back with me." "Wait a minute, I haven't seen this car in real life yet, I want to touch it." Ling Yuzhe is usually very interested in car magazines, but unfortunately his family is ordinary, so he can only dream about various car pictures. Now that he has a rare chance to see it, he is naturally excited and can't wait to stretch out his hand. Ling Yiwei was embarrassed and ashamed by her brother's rude behavior. She seemed to feel a hot and contentious gaze reflected in the rearview mirror, making her feel ashamed. She grabbed her brother's hand without saying anything and tried to leave quickly. Ling Yuzhe didn't understand her thoughts. He broke free from her hand and ran to the front of the car to greet Han Che in the driver's seat. "Hello, I'm Ling Yiwei's younger brother. What's your name?" Normally, Han Che would have ignored this kind of lower class, but today he made an exception and answered, "Han Che. Your last name is Han? It's a very rare last name. No wonder you are so rich, it turns out you are the reincarnation of the emperor." Ling Yuzhe showed off his ability to tell cold jokes. "Shezhe, what are you talking about? Why are you chatting up strangers?" Ling Yiwei almost vomited blood. "Sister, it's not right for you to say that. Isn't he a rich man? How can you say he's a stranger?" Ling Yuzhe gently scolded, his eyes meeting Han Che's again. "Don't look at my sister like a vicious housekeeper. She's actually very gentle and kind. She probably feels embarrassed in front of you." Ling Yuzhe. Ling Yiwei's uncontrolled roar almost broke the silence of the night. "Okay, brother Han, I have to go, otherwise my sister won't let me go when I go back. If possible, can you let me touch you again next time?" Before Ling Yuzhe could finish his wish, he was pulled away by Ling Yiwei. Looking at the two figures pulling and pushing each other, a hint of amusement and interest quietly welled up in Han Che's mouth. He didn't restart the car until they completely disappeared from his sight. Chapter 24 Special Feeling. In the following days, Han Che always inexplicably asked Ling Yiwei to accompany him. Ling Yiwei was unwilling, but was forced to agree every time. She was just trying to get by with it, but after spending more time with him, she slowly discovered that he was not as hateful as she had imagined. He looked mature and steady, and although he was 5 years older than her, he sometimes acted very childish and had some very pure thoughts. She was also surprised to find that he had a kind heart that did not match his cold appearance, which made her wonder if she should re-evaluate him. Just like today. He made an exception and went with her to volunteer at the orphanage. Facing those orphans, he did not feel disgusted or disgusted, but distributed the gifts he brought to them one by one with a pleasant face and played with them. She could see that the smile on that cool face was neither fake nor forced, but came from a heart. Through that tall and slender figure, she seemed to see a little person, with a knowing and innocent smile on his pretty and innocent face. She was very puzzled and wanted to ask for clarification, but she felt it was unnecessary, so she could only bury her doubts in her heart and decided to ask again when she had the chance in the future. Anyway, she began to look at him differently and a small affection arose spontaneously. "Ms. Ling." The gentle and polite voice brought Ling Yiwei back from her thoughts. "It's Aunt Lin, the dean. You bring endless joy to the orphanage every time you come. Thank you so much. Dean, you are too polite. It's a pity that my ability is not enough to help you materially." Ling Yiwei looked at the happy orphans. "No, Miss Ling has contributed both money and effort. Let's not talk about how generous your gift is. We are grateful for your kindness alone." The dean said and turned to Han Che. "Mr. Han is your boyfriend, right? It is true that good people are rewarded. You are kind-hearted, so God gave you such an excellent man." Ling Yiwei's beautiful eyes unconsciously followed the distinctive tall figure. When she was about to deny it, the dean suddenly said, "Boss Han is so cute and humorous. He must bring you a lot of fun." Cute. Hearing such an adjective being used to describe Han Che, Ling Yiwei resisted the urge to burst out laughing. Later, the dean was called away for something. Han Che returned to her side and found that she was giggling. He couldn't help but ask, "What happy thing happened to you?" Ling Yiwei remained silent, still chuckling to herself, until Han Che frowned and continued to question her. Then she put away her smile, looked at him thoughtfully, and told him the dean's praise for him. After hearing this, Han Che's handsome face immediately flashed with a hint of discomfort. "Actually, you should smile more and stop looking so stern all the time. You look as if I owe you money." Ling Yiwei stuck to the point. Who would have thought he would actually say, "You owe me money"? Ling Yiwei's good mood was immediately ruined, it's not like we won't pay it back. Is it necessary to remind me all the time? My dad has signed a contract with your bank. Are you still worried that we will run away? Han Che pulled his thin lips, decided not to continue the topic, and asked casually, when did you start volunteering here? Ling Yiwei thought for a moment and replied, during my sophomore year, the school organized an inspection here. We felt sorry for the children and decided to visit them every month. After we started working, we took turns visiting them once a week. I didn't expect you to be so caring. A trace of admiration flashed across Han Che's eyes, but his tone was mocking. Ling Yiwei didn't bother with him and asked the question that confused her, what about you? What made you throw away your indifference and release your passion? Han Che's eagle eyes narrowed, and after a while, he said calmly, I lived in an orphanage in the UK for a year when I was a child. Ling Yiwei's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Why? With his family background, it is impossible for him to wander around. Unfortunately, Han Che no longer answered, obviously not wanting to say anything. Ling Yiwei's curiosity grew and she wanted to continue discussing this, but by chance Han Che's phone rang. After the call, he said to Ling Yiwei, I need to go back to the company. Before Ling Yiwei could react, he had already walked away quickly. Ling Yiwei was a little annoyed. At this time, several children from the orphanage came running over. Sister Ling, come and play Eagle Catches Chicken with us. Seeing the children's eagerness and anticipation, Ling Yiwei temporarily put aside her annoyance and started playing with them. Their night was as cool as water, and Han Che lay on the bed with his clothes on. Chiu Shualian walked leisurely to the bed, looked at her son thoughtfully for a moment, and asked, Ache, why haven't you answered Jiawen's calls recently? Han Che's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't respond. Are you still angry about the scandal? Silly child, this is how the entertainment industry works. You and Jiawen have been together for so many years, don't you know how she feels? Why hurt each other's hearts because of a fabricated scandal? Jiawen is a girl who needs to be coaxed and pampered. As a man, you have to put down your dignity occasionally. After endless persuasion, there was no response from her son. Chiu Shualian was helpless. Ache, did you hear what Mom said? Ache. Yeah, I heard it. Han Che finally responded, his face still showing a complicated expression. Then call Jiawen now. It's daytime there, so she will definitely be able to answer the phone. Mom, the problem is not with me. I gave her chances time and time again, but she refused to come back. You would also say that I am a man. I have been loyal to her all these years, but she doesn't know how to cherish me. Li Jun is right. I must show my manliness, otherwise she will always have my back. Han Che's cold tone was filled with anger. How can love be so calculative? Who has given more than the other is uncalculated. All along, you have only had feelings for Jiawen, which means that you two are made for each other. Who said I only have feelings for her? Han Che suddenly snorted, interrupting his mother. Chiu Shualian was stunned. What do you mean? Have you met another woman? Oh, you've been coming home late lately. Do you have a new girlfriend? Han Che remained silent. Ache, in addition to being surprised, Chiu Shualian also looked a little panicked. So what if I have a new girlfriend? Li Jun is right, I shouldn't hang myself on a tree. Chiu Shualian was even more shocked. Are you serious? How could you do this? Aren't you deliberately trying to make Jiawen sad? Also, don't always listen to what Li Jun says. He is a playboy. His ideas are not suitable for you. The most basic thing for a man is to be loyal and loyal. Mom, I'm already this old, please don't worry about my affairs. Go to bed quickly, don't keep Dad waiting. In order to stop his mother from continuing to persuade him, Han Che said something unintentional, but it hit his mother's sore spot. Noticing that his mother's face suddenly turned gloomy and lonely, he remembered that his father was not at home tonight, but went to another home. A trace of pity immediately crawled through his heart, and Han Che stood up and hugged his mother. Mom, I'm sorry. Chapter 25 Hatred Hidden in the Dark. Chiu Shualian probably had developed a strong endurance. In less than a few seconds, her sadness had disappeared. She said, Mom is fine. Mom is going to rest. You should rest early too. Looking at his mother who was pretending to be strong, Han Che felt more pity and love in his heart. Mother went out and Han Che also came to the balcony. Winter nights are extremely cold, and the whistling cold wind makes people's brains suddenly clear. Han Che looked into the distance, seeing the rows of street lights that were as bright as day, as if he saw his 23rd birthday party. That night, the garden downstairs was also brightly lit, and celebrities from all walks of life gathered together. Everyone's gifts were precious treasures, but Shi Dong Jiawen, the only daughter of the chairman of Dong Group, said that she would give him her whole body as a birthday gift. With beautiful features and bright and radiant looks, the unique dress designed by an internationally renowned designer perfectly showed off her 1.70-meter tall figure. She was the brightest and most charming star of the night. Later, he went to Harvard to study finance and economics, and she followed him to study art. Due to her talent and excellence, she was recommended by the professor to a well-known local film company and began her acting career. When he graduated and returned to China, she resolutely left the company and accompanied him back to China. After several years of getting along, he had gotten used to her company and once thought she would become his wife. Unfortunately, within 2 years, her hidden interests and dreams started to stir again. He knew that her heart belonged to him only from the beginning to the end, but what made him dissatisfied was that her love for herself was greater than that for him. So he was really angry, annoyed, and even furious. Han Che's bright black eyes suddenly turned dark and deep. The night passed and the day came. Han Che returned to the company and the intercom phone rang. "Mr. Han, Mr. Xiao from Sino Ocean Group has arrived." The secretary's ups and downs in their voice revealed deep respect and awe. "Bring him in." Not long after Han Che put down the phone, his secretary came in with Xiao Jinghua, settled everything, and then left. Xiao Jinghua smiled politely and flatteringly, took out the business plan and contract he had prepared in advance, and handed them to Han Che respectfully. "Boss Han, this is the business plan and contract for our expansion. Please take a look. If there is no problem, please sign and approve it." Han Che took it and said calmly, "Mr. Xiao is very honest. This is not the first time that Sino Ocean Group has cooperated with us. I believe it will go smoothly this time as well." "Thank you, Mr. Han." Xiao Jinghua smiled even more. Han Che focused on the project plan and the contract. About 10 minutes later, he picked up the Mont Blanc gold pen and signed his name in a flamboyant manner, then handed it back to Xiao Jinghua. "Assistant GAO will follow up on the next details." "Okay, thank you, Mr. Han." Xiao Jinghua thanked him again, pondered for a while, and resolutely said something he had thought of a long time ago. "Mr. Han, there is one more thing. I want to trouble you." "What's the matter?" Han Che raised his eyebrows. "I have an unsolicited request. Could you please, Mr. Han, please stop bothering Yiwei in the future?" Han Che's slightly confused look immediately cooled down. Xiao Jinghua's body trembled uncontrollably, but he still said, "Boss Han is so outstanding, and he has a girlfriend who is well matched with him and they have a good relationship. There is no need for him to provoke Yiwei. Maybe Yiwei has offended Boss Han before. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with her. I now formally apologize to you on her behalf." "You apologized on her behalf? With what identity? Also, who said that I was fussy about her? Why should I be fussy about her?" Han Che asked in one breath. Xiao Jinghua calmed down his slight panic and mustered up his courage. "To be honest, I am pursuing Yiwei." "Catching him, that means he hasn't caught him yet." Being ridiculed like this, Xiao Jinghua's face suddenly became embarrassed. "I believe that as long as I work hard, Yiwei will accept my love in the near future, so, you are nothing now. You have no right to speak for her, let alone to talk to me." Han Che couldn't figure out why he was so angry. Xiao Jinghua was a guest of the company, and he should have been friendly, but... Seeing Han Che's arrogant and conceited look, Xiao Jinghua was extremely angry. However, for the sake of the overall situation, he did not dare to lose his temper and could only continue to be friendly. "No matter what, I hope Mr. Han can let go and stop playing with Yiwei. She is a serious girl. You mean to say that I was born to play with those indecent women?" Han Che became more and more angry, and veins began to appear on his forehead. "Of course I didn't mean that, I just..." Xiao Jinghua was tongue-tied, and the more he explained, the worse it got. Han Che snatched the newly signed contract from his hand and dialed the internal line. "Jijia, come in and see us off." "Boss Han, how can you give the contract? I am now officially telling you that this contract is invalid. You, Yuan Yang, are no longer a client of the bank, and Phyllis Eurasia Bank will never lend money to you again," Han Che declared cruelly. Not only did Xiao Jinghua get scared, but even Gao Jijia, who had just walked in, was extremely shocked. Assistant Gao, please show him away. Han Che ordered again in a cold voice. Xiao Jinghua wanted to save the situation, but Han Che ignored him. After a struggle, he had no choice but to follow Gao Jijia out unwillingly. After leaving Phyllis Eurasian Bank, Xiao Jinghua went straight home and reported the matter to his father Xiao Siming. Xiao Siming didn't know the reason and thought that his son had missed important things because of women, so he cursed at him and rushed out of the house angrily, intending to go to Han Che or Han Xiaoqian in person to plead for mercy. Watching his father leave angrily, Xiao Jinghua was sad and angry. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he suppressed his sadness a little, but still couldn't hide his gloom. Cousin Jinghua, you don't sound very happy. What happened? Is there a problem at work? A very magnetic and warm voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, cousin. Is this the first day your cousin met you? Or do you no longer consider your cousin as your own? Well, of course not. Xiao Jinghua paused and told what happened today. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then the gentle voice turned sinister and angry. The people of the Han family are all the same kind of people. Don't worry, your cousin will avenge you. Xiao Jinghua quickly stopped him. Forget it, cousin, thank you for your kindness. They are very wealthy and we can't compete with them. Besides, they have the right not to give us a loan. We are just unlucky this time. It's not you who's unlucky, it's the Han family who deserves to die. Hearing the gnashing of teeth and deep hatred on the other side, Xiao Jinghua was horrified. Cousin, could it be that you? That's right. I will never forget what Han Xiaoqian did to the Shangguan family. Even if it means losing everything I have, I will seek justice for my parents. Cousin Jinghua, be patient, your cousin will avenge you soon. By the way, I have an incoming call, I will call you later. Remember, don't be sad, don't be discouraged, the best way to deal with your enemies is to live better than them, so that you can get justice for yourself. After saying that, the other end hung up in a hurry. Xiao Jinghua stared at his phone, his handsome face filled with sadness and worry. Chapter 26. Stay with me tonight. In the evening, Han Che returned home from get off work and found Xiao Siming there. He couldn't help but frown. Han Xiaoqian looked serious and asked him, Uncle Xiao called you several times today but you didn't answer. He went to the company to look for you but you also refused to meet him. What's going on? Han Che was stunned for a moment, then he said with a sullen face, didn't he tell you everything? Uncle Xiao said that you refused to cooperate with Yuanyang because of a woman. Is that true? You have always been impartial in your work, so how did you let personal feelings get involved this time? Who is that woman? Qiu Shualian couldn't wait to ask the questions in her mind. Young Master Han, Jinghua is young and ignorant. He did not recognize the great man and offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. I have already taught him a lesson, and he will never dare to do it again. Your Excellency has the power to forgive him this time. Xiao Siming immediately went to Han Che, his face full of apology and pleading. Han Che was not moved at all, and snorted coldly, I refuse to lend money to you Yuanyang because I think your plan is not feasible. Do you think the plan is unfeasible? Or are you taking this opportunity to settle a personal grudge? You clearly signed the contract. Han Xiaoqian scolded again. Seeing that Han Che not only did not reply but was about to turn around and go upstairs, he stopped Han Che and shouted, Stop right there. Unfortunately, Han Che didn't listen at all. Seeing this, Qiu Shualian quickly chased after him and held him back. Che, your dad is calling you, why are you still leaving? Pull him back to his husband. Looking at his son who looked cold and stubborn, Han Xiaoqian sighed and decided to ask Xiao Siming to go back first. Mr. Xiao, leave this matter to me. I will give you a satisfactory answer. It's getting dark now. I won't keep you. Please go back first. Okay, thank you, Xiaoqian. After Xiao Siming left, the only people left in the hall were Han Xiaoqian, Han Che, Qiu Shualian, and Rong Yanhong who had remained silent. As the head of a bank, he fails to distinguish between public and private affairs because of a woman. If this gets out, it will become a joke. Han Xiaoqian scolded his son again. What's going on? Are you really competing with Xiao Jinghua for a woman? Don't you love Jiawen? Why would you fall for other women for no reason? This is the question that Qiu Shualian is most concerned about. Sister is right, it's okay to just play with women outside, but don't let it undermine the bank's principles and operations. Roan Yanhong also kindly advised. Chiu Shualian not only did not appreciate it, but took the opportunity to ridicule her. Shut up, when will it be your turn to speak out about my son's affairs? Also, why didn't you understand this principle back then, and instead shamelessly seduced Xiaoqian and gave birth to a bastard? A trace of hurt immediately flashed across Roan Yanhong's eyes. Han Xiaoqian scolded, Shualian, what are you talking about? Taking advantage of the opportunity to bring up old scores. I have told you many times that Jun Hao is not a bastard. He is my son, Han Xiaoqian, just like a Che, and he also has my blood flowing in his veins. Seeing his parents bringing up the old issue again and engaging in an endless quarrel once again, Han Che's expression became even more gloomy and deep. He grabbed the car keys that he had just thrown on the counter and left the house. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Ling Yiwei chatted with Xiao Haozi as usual. Suddenly the phone rang. Looking at the unfamiliar number, Ling Yiwei thought for a moment and answered it. Excuse me, are you Miss Ling Yiwei? It was a very soft voice, a little strange, yet a little familiar. Ling Yiwei was startled for a moment, then she politely replied, It's me, who are you? I'm Gao Jijie, President Han's assistant. It's him? Ling Yiwei thought of this person and was confused. What can I do for you, Mr. Gao? Boss Han wants to see you. He asked me to pick you up. I'm downstairs at your house now. Han Che wants to see her? At this time? Why? And why doesn't he come himself? Ms. Ling, could you please hurry up? President Han is waiting. Gao Jijie's solemn tone woke Ling Yiwei from her daze. Oh, wait a moment, I'll be down right away. After Ling Yiwei hung up the phone, she found an excuse to say goodbye to Xiao Haozi and lied to her family that Li Xiaoling had an accident and she had to go check on her. As soon as I walked out of the community gate, I saw a silver car parked under the street light, and Gao Jijie's tall figure leaning next to the car. Ling Yiwei got in the car and asked the question in her mind, What's wrong with Mr. Han? What's the matter with the meeting so late at night? I'm not sure either. He just told me to pick you up and take you to the company. Gao Jijie slowly turned the steering wheel with both hands. Go to the company? Is Han Che still in the company? What did he ask her to do? The mystery in Ling Yiwei's heart expanded. Gao Jijie quietly watched Ling Yiwei with the help of the rearview mirror in the car, his heart also in turmoil. President Han had clearly already left work, so why did he suddenly return to the company? Also, when did Mr. Han, who always only had his girlfriend Dong Jiawen in his eyes and was arrogant and aloof, start getting involved with Ling Yiwei? Time passed as they were each lost in thought. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the underground parking lot of Phyllis Eurasian Bank and took the elevator directly to the top floor. As soon as she stepped into Han Che's office, Ling Yiwei frowned at the strong smell of alcohol. After Gao Jijie turned on the light and saw the situation inside clearly, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Gao Jijie had already rushed over and supported Han Che. Boss Han, are you okay? Why did you drink so much? Han Che leaned crookedly in the big leather chair, narrowed his eyes and asked, Where is she? Miss Ling is here. Gao Jijie said as he looked at Ling Yiwei, who was still full of surprise, and called her over. Ling Yiwei kept her eyes on the drunk Han Che and walked towards him hesitantly. Unexpectedly, when she was still 1 meter away from Han Che, she was suddenly pulled into his arms with his long arms. The hot breath coming out of his mouth and nose, his scorching chest and rapid heartbeat, made Ling Yiwei's pretty face turn red. She subconsciously got up from him. Although her body was standing straight, her hand was still held by him. Han Che glanced at Ling Yiwei with an unhappy look, and then told Gao Jijie, Assistant Gao, you can go back. Even though Gao Jijie was full of doubts, he knew Han Che's personality well. After giving him some instructions, he said goodbye and gave Ling Yiwei a meaningful glance before leaving. The heavy sound of the door closing was like a hammer hitting Ling Yiwei's heart, making her feel panic for no reason. So she said to Han Che, What's the matter that you want me to come so late? If it's not very important, I'll leave first. I have to go to work tomorrow. Han Che said nothing and held her hand tightly. Han Che. I'm not happy, you have to stay with me. Han Che's red eyes were blank, and he suddenly picked up the wine glass with his other hand. Come, drink with me. I can't. Ling Yiwei refused. Actually, she had occasionally had a couple of drinks during work and social events, but for the current situation, she thought that making it clear that she couldn't drink was the best solution. But Han Che ignored her and handed the goblet in front of her, commanding her domineeringly, "Drink it." Chapter 27. Spend the night. Ling Yiwei hesitated for a moment, finally took it reluctantly and took a sip. "You only drank this little, it's useless. See, this is how you should drink." Han Che took the wine glass back, tilted his head back and drank the remaining half of the glass of wine in one gulp, and poured another full glass. Ling Yiwei had no choice but to take 2 big gulps, and he poured the rest into his mouth in one breath. Seeing that his face was red, his eyes were blurry and he kept burping, Ling Yiwei knew that she couldn't let him continue, so she advised him, "Stop drinking, that's enough." "No, I want to drink. I want to get drunk. Only when my mind is numbed will my troubles disappear." Han Che simply drank from the bottle this time. When he found that there was no liquid to enter his mouth, he pointed to the cabinet next to him and told Ling Yiwei, "Go get some more wine and move all of it out." Ling Yiwei refused to listen to him and continued to persuade him, "You are drunk, you can't drink anymore. Haven't you heard that drinking to forget your sorrows only makes you more sorrowful? If you have anything that makes you unhappy, you can tell me about it. Maybe I can help you." Han Che narrowed his eyes and looked at her, his lips trembling slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. "Why don't you go home? What's Assistant Gao's phone number? I'll call him and ask him to drive you back." Ling Yiwei said again. "No, I won't go back. I don't want to go home." Han Che waved his hands and shouted unconsciously. Ling Yiwei was stunned. Could it be that his unhappiness has something to do with his family? But his family is so rich, he has everything he wants and he doesn't have to worry about material things at all. It is not difficult to see from his grandmother's birthday party that his parents are very loving, so there is no possibility of him worrying about their discord. Ling Yiwei was still confused. Han Che suddenly stood up and walked towards the rest area on his own. Seeing his trembling figure, Ling Yiwei chased after him, holding him and asked, "Where are you going?" "I want to sleep." Han Che burped again and took light steps forward. Ling Yiwei supported him until the door in front of them opened, and a room of about 50 square meters appeared in front of them. There was a bed, a cabinet and all the furniture. It turned out that this was his lounge, and the door he had just opened was the closed door that she noticed when she first came here. While Ling Yiwei was silently looking around the room, Han Che had already brought her to the bed, and he threw his upper body directly on the soft and comfortable mattress. Out of kindness, Ling Yiwei took off his shoes, lifted his feet and carefully placed them on the bed. Just as she was about to cover him with a blanket, he pulled her hard and she fell on him. "Today's quilt is so warm and smells so good." Han Che was already in a semi-comatose state, murmuring unconsciously, his whole face buried in Ling Yiwei's smooth neck, fully absorbing the fragrance emanating from her body. Ling Yiwei was embarrassed and struggled to get up, but he held her slender waist tightly with both hands and she couldn't move at all. What's even more evil is that he actually stuck out his tongue and licked her neck, which not only gave her a wet and uncomfortable feeling, but also a bit of itchiness. Ling Yiwei struggled even harder. "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go, I want to go back. Don't leave, sleep with me." Han Che was still mumbling incoherently, his fingers already touching her body. Ling Yiwei was very embarrassed and angry, and bit his arm without thinking. Han Che was drunk and had no idea what he was doing, nor did he feel any pain. He just followed his consciousness, and his big hands began to wander around Ling Yiwei's back through her clothes, and finally reached her chest. Ling Yiwei knew very well that the more she resisted, the more violent he would become, so she didn't dare to move and just let him take advantage of her. She thought that since he was drunk, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything big. As expected, he fell asleep not long after. Looking at his peaceful and harmless sleeping face, Ling Yiwei's mind was in a mess and her heart was extremely confused. Later, a crisp phone call woke her up from her messy thoughts. It was his cell phone ringing. She was afraid that he would be woken up, so she simply took his cell phone out of his trouser pocket and found that the caller ID showed Mom. After a moment's thought, Ling Yiwei clicked the reject button and sent a text message, "I'm Che's friend. He seems to be in a bad mood. He just drank a little and fell asleep in the office. I will take care of him. Please don't worry." In order to avoid disturbing him, I turned off his phone for him. After completing the task of reporting safety, Ling Yiwei decided to get up. Unexpectedly, just as her body left him, she was suddenly pulled into his arms again. "Don't go, stay with me, stay with me." Her eyes were closed and her breathing was steady, so she was clearly not awake. Was this man doing it intentionally or unintentionally? Ling Yiwei had no choice but to call home. Mom, I want to accompany Xiaoling tonight and won't go back to sleep. You should also go to bed early. After turning off her phone, she just lay on his chest, staring at him in a trance. At this moment, he was less cold and domineering than usual, and more innocent, which made his whole face look even more handsome and charming. His pair of sword-like eyebrows were tightly furrowed, which made people feel pity for him. She had not known him for a long time, but after spending some time with him she came to realize that he was an arrogant, domineering, and unpredictable man. What on earth could make him, a proud and cold emperor, willing to show his weakness and helplessness in front of others? Why was that person himself? What position did he hold in his eyes? It was friend? Ling Yiwei's fingers slowly climbed up his face, gently stroking his furrowed brows. Her eyes gradually became blurry. She was so exhausted that she could no longer hold on and fell asleep on his chest. As the night passed, the alcohol in Han Che's body gradually dissipated. As soon as he woke up, he felt a sense of oppression coming from his chest. What came into view was a head of cloud-like hair. When his sight fell on the familiar lavender coat, his chaotic mind immediately turned clear, and everything that happened last night rushed into his mind like a tide. He seemed to be possessed. His slender and strong fingers caressed her forehead, eyebrows, nose, mouth, etc., reliving and experiencing the feeling of last night that was so real and unreal. Ling Yiwei also slowly woke up, and bumped into a pair of deep eyes filled with evil and wantonness. The sudden sense of crisis made her completely pull away from him. Are you okay? Han Che stared at her thoughtfully. Ling Yiwei's pretty face flushed involuntarily. She felt uncomfortable being stared at by him. Since you're okay, I'll leave. Wait. Han Che called her and then turned over and sat up. Chapter 28. Yiwei, you can't like him. Ling Yiwei stopped but did not look back. Are you sure that going out like this won't attract other people's attention and criticism? Han Che glanced at her and continued. Only then did Ling Yiwei realize that not only were her clothes wrinkled, but her hair was also messy. Han Che had come to her side and pulled her into the bathroom. Can you wash yourself? Ling Yiwei was stunned for a moment, and quickly replied, of course. Han Che left a complicated look and walked out. Ling Yiwei was in no hurry to wash up, but looked around quietly. The decoration was luxurious, and there were all kinds of appliances. She didn't expect that a temporary bathroom in an office could be more complete, spacious, beautiful and comfortable than the one in her own home. This is probably the difference between rich people and ordinary people. After laughing at herself in the mirror, Ling Yiwei began to fix her hair. After everything was done, she stared at the mirror in a daze. Is it not done yet? Han Che's impatient reminder came from outside. This guy must be getting impatient. Ling Yiwei calmed herself down, turned around and went to open the door. Han Che, who was guarding the door, glanced at her indifferently. When she stepped out of the wooden door of the bathroom, his tall body followed her in, and soon the sound of splashing water was heard from inside. Ling Yiwei returned to the bed, grabbed a pen and paper, left a line of words, and left quietly. She just stepped out of Han Che's office and bumped into Gao Jijie. Gao Jijie still stared at her meaningfully with that inquiring and complex look. Ling Yiwei greeted him awkwardly, good morning. Good morning, I'll take you out. After seeing Ling Yiwei off, Gao Jijie entered Han Che's office and found the door of the lounge was open, but there was no one on the bed and only the sound of water coming from the bathroom, so he did not stop and return to his seat. Han Che came out of the bathroom and saw the note left by Ling Yiwei. He was stunned for a moment, but without thinking much about it, he started working. The father, who had not been to the company for several years, suddenly appeared, followed by Xiao Jinghua and his son. Young Master Han. Xiao Jinghua and his son greeted Han Che. Han Che nodded nonchalantly, looked at his father, and said hesitantly, Dad, why are you here? I'm here to sign a contract with an ocean freight company. Han Xiaoqian's expression was serious, and it seemed that he was still angry from last night. Han Che was stunned and immediately said, I said yesterday that Yuan Yang's loan cannot be approved this time. Han Xiaoqian ignored him, sat down on the sofa, and called Xiao Jinghua and his son over. Later, Gao Jijie came in. Assistant Gao, please help me carefully review and evaluate this business plan and tell me whether the bank should cooperate with Sino Ocean. Han Xiaoqian ordered in a deep voice. Gao Jijie was full of suspicion. He first glanced at Han Che, who looked livid, and then at Han Xiaoqian, who looked dignified and serious. He also took the plan, studied it carefully, and gave his answer: "This plan is well done and worth investing in." Han Xiaoqian showed satisfaction in his eyes. He returned to Han Che, put the plan and contract on the desk, and ordered, "Sign this contract." Han Che did not respond. His handsome face was filled with indescribable bloom and depth. Han Xiaoqian said earnestly, "Do you remember what Dad said when he handed the bank to you? Banking is to face the public, be market-oriented, focus on efficiency, abide by integrity, serve citizens, serve enterprises, be responsible for the entire institution and all shareholders, and remember not to infiltrate personal feelings." Seeing his father once again bringing up the reasoning that he had said countless times, Han Che could no longer be stubborn and quickly grabbed the pen and signed his name on the new contract. Han Xiaoqian finally smiled and handed the contract back to Xiao Jinghua's father Xiao Siming. Xiao Siming was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, Xiaoqian, thank you so much. It's a small matter, you're welcome. Do you still remember the first time we visited my bank building 10 years ago when it was just built? Are you interested in revisiting it now?" Xiao Siming was flattered to think that Han Xiaoqian still remembered those things in the past and personally invited him. "I remember, of course I remember." At that time, the second young master Han was there to explain. "Just thinking about it makes me feel honored. Juanhao is indeed a unique kid. I can't wait for him to come back so I can see his second masterpiece soon." Han Xiaoqian couldn't hide his pride when he mentioned his youngest son. He turned around and called Han Che, "Ake, take Jinghua around too." Not wanting to embarrass his father in front of outsiders, Han Che suppressed his displeasure and reluctantly took Xiao Jinghua with him and followed his father out of the office. They walked along the wide corridor, admiring the tall buildings. Han Xiaoqian and Xiao Siming walked in front, talking and laughing. Han Che and Xiao Jinghua followed behind, each with their own thoughts, and did not talk to each other. After a while, Xiao Jinghua's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he remembered what his cousin had said to him yesterday. Xiao Jinghua deliberately raised his voice so that Han Che could hear. "Yiwei. Jinghua, you were looking for me last night." "Sorry, I had something to do and turned off my phone. I just saw your text message when I turned it on. You said you were in a bad mood. What happened?" Ling Yiwei's gentle voice with a hint of apology slowly came into Xiao Jinghua's ears. Xiao Jinghua hesitated for a moment, then continued in a loud voice, "Well, I wanted to invite you to dinner tonight to help you relax." Ling Yiwei thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then where should we meet?" Xiao Jinghua did not answer directly, but pretended to be inconvenient. "I'm sorry, Yiwei, I'm busy outside now. I'll call you when I get back to the company at noon, okay?" "It's okay, I won't bother you anymore, bye. Bye." Xiao Jinghua spoke softly with a smile on his face, looking sweetly like he was talking to his lover. He knew that someone around him must be in a bad mood and look very bad. But he was not afraid. As his cousin said, the best way to deal with an enemy is to live happier than the enemy. Moreover, with Han Xiaoqian's guarantee, he no longer had to worry about the cooperation between Yuanyang and Phyllis Eurasian Bank. At night, Ling Yiwei arrived at the appointment on time. While stirring the freshly squeezed juice in the crystal glass, she asked Xiao Jinghua with concern, "What happened to you last night? Is it resolved now?" Xiao Jinghua first looked at Ling Yiwei with complicated eyes, and then told her about the argument and conflict between him and Han Che yesterday. Ling Yiwei was shocked after hearing this. She could see that Xiao Jinghua had that kind of intention towards her, but she didn't know that Han Che felt the same way, and it even affected his work. Should she believe it? Does that arrogant and cold man really have that kind of intention towards her? But then again, this would explain why he had inexplicably interfered in her life so many times. But, she and he. It's really unimaginable. All of Ling Yiwei's expressions and changes fell into Xiao Jinghua's eyes. He said in a firm tone, "Yiwei, don't worry, I will never let him harass you." Ling Yiwei came back to her senses and said, "Oh, Jinghua, actually he is not harassing me. You don't have to speak for him. People like him use their family's money to do whatever they want and don't care about others at all." Thinking of the frustration and grievance he felt yesterday, Xiao Jinghua couldn't help but yelled. Ling Yiwei couldn't help but defend Han Che. Han Che has a unique personality, he is also arrogant and indifferent, maybe this is related to his living environment. In fact, he also has a kind and fragile side, he is just not used to showing it in front of others. Xiao Jinhua's heart trembled slightly, and he looked at Ling Yiwei thoughtfully and said, "Yiwei, are you in love with him?" Ling Yiwei was stunned and immediately denied it. How could it be possible? How could it be possible? She was eager to deny it, but in Xiao Jinghua's opinion, it was an attempt to cover up something, and his handsome face suddenly became solemn. He issued a warning, "Yiwei, you can't like him, he is not someone you can mess with." Chapter 29 Be My Woman. Well, I really didn't have anything to do with him. I did have contact with him a few times, but we definitely didn't have that kind of relationship. Xiao Jinghua still spoke earnestly, reciting the information he had collected. Didn't I tell you last time that he has a girlfriend who is well matched with him and they have a good relationship? They have been together for 6 years. His girlfriend is a star, very well off, and is currently working on her career in Hollywood. Girlfriend. Ling Yiwei couldn't help but recall some of the things Han Che had said, including the first time she went to his office to plead for her father's embezzlement of public funds, and a few days ago on the mountain, he asked her which was more important, love or ideals. Xiao Jinghua was cautious and careful. He silently paid attention to the changes in Ling Yiwei's expression, and thus confirmed his worries and guesses. "Yiwei, I don't know why Han Che approached you, but I am sure that he is not a good person, and he is not someone you can provoke. I hope you can avoid him, otherwise you will be the one who gets hurt in the end." Ling Yiwei didn't know how to answer and could only stare at him blankly. Xiao Jinghua stretched out his long arm, grabbed one of Ling Yiwei's hands, and wrapped it tightly in his palm, his tone full of pity and love. "Yiwei, you are the woman I like, I don't want to see you get hurt, I will protect you well, keep you away from sadness, and always be happy." Well. Is he confessing his feelings? Meeting his affectionate eyes, Ling Yiwei's heart was pounding, then she quickly lowered her head to avoid his burning gaze and pulled her hand away. Xiao Jinghua held it tightly. "I know you don't like me yet, and I was planning to take it step by step, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid you'll fall into Han Che's trap." "No, Jinghua, it's not like that. Han Che didn't play with me. You also said that he only likes his girlfriend and doesn't care about other women. How could he be interested in me? No matter which aspect, I don't meet his standards. You don't have to worry. I won't be hurt by him, absolutely not." Ling Yiwei couldn't help but defend herself. "Although I don't understand what he is thinking, I understand that you have become his target. I also predict that you will be in danger soon, and this danger is brought to you by him. Jinghua, you worry too much. It's true that I don't know why he appeared in my life, but I can tell you for sure that he and I really don't have that kind of relationship. It's not just because I don't meet his standards, but he is also not my type." Ling Yiwei reported her thoughts truthfully. This was like a reassurance, which made Xiao Jinghua calm down immediately. His worried look immediately turned into surprise. "Really? You don't have any feelings for him? What about me? Do you have any feelings for me at all?" Ling Yiwei didn't reply because she didn't know how to answer. In fact, she wanted to say that she only regarded him as a friend and had no romantic feelings for him, but the words could not come out. She was worried that pouring cold water on him in this situation would cause him immeasurable harm, and in the end they might not even be able to be friends. This result was not what she wanted to see. Xiao Jinghua was so smart that the joy quickly disappeared from his face. Ling Yiwei wanted to comfort her, but she didn't know how to start. Time passed quietly like this. Finally, it was Xiao Jinghua who broke the awkward situation. "Let's not talk about this for now. The reason I am like this today is because I am too worried about you. I feel relieved to know that you have nothing to do with him. As for us, let's just let nature take its course and take our time." Ling Yiwei smiled faintly and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them rarely spoke to each other after that. After the meal, Xiao Jinghua drove Ling Yiwei home. The car stopped in front of the community. Ling Yiwei got out and watched Xiao Jinghua drive away. She turned around and was about to enter the community when she was suddenly surprised to see a dark shadow flash out from the side. Before she could react, she was hugged into someone's arms. What came into her sight was a handsome face that was all too familiar. "Why are you here?" Ling Yiwei exclaimed. Han Che had a gloomy face and said nothing. He hugged her and retreated to the side under the eaves. Their tight and strong hug not only made Ling Yiwei feel painful, but also very uncomfortable, so she wanted to break free from his arms. "What's wrong with you? Let me go first if you have anything to say. If I let you go, will you agree to my request?" The deep and cold voice was still very domineering. Ling Yiwei was stunned. She had no idea what the request was, so how could she agree to it so easily? Passers-by cast curious glances at her, and Ling Yiwei blushed, thinking that he probably didn't have any special requests. At most, he would ask her to accompany him to the mountain to get some fresh air, or accompany him for a drink like he did last night. So she agreed to him. But who knew that his so-called request would be so explosive and unexpected? From today on, be my woman. Han Che repeated, his tone cold and indifferent without any emotion. Ling Yiwei's eyes widened like bells. What did he mean by this? A confession? But those bottomless black eyes did not show any love or tenderness. By the way, Jinghua said that he had a girlfriend who he had been dating for 6 years, so why did he want her to be his woman for no reason? Full of shock and doubt, Ling Yiwei couldn't help but ask, why? Why? Han Che was stunned for a moment. Seeing this, Ling Yiwei felt an unknown feeling in her heart. She pushed hard to break free from his arms, and ran away before he could react, rushing into the community. Han Che stared at her hurriedly running figure thoughtfully, his sword-like brows deeply furrowed, and gradually, a plan came to his mind. Today is their weekend. After lunch, her mother was cutting fruit while Ling Yiwei and her brother were curled up on the sofa watching TV. The doorbell suddenly rang. Xiaozhi, go open the door. Ling Yiwei instructed her brother, her beautiful eyes still fixed on the TV screen. Ling Yiwei pouted and said, Sis, you are closer to the door, so of course you should go. Ling Yiwei stretched out her long legs and kicked him lightly, warning him with her eyes. Ling Yiwei, who had long understood his sister's personality, was not afraid at all and continued to sit steadily. The doorbell kept ringing. Finally, Ling's mother put down the fruit knife and walked towards the door while nagging, Your father and I are not lazy people, but we gave birth to 2 lazy bugs like you. Mom, you go ahead and do your thing, I'll open it. Ling Yiwei ran over first, not forgetting to give her brother a fierce glare. The door opened, and what came into view was a sea of red, so blindingly red that Ling Yiwei subconsciously squinted her eyes. The boy in uniform immediately explained his purpose, and his attitude was very polite and courteous. Excuse me, is this Miss Ling Yiwei's home? We are employees of the Crown Bakery, and we are ordered to deliver cakes to Miss Ling. Ling Yiwei's confusion deepened. I'm Ling Yiwei. May I ask who asked you to deliver it? The bakery clerk handed her a card. Here's a card for you. Ling Yiwei took the card and opened it. It read, Little slave, I remember what I promised you. I will give you 20 boxes today, and the rest will be given to you one by one your master. Little slave. Master. Ling Yiwei's first reaction was to think of Han Che. Chapter 30 Woman, just wait for me. What's wrong? Who's here? At this time, Ling's mother came over and was also frightened by the boxes of cakes with gorgeous packaging. What's going on? Ling Yiwei didn't say anything at first, and told the bakery staff to bring in the cakes. Later, as soon as the cake delivery worker left, Ling's mother couldn't wait to ask, Xiao Wei, who delivered these cakes? Why so many? Ling Yiwei also ran over, 20 boxes in total, all from Crown Bakery. Sister, tell me the truth, did you hook up with a rich guy? The man driving the luxury car last time. Ling Yiwei quickly covered her brother's mouth and made up a lie, it's a friend of mine. I made a bet with him that whoever loses will give the other party a cake. I didn't expect him to do it. Mom, think about what to do with these cakes. After saying that, without waiting for anyone's reaction, she ran into the bedroom and called Han Che. Did you receive the cake? Han Che was surprisingly gentle today. Ling Yiwei was not used to it for a moment, and was stunned for a few seconds before she said, Are you serious? Of course, I said I wouldn't write a bad check. If I hadn't considered that you couldn't finish all 200 boxes at once, I would have sent them all at once. I've already arranged for them to send you 20 boxes every 2 days until they are all gone. Ling Yiwei couldn't help but roll her eyes, no need to send me off again. I am a man of my word, and I will keep my promise. Han Che's tone changed. Also, I said I want you to be my woman, and this will come true. Ling Yiwei was stunned. Oh my god. How is it? Are you touched? I'm not touched at all. Ling Yiwei refused without hesitation. Boss Han, please stop playing with me. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. You have a girlfriend, and we have a very good relationship. Your girlfriend is 100 times better than me. Please stop making such jokes. I will accept these cakes for now, and don't give them to me in the future. I don't have a girlfriend, I told you. We have broken up. The moment she chose her ideal over love, it was over between her and me. Han Che's voice was slightly deep and full of anger, and it was unclear who he was angry with. Ling Yiwei continued to express her opinion: whether you have a girlfriend or not, we are not suitable, unworthy, and impossible. After yelling and hanging up, Ling Yiwei fell into the chair, her mind in a mess. Xiaowei, what's wrong with you? Is your cell phone broken? At some point, Ling's mother came in and found her daughter staring at her cell phone in a daze. Ling Yiwei came back to her senses and smiled. It's okay, nothing. Ling's mother was still a little puzzled, but she didn't ask further. You really don't have to return those cakes to your friends. I'll share them with my aunt and my uncle. We can't finish them all anyway. Do you have anything else to do later? If not, you and Shezher can give them to them. Okay. Ling Yiwei agreed without thinking. She just needed to go out for a while and let the cool air outside clear her messy thoughts. Han Che really did what he said and actually started pursuing Ling Yiwei. The next day, Ling Yiwei returned to work after meeting a guest. As soon as she entered the office, she found that everyone was staring at her strangely. After returning to her seat, she was immediately stunned by a large bunch of red roses on the table. Li Xiaoling came over, held her and said excitedly, Yiwei, tell me quickly, who is your master, and whose little slave are you? 99 red roses, so romantic. Master? Little slave? Could it be? Ling Yiwei was shocked. Li Xiaoling picked up a card from the flowers and handed it to her. Sorry, I was too curious, so I opened it and took a look. Ling Yiwei did not blame her. She took the card and saw a line of words written in a majestic and magnificent style. Little slave, do you feel romantic, surprised, and excited? Do you feel captured by me? Your master. It's indeed him. This bastard actually came to the company. Ling Yiwei held the card in one hand and grabbed the phone in the other, quickly rushed to the bathroom, and called Han Che. Hey, what are you playing? Do you know that you have caused me great trouble? Unlike Ling Yiwei, who was furious, Han Che looked relaxed. Is this the first time you receive so many flowers? Are you happy? Gorgeous, beautiful and enchanting red roses. I don't like red roses. Ling Yiwei interrupted him bluntly. Impossible. Aren't red roses your favorite? I don't like it. I just don't like it. What I like is the flower of happiness. Ling Yiwei couldn't help but retort. This arrogant guy was not just arrogant. Lucky flower? What kind of flower is that? It's a bit like lilac, but the most special thing is that the two petals have different colors, including white, red, lavender, orange, cream yellow and pink. It emits a light and refreshing fragrance, and it can also bring happiness, joy and good luck to people. Ling Yiwei didn't know what was wrong with her, and she explained it to him in detail. There is such a flower. Han Che was confused. Well, next time I'll ask someone to send this to you. What's it called? Flower of happiness. Don't send me off. I've told you so many times that we are not from the same world. What do you mean it's not the same world? Are you from Mars? I didn't expect this man to have such a humorous side. Ling Yiwei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, she continued seriously, anyway, we are not suitable. Please don't play this kind of boring game anymore. Don't play with cakes and flowers anymore. Boring? I have never taken the initiative to give flowers to a woman, but you say it's boring. Han Che's unacceptable voice almost pierced Ling Yiwei's eardrums. Ling Yiwei moved the phone away slightly, and when she got close again, she snorted, Where's your girlfriend? Don't tell me you haven't sent her home. I don't have a girlfriend. Even if I had one, it was in the past. I don't have one now. His voice was unusually serious and rough, as if he was in a hurry to announce something. Ling Yiwei ignored him. Even if you don't have a girlfriend, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to tell you that it is absolutely impossible for us to be together. Please be merciful and let me go. No. Just wait, woman. I will make you willingly submit to me at my feet. No, under my body. Han Che spoke shamelessly and hung up the phone after saying that. As night fell and the cold wind howled outside, Ling Yiwei sat in the warm bedroom, staring at the exquisite brocade boxes in front of her. Earrings, necklaces, hairpins, brooches, each of these accessories is very valuable and was given to me by Han Che. Following the beautiful cakes and roses last time, he launched a series of pursuits towards her. She had no ambitions since she was little, and her biggest wish was for her family to be happy and safe. She never dreamed that a rich man like Hanche would appear in her life. She knew that he was a man with extremely high standards, and she had never had any illusions about him from the beginning, even though he sometimes did some inexplicable and imaginative things. She had agreed to his unreasonable and barbaric requests before because she didn't want to bring danger to her peaceful life. After all, her father worked in his company and the family still owed him money in the bank. All these practical problems meant that her father couldn't be unemployed at this time and she couldn't offend him. However, things seem to have gone off track. It is undeniable that he is a top-notch man, with outstanding appearance, young and promising, and a very good family background. It is difficult to find such a man even if you search for him all your life. But because of this, she is very self-aware and knows that it is impossible for her to be with him. Xiao Wei, come out for dinner. Accompanied by several knocks on the door, Ling's mother's gentle call came from outside. Ling Yiwei came back to her senses, put away the jewelry and walked out of the bedroom. Finding her father's seat empty, Ling Yiwei couldn't help but wonder, where's Dad? He's still in the room. He's been acting very strangely lately. As soon as he comes back, he hides in his room and acts sneakily. Several times when I went in, I found him making phone calls. He hung up as soon as he saw me. Ling's mother scolded. Chapter 31 Another Accident. Worried that her mother might have wild thoughts, Ling Yiwei comforted her, don't think too much, Mom. Maybe there are some things at work that shouldn't be known to others. I'm not an outsider. I'm his wife. It's the same with my wife. Just like in the police industry, they have some cases where they can't tell their family members. Your father is not a policeman, he is just a small clerk. I am worried about him. At this moment, Ling Kaijian swaggered out, looking very happy. Are the mother and daughter saying bad things about me? Dad, don't blame me for not reminding you. Mom is not in a good mood. You'd better think of a way to amuse her so that she won't lose her appetite. In order to liven up the atmosphere and dispel her mother's sadness, Ling Yiwei joked. Ling Kaijian sat down next to Ling's mother and looked at her. What's wrong? Who dares to make my wife angry? Come on, smile, don't always have a sad face, my heart hurts. Seeing her husband speaking ambiguous words in front of their daughter without any scruples, Ling's mother was embarrassed, and her previous suspicions disappeared in an instant. She glanced at him and said angrily, the child is here. Har har, you can just ignore me at this time. I absolutely don't mind. Seeing her parents loving each other, Ling Yiwei was also very happy. The family was as happy as usual, talking and laughing. Day after day, Ling Yiwei's life did not change much. Hanche continued to pursue her relentlessly, and his actions were really touching. Even Li Xiaoling, who was unaware of the situation, could not help but speak well of him and persuaded Ling Yiwei to accept his pursuit. In fact, Ling Yiwei was also deeply moved, but she knew that she and he were from two different worlds and there would be no good result at all, so she was always alert to not be tempted and not get involved. Unfortunately, many things are out of control, just like this day. Ling Yiwei was at work when she received a call from her mother. She sobbed, Xiaowei, can you take a leave? Come home quickly. Your dad, he said he bought some warrants and lost all of them. He also owes a large debt. The sudden bad news was like a bomb exploding. Ling Yiwei was frozen all over. Until she heard her mother crying again, she also shouted angrily, didn't he say he would retire? Why is he gambling again? What the hell is that warrant? She had never made any investments before, and apart from having heard about common stocks and funds, she didn't understand anything else. I don't know either. I only heard your father say that. Can you come back? Every time her husband got into trouble, their helpless mother Ling could only rely on her daughter. Okay, Mom, don't cry. I'll go back now. After Ling Yiwei ended the call, she asked her boss for 2 hours off and rushed back home. Just like last time, my father sat down on the sofa dejectedly, holding his head in his hands, looking remorseful. Ling Yiwei didn't want to make any more unnecessary reproaches, so she walked to her mother and called out distressfully, Mom. Ling's mother grabbed her daughter's hand tightly and burst into tears. Xiao Wei, this family is going to break up. We have worked so hard to build this family. Ling Yiwei tried her best to hold back the bitterness and sadness in her heart and comforted her mother, don't be sad, everything will pass. As long as we work together, everything will be fine. We haven't paid off our last debt yet, and now we owe another one. When will it end? The severity of the situation made Ling's mother unable to be optimistic. Ling Yiwei patted the back of her mother's hand and turned to look at her father. She knew that she had to stay calm at this time. Dad, what's going on? Can you tell me? Ling Kaijian finally raised his head. He felt guilty towards his daughter. He dared not look her in the face and looked at a place casually. Since the last incident, I learned my lesson and indeed did not buy stocks again. I just occasionally paid attention to the news in this regard. Until one day, I was looking at stock information during lunch break and was accidentally discovered by the new director of our department. He talked to me about it and asked if I was interested in making some investments. I promised you, so of course I refused. After listening to him, he also agreed that I should not buy stocks anymore, saying that warrants are small investments that can make money in the short term. He suggested that I buy some and said that he could help me with the funding. How can you believe what he says? He is suddenly so nice to you and even lends you money. Don't you find it strange? Ling Yiwei couldn't help but interrupt. He is also a company employee. I think he should have the mentality of sharing the good fortune. After all, I would tell my relatives and friends when I got some gossip in the past. We can all make money together. Ling Kaijian explained. Facing her father's honesty, Ling Yiwei didn't know whether to be proud or sad. She sighed and asked, "What happened next? You often hid in your room a few days ago. Was it because of this?" Ling Kaijian nodded, full of regret. I thought that since he was the director, the information he gave must be accurate. Besides, this was an investment, and the risk was not like stocks, so I decided to give it a try. I did make a lot of money at the beginning, which made me believe in his ability even more, so I took advantage of the situation and pursued it, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to turn things around and pay off my previous debts. I had never played with warrants before, and I didn't know much about this aspect. He was the one who always suggested it to me. Who knew that when he came back from his business trip this time, he found that my warrants had expired and all of them were lost. After listening to her father's words of deep regret, Ling Yiwei finally understood what was going on. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She no longer had the energy to blame him. She could even say that she was completely disappointed in her father. I could have owed you this money, but the director's recent investment also failed and he needed funds to turn around. He had no choice but to ask me to pay it back. How much do you want to pay back? Ling Yiwei adjusted her mood slightly. All in all, it'll cost 100,000. 100,000. Why is it such a huge number every time? Ling Yiwei suddenly stood up and said, "Mom, I'm going to go out for a while." Xiawei, where are you going? Ling's mother looked at her worriedly with tears in her eyes. I want to go out for a walk. Also, I'll find a way to deal with Dad's problem. Ling Yiwei said, and left the house without taking anything. She walked aimlessly on the street, her mind in a state of confusion. Looking at the bustling and prosperous street scenes, she felt that the end of the world was coming. My mother was right. This home that the whole family had worked so hard to build and maintain is probably going to be broken up. Even though everyone is working hard, it cannot escape the fate of being destroyed. Where would I raise so much money? My father was old, my mother was just an ordinary housewife, and my younger brother was just a freshman in college. It was obvious that the next burden would fall on my shoulders. But how much can I carry on my thin shoulders? How long can I carry it? What about my parents? They have worked hard for most of their lives. Do they have to continue to suffer until the end of their lives? Ling Yiwei's face was filled with sorrow, as if she had lost 3 of her 7 souls. She walked without any consciousness and didn't even notice that the traffic light turned red. Until a sharp brake sound rang out through the sky, and she fell to the ground reflexively. In a daze, she saw Han Che's tall figure appear in front of her and pick her up from the ground like a chicken. Chapter 32 Falling into his trap. Didn't you see the red light? If you hit another driver, you would definitely be dead. Han Che took her back to the car and scolded her while helping her fasten her seat belt. Ling Yiwei still looked distraught and said nothing. At this time, the horn behind was honking, so Han Che drove the car to the side and continued to stare at her. Seeing that she remained indifferent for a long time, he sighed helplessly and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" After saying that, he leaned over, his head in front of her, his face almost touching hers. "Let's talk, okay?" His handsome face had soft lines, and his deep black eyes were filled with tenderness and love. Seeing his rare look, Ling Yiwei felt a surge of warmth in her heart, and she couldn't help but tell him what had just happened at home. Han Che heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. At the same time, a strange gleam flashed across his deep eyes, and his frivolous personality returned. It's just 100,000 yuan. If you lost your life just now for this mere 100,000 yuan, it would not be worth it. Just 100,000. Yes, it's a drop in the bucket for those rich people, but for me. Don't worry, I'll help you with it. No. Ling Yiwei refused after thinking about it. Don't want. I have no relationship with you. Then wouldn't it be natural for you to agree to my pursuit and become my woman? Han Che took the opportunity to tell him the next step of the plan. Ling Yiwei still refused to accept it. Even if I am your woman, I shouldn't ask you to return it, not to mention. Can you please stop nagging me? What's wrong with me? I've been pursuing you for so long, why don't you agree to me? Little woman, stop being stubborn. Give me a chance, okay? Han Che felt very annoyed thinking about the setbacks he had suffered during this period. Ling Yiwei couldn't help but say, it's not that you are not good, but, you are too good, I dare not accept it. Since you know I'm good, you should seize the opportunity. Ignoring his conceit, Ling Yiwei continued to ask seriously, then can you tell me why you are pursuing me? Unlike his usual silence, Han Che stared at her and answered firmly, of course it's because I like you. Ling Yiwei was stunned and asked subconsciously, what about Dong Jiawen? I remember when I first went to your company, you said that it was the 6-year anniversary of your relationship with your girlfriend, and you were planning to get engaged. She finally remembered his girlfriend's name. Han Che was stunned for a moment, then said, didn't we say last time that we broke up? But you've been together for 6 years. Ling Yiwei still didn't believe it. After all, in her opinion, if she and her boyfriend had been together for 6 years, it meant that they would love each other until old age. So what if it's 6 years? In the end, she still chose her ideal. Han Che snorted coldly, his face darkening. What if she comes back? What does her coming back have to do with me? There's no chance for her and me anymore. Han Che's voice began to reveal a hint of impatience and annoyance. Why don't you believe me? Do you want me to find her and confront her face to face? Well, that's not necessary. Ling Yiwei lowered her head again. Han Che's dark eyes were unfathomable, and he stared at her with a complicated expression. After a while, he lifted her face, with an unprecedented tenderness in his eyes, and said with a hint of pleading, girl, please don't refuse, okay? Also, the burden on your shoulders is too heavy, let me share some of it for you. No matter how strong and rational Ling Yiwei was, she could no longer resist at this moment, and all her concerns collapsed and disappeared in an instant. Han Che took advantage of the situation and put his arms around her slender shoulders, letting her head rest on his chest. The unique masculine scent and the broad and strong chest brought Ling Yiwei an incomparable sense of security, which gradually calmed her panicked heart. She couldn't help but move closer to him and stay in his arms. Han Che's thin lips lifted up unconsciously, a gleam of success flashed across his eyes, and he knew that the little lamb was no match for the big bad wolf after all. Suddenly, he unbuckled her seatbelt, lifted her up and placed her on his lap so that she was facing him. Such an ambiguous posture made Ling Yiwei's pretty face flushed. She looked around and struggled, don't do this, people will see it. Idiot, this is brown glass. Only we can see outside, and outsiders can't see what's going on inside the car at all. Han Che said without waiting for Ling Yiwei's reaction, and lowered his head to kiss her. Ling Yiwei's exclamation gave him just the right time to rush in helplessly. It was a passionate kiss, different from the last time's aggressive and domineering one. Ling Yiwei's cheeks flushed, and waves of sweetness surged through her heart. She even tried to cater to him clumsily. This move was undoubtedly a great encouragement and inspiration to Han Che. He tightened his hand on her waist, making her sit closer to him. Ling Yiwei's heart was pounding and she felt her whole body was burning, especially when he suddenly pressed against her. She was startled and reflexively pushed off the ground with her feet to stand up from him. Only a miserable cry was heard, piercing the ambiguous and charming carriage. Han Che was annoyed and angry. He pushed her down to sit on his lap again, and his concern was inadvertently revealed. Stupid, who told you to stand up? Can't you see that there is a car roof above? It turned out that Ling Yiwei was shy and frightened for a moment and didn't consider anything else at all. When she stood up, she bumped her head on the roof of the car. She rubbed her scalp in pain, and realized that she was sitting on him again, so she kept moving her hips back to avoid touching that place again. Han Che suddenly realized what was going on. His handsome face turned even darker, and he snorted unhappily, "You deserve to be hit." Ling Yiwei glanced at him timidly and simply got up from him. This time she was particularly careful. After returning to the seat next to her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that he still had a sour face, she couldn't help but say, "I want to go back." Han Che said nothing, but started the car. The carriage was completely silent and the atmosphere was very strange. The ambiguity from before seemed to still be lingering. Ling Yiwei was in a state of confusion. Suddenly she remembered something and asked, "By the way, do you know the new director of your bank's finance department? What kind of person is he? Why did he suggest my dad to buy warrants for no reason?" Han Che's eyes flickered, and then his sword-like eyebrows knitted together. He said nonchalantly, "What's wrong? Do you suspect he is a bad guy? No matter what investment, it is voluntary. Brokers, securities institutions, banks, etc., they only make recommendations. The most important thing is to look at the person involved. If you really want to blame someone, blame your father. Didn't he also embezzle public funds to speculate in stocks last time?" After hearing what Han Che said, Ling Yiwei's doubts disappeared, and what was left was only shame and sorrow. Han Che softened his voice, "Didn't I just tell you, don't worry about this, I will help you with it." "No, no way." Ling Yiwei refused immediately. "You are my woman, let me help you with this little thing." Han Che rolled his eyes. This little woman was extremely stubborn and always managed to wear out his patience. Ling Yiwei hesitated until her mother's sad face flashed through her mind, and she finally compromised, "Just this once, and I will pay you back slowly in the future." Han Che did not object because he knew that this was impossible. He would have plenty of ways to avoid her having to pay it back. Chapter 33. If you like him, then believe him. The problem was finally solved, and the car returned to silence. Ling Yiwei's helpless mood calmed down temporarily. Looking at Han Che's perfect profile, her thoughts involuntarily returned to the passionate kiss just now and his confession. She suddenly blushed, her heart beat fast, and she was flustered again. Han Che's eyes were sparkling and unpredictable, and he skillfully controlled the steering wheel until he arrived at where Ling Yiwei lived. Ling Yiwei came out of her thoughts, gave him a meaningful look with her shy eyes, and with a "thank you," she opened the car door and ran out. Watching her quickly leaving, Han Che picked up his phone and made a call, "Starting today, stop the surveillance." When Ling Yiwei returned home, she immediately told her parents the good news, "Dad, Mom, the money has been raised." "Have you raised the money? You raised 100,000 yuan so quickly." Ling's mother's eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement. Ling Kaijian was also very surprised and stood up quickly. "Xiao Wei, are you serious? Who did you borrow it from? Who was willing to lend you so much money at once?" Ling Yiwei glanced back and forth at her parents and decided to keep the matter with Han Che a secret for the time being. "I borrowed it from a friend of mine. He promised to let me pay it back slowly." After hearing this, the two elders were no longer suspicious. Ling Kaijian even took the opportunity to swear, "Xiao Wei, Dad guarantees with his life that he will never do it again. I have seen clearly and figured it out. We should be down to earth in life. It is absolutely not feasible to take shortcuts." Facing her father's familiar oath and his sincere face of regret, Ling Yiwei didn't have much to say. She just smiled and changed the subject, "Let's eat first. Is there any food in the refrigerator? I'll go cook." Ling's mother stopped her and said distressedly, "You must be tired after running around for so long. Take a rest. Mom will come over." Ling Yiwei went back to the bedroom first, and Xiao Jinghua called at that moment. "Yiwei, you are dating Han Che, right?" Xiao Jinghua went straight to the point. Ling Yiwei was stunned. "Who told you that?" "Han Che just called me and said you were his woman, and warned me not to get close to you again." Ling Yiwei was suddenly surprised again. "Yiwei, didn't you say you wouldn't be with him? Do you have your own reasons? Did he force you to do that? If that's the case, just tell me and I'll help you deal with him." Xiao Jinghua's tone was both anxious and worried. Ling Yiwei bit her lip lightly, took a deep breath, and said, "Jinghua, I am dating him. He didn't force me, nor did he use dirty tricks. I was willing." Xiao Jinghua must have been severely hit. He was silent for a while before continuing, "Yiwei, why are you so stupid? I told you that he has a girlfriend, why did you still go all in?" No, he said they broke up. You believe this? He is a complete liar. Iwei, you are so stupid. Your naivety really makes me sad. No wonder you have been avoiding my appointments recently. It turns out you have been planning to be with him for a long time. There was deep bitterness and sorrow in Xiao Jinghua's voice. Ling Yiwei was stunned for a moment and apologized. I'm sorry, Jinhua, I'm really sorry. Ling Yiwei didn't know what else to say except sorry. She had always known that she would not have that kind of feeling towards Xiao Jinhua. She dated him because she thought he was a gentle, considerate and refined man, and she hoped to develop a good relationship with him. But since she learned that Hanche refused to cooperate with Xiao Jinhua because of her, she secretly gave up the idea and gradually distanced herself from him, not wanting to cause him any more trouble. There was a moment of silence on the phone, and then Xiao Jinhua spoke. Yiwei, you don't have to feel guilty. It can only be said that we are not destined to be together. Anyway, I am very happy to meet you, and the good times we spent together will be forever engraved in my mind. Jinhua Ling Yiwei was already choking with sobs. Although Hanche has warned me, I am not afraid of him. I will still ask you out in the future. I will treat you like a good friend, okay? Xiao Jinhua continued. Of course. I'd love to have such a good friend. I'll talk to Hanche. He's not a barbarian and will understand. Ling Yiwei finally felt a little relieved. Well, thank you, Yiwei. Xiao Jinhua thanked and said goodbye. Ling Yiwei also felt that hanging up the phone was the best thing to do at this moment, so she said take care and press the end button. Then, go to the window, open it, and bathe in the cold evening breeze. Thinking back on what happened today, everything seemed very dramatic. A lot of changes happened in just one day. Is this choice right or wrong? How will the relationship between me and Hanche develop? How long will it last? There is no doubt that I like him, but as to whether I like him or not, even I can't tell for the time being. What about him? Is it true that he pursued her because he liked her and wanted to be with her, as he said today? How long will his liking last? Will it turn into love and become deeper and deeper? Or will he get tired of her and disappear as time goes by? Har har, it seems that I am thinking too far ahead. Ling Yiwei smiled bitterly in her heart. Now that she had made the decision, she might as well give it a try. She could talk about the future later. That night, Ling Yiwei told Xiao Haozi that she was about to fall in love with Hanche and asked for his opinion. During the story, she did not explicitly mention Hanche's name. The sudden news made Xiao Haozi silent for a full minute before he responded. Xiao Weizi, you seem to have made up your mind. If you really want advice, you should have asked me earlier. Ling Yiwei was stunned for a moment and said, I was really touched at the time and couldn't find any reason to refuse him. After I went home and calmed down, I became a little worried. Xiao Haozi, do you think I should believe him? Do you think he really broke up with his girlfriend? Actually, a while ago, Hanche threatened to pursue her, and Ling Yiwei had thought about telling Xiao Haozi and asking for his opinion, but she gave up because of his previous experience of encouraging her to accept Xiao Jinhua. Until tonight, she heard Xiao Jinghua's words again, saying that Hanche had cheated on her and that Hanche was two-timing, which made her mind very confused, so she thought of looking for Xiao Haozi. Xiao Weizi, if you like him, then believe him. Xiao Haozi replied. Although he did not give a direct answer, he actually gave her some advice because he could see that she had actually fallen in love with that man. If you like him, believe him. Ling Yiwei looked at this sentence over and over again. After a while, Xiao Haozi said goodbye. Xiao Weizi, you should go to bed early. I am also going to class. Okay, bye. Bye-bye. Lying in the warm bed, the scene of her passionate kiss with Hanche in the evening came to Ling Yiwei's mind again. Her fingers unconsciously stroked her delicate lips. She seemed to feel that his warmth and scent were still lingering there. Since you like him, then believe him. That night, Ling Yiwei fell asleep with the unique feelings of a young girl, sweetness and joy. Chapter 30 for Romantic Christmas Eve. Today is Ling Yiwei and Hanche's first official date, or to be more precise, their first date as boyfriend and girlfriend. It was still that mountain top, still that platform with a broad view. The two stood side by side, their eyes focused on the bright and beautiful G-City in the distance, all kinds of emotions churning in their hearts. Soon, Ling Yiwei glanced sideways and stared at Hanche, and suddenly remembered Xiao Haozi's words, if you like him, then believe him. 3 days have passed since Hanche proposed to go out with her, and she gradually realized that she had actually fallen in love with him. She had fallen in love with him unknowingly and unexpectedly, this man who looked strong and cold on the outside, but was actually fragile and kind on the inside. She believed that he had really broken up with his girlfriend of 6 years and decided to be with him. "What are you thinking about?" Han Che's magnetic voice sounded in his ears. Ling Yiwei calmed down and found that he had been standing in front of her without her knowing when. He held her in his arms without saying a word, not giving her any time or room, and blocked her lips with his warm lips. This was the third time she kissed him, and she still felt distracted and trembling all over. Her hands had uncontrollably circled around his neck and she closed her eyes to please him. Kissing was a piece of cake for Han Che, but he still felt an indescribable shock when their tongues intertwined, so that he wanted more. While absorbing the fragrance from her mouth, his big hands could not wait to cover her chest, and gradually reached inside. The sudden coldness made Ling Yiwei suddenly sober up, and she pushed him away reflexively. Han Che was not willing to comply. He held her waist tightly with his hands, and his mouth and hands never stopped moving. The two-pronged approach made Ling Yiwei even more confused and infatuated. However, her female modesty still allowed her to hold onto her last bit of sanity. She struggled and uttered a helpless moan, "Don't do this. You are my woman, you should listen to me. Don't be afraid, be good." Han Che's low voice was evilly tempting. He picked her up by the waist and ran towards the car quickly. Feeling his amazing body temperature and the strong desire in his eyes, Ling Yiwei vaguely realized what would happen next, so she slipped from his arms to the ground while he was not paying attention and took a few steps back. "No, it's too fast." Han Che felt disappointed, and his expression suddenly turned gloomy, as if covered with dark clouds. His sinister eyes stared at her, and then he took a step forward and continued to approach the car. Ling Yiwei was nervous and did not follow. Han Che was inexplicably annoyed when he saw this, and couldn't help but yelled, "Why don't you come over? Don't worry, I'm not interested in raping you." Ling Yiwei was stunned for a moment before she decided to go over. After getting in the car, she saw that he was still very unhappy, and said hesitantly, "I'm sorry, can you give me a moment?" Han Che remained silent, his handsome face still as cold as ice. Ling Yiwei also fell silent, only glancing at him timidly from time to time. "Nothing else happens the day after tomorrow, right?" After a while, Han Che couldn't help but speak. "The day after tomorrow. Silly night, idiot." He seemed to always like calling her idiot. Ling Yiwei suddenly realized and said, "There shouldn't be anything else. Then come to my office after get off work and I'll take you out to play." He took her out to play. Spend Christmas Eve together. Thinking of this possibility, Ling Yiwei was filled with joy and anticipation. "Well, speak up." "Oh, good, good." She was as excited as ever, using the word good twice in a row, and she couldn't help but look forward to it, so she didn't notice that there was something weird in the unfathomable black eyes of the man next to her. Time passed in surprise and eager anticipation. On December 24th, Christmas Eve finally arrived. The streets and alleys were bustling with young men and women in groups, announcing the excitement and joy of the festival. Ling Yiwei looked at them, and the smile on her lips became even more beautiful and deeper. She thought that soon she would be like them, holding hands with the person she loved, and spending a beautiful and romantic Christmas Eve. It was estimated that Han Che had made arrangements in advance. She had no trouble reaching the top floor of the building this time and went straight into his office. She found him leaning back in a leather chair with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. So she tiptoed over without disturbing him. Unexpectedly, he still heard it. As soon as he opened his eyelids, a hint of surprise flashed across his dark and deep eyes. He was stunned by her outfit. Ling Yiwei, who seldom dresses up, made an exception tonight and put on light makeup, which made her delicate and beautiful facial features look even more ethereal and charming. Her black hair fell down her shoulders, and the black knitted cardigan was casual and comfortable, which set off her delicate skin as white as snow. She wore a light-colored lapel sweater underneath, which was gentle, low-key and graceful, giving her a perfect ladylike aura. The brown belt made her slender figure more symmetrical and beautiful. Seeing that he kept looking at her, Ling Yiwei's pretty face became hot and she looked back at him shyly. Han Che had come to his senses. He stood up from the leather chair, put on his suit jacket, and hugged her. Ling Yiwei took the opportunity to move closer to him, and under his guidance, she left the company and came to a high-end restaurant nearby. He ordered a couple's set meal, which included rice, soup, vegetables, etc. After enjoying the delicious dinner, he accompanied her to Suajar Plaza to watch a show, and then went to Shaju. Shaju is an oval island in G City. After the Opium War, the Qing government was forced to agree to lease this land to the British and French empires, and it once became the British and French concession. Today, it is still surrounded by water, with a beautiful and tranquil environment. Western classical buildings of different styles and grandeur are scattered among the greenery and flowers. It has become a leisure European-style place in sharp contrast to the surrounding bustling cities. Every Christmas, a large number of citizens gather here. Han Che embraced Ling Yiwei and strolled along the riverside in the evening breeze, experiencing the tranquility and leisure that came with the passage of time, as well as the noble beauty and style of foreign paintings. Experiencing this feeling for the first time, Ling Yiwei was extremely happy, and her attachment to him sprouted unconsciously. They walked quietly like that, without saying a word to each other, because they felt that talking in such a peaceful and sacred place was an act of disrespect. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening when Han Che took her away. Thinking that he was going to send her home, Ling Yiwei suddenly felt a strong sense of loss and reluctance, not only to Shaju, but also to him, so she boldly made a request: "I want to stay a little longer, let's go to the church to participate in the countdown later, okay?" Han Che reached out and gently touched her slightly pouting lips. "I'll take you to a more romantic and wonderful place." A more romantic and wonderful place? Where? Ling Yiwei was surprised and happy. It turned out that he didn't want to send her away early. Han Che said no more, with a mysterious light in his eyes. Ling Yiwei stopped asking questions. She believed him and decided to give herself to him. She quietly let him lead her, got into his car, and left the sandbar. All along the way, she was thinking about what surprises and happiness would come next. It was not until a familiar scene gradually appeared in front of her that she woke up and asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you would take me to a wonderful and romantic place? Why are you back to the company? Did you forget something and come back to get it first?" Han Che still said nothing, held her hand tightly, and pushed open the glass door of the office. Unexpectedly, what caught Ling Yiwei's eyes was not the usual grandeur and solemnity, but she felt like she had walked into a dreamlike world, with a green Christmas tree, glittering colored lights, fragrant flowers, candles, red wine, music, and the whole office was filled with a romantic, warm and comfortable atmosphere. Chapter 35, One Night of Depravity. Han Che held her little hand tightly and took her to the long red table and poured 2 glasses of red wine, one for each of them. "Cheers." He raised his glass and looked at her strangely. Ling Yiwei was still excited and moved. She carefully raised her wine glass to him and took 2 sips. After drinking red wine and listening to music, dancing is inevitable. Ling Yiwei's face was flushed, and she looked up at the man in front of her with fascination, her heart surging. This man who seemed cold and arrogant had undergone a transformation tonight, bringing her a series of surprises and touching moments. This Christmas Eve will be forever engraved in her mind. "Do you like me?" Han Che asked suddenly, with his dark pupils unfathomable. "I like it." Ling Yiwei answered without thinking. "Do you love me?" "Like? How much?" "I love you as much as you love me." Ling Yiwei believed that his love for her should be no less than hers. Because he was really touching tonight. A strange light flashed in Han Che's eyes, and he lowered his head and kissed her. The atmosphere was getting hotter and hotter, and the body temperatures of both of them were getting higher and higher. Ling Yiwei was intoxicated. When she woke up a little, she found herself on a huge bed. From the surroundings, she knew that this was his lounge. Realizing what was going on, she immediately turned over and sat up, but Han Che's tall body pushed her down in time. "Che," Ling Yiwei heard her own voice trembling. "Can you give it to me?" Han Che's low voice became indescribably hoarse. Seeing the astonishing desire in his eyes, Ling Yiwei felt confused and conflicted. However, before she could think any more, Han Che kissed her again, removing her last bit of struggle and rationality. The fire of desire was ignited, and gradually, it burned fiercely. Ling Yiwei was invaded and conquered step by step in the midst of her panicked resistance, until a heart-wrenching pain came from below. "Be good, bear with it, the pain will go away soon." Looking at her frowning and sweating in pain, Han Che comforted her softly. Ling Yiwei nodded with tears in her eyes. Even though it was not what she wanted, the arrow was on the string and she could not stop or control it. Then, as he said, the discomfort slowly passed, and was followed by an indescribable feeling of beauty and happiness that made her feel as if she were flying high into the sky. They shouted together, sang together, enjoyed the ultimate bliss on earth, and climbed to the peak of happiness. The beautiful lovemaking was over, but the happy satisfaction remained in each other's hearts. Ling Yiwei hugged Hanche's strong waist and abdomen, intoxicated in the aftertaste of the shock just now. A feeling was quietly sprouting in her heart, making her hug him tighter, and then, she fell asleep with sweetness and happiness. It was late at night, and the room was exceptionally quiet, with only the sounds of two breathing rising and falling alternately. Hanche's dark eyes were shining as he stared blankly at the person sleeping in his arms. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. "Che, Merry Christmas. What are you doing?" Dawn Jiawen's coquettish voice came across the ocean. Hanche paused for a moment, then replied in a brisk voice, "I just did with a woman what I did to you." Dawn Jiawen was silent for a moment, then laughed, "Don't joke, I know you can't." Hanche couldn't help but sneer at her self-confidence and self-righteousness. "She is sleeping next to me, do you want to listen to her breathing?" After saying that, he really raised the phone under Ling Yiwei's nose, and put it back to his ear after a few seconds. "Che, stop messing around, I can't hear you at all." Dawn Jiawen still thought Hanche was deliberately trying to make her angry. The breathing was so shallow, of course she couldn't hear it. Yun Che felt a sense of pride and satisfaction in his heart, and immediately turned off his phone. Just then, Ling Yiwei woke up slowly. "You're still awake? There's a phone call this late." Her beautiful eyes were half open, innocent and charming. Hanche's pupils tightened, and he brought her to the peak of happiness again. The cold night passed in beauty, and the vigorous day arrived as promised. Ling Yiwei woke up first. Her beautiful eyes moved up along the broad and strong chest, and her gaze finally stopped at the handsome face that looked even more perfect and charming because he was asleep. The scene of last night gradually flooded into her mind. The moment she was seduced by him into making love with him, she gradually realized that everything that happened last night was deliberately arranged by him. But she didn't feel angry, but cooperated with him and catered to him. She thought that a man like him could spend time planning or designing such a romantic and beautiful Christmas Eve, which was also extremely precious and touching. It turns out that he is a man who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It turned out that I had been attracted to him without realizing it, and my liking for him had turned into love. She had been together with him for only 1 week, and this progress might be very fast, but she had no regrets. Loving someone is not about the length of time, and after knowing him for the past 2 months, she had already deeply realized that he was a man worth entrusting her life to. Entrust your life? Thinking of this beautiful word, Ling Yiwei's hand involuntarily touched her flat and smooth belly. She didn't take any measures last night, and the fruit of her and his love might have been conceived here. Some people say that men love because of sex, and women have sex because of love, but what she realized at this moment was that women not only have sex because of love, but they also love more deeply because of sex. With her heart overflowing with happiness and joy, Ling Yiwei carefully moved her body closer to him, closing her eyes and absorbing his unique masculine scent that made her deeply infatuated. Suddenly, he felt a tingling and itching sensation in his chest, and he woke up. "Merry Christmas." Ling Yiwei smiled brightly, not trying to hide her happiness and joy. Facing her charming smile, Hanche was stunned for a moment, then whispered, "Merry Christmas." Ling Yiwei smiled shyly again and looked at him intently, with a small expectation in her heart, hoping that he would do something caring for her, asking him if he had hurt her last night, and asking her if she still felt any discomfort. Unfortunately, she didn't get to wait for these things. Instead, she saw him suddenly hug her tightly, and his big hands began to move on her body in an unruly manner. Inadvertently catching a glimpse of the light on the window glass, she couldn't help but ask, "What time is it now?" Hanche acted as if he didn't see or hear anything and continued to steal her love. Ling Yiwei gave up and found the clothes thrown at the end of the bed. She took out her cell phone and saw that the time was 8 a.m. She also saw a text message from Li Xiaoling. "Wei Wei, where did you go last night? Why did you turn off your phone? Your mom called me in the middle of the night and asked if you stayed at my place. Luckily, I was smart enough to cover up your lie and said you had a few drinks and weren't going home. Hey, you told me yesterday that you had a show tonight. Were you with He Xiaojing Henghua? Did you give him your virginity, as a Christmas present? I'll give you some time to prepare. You must tell the truth when you return to the company today. Bye." Looking at the text message again and again, Ling Yiwei's lips gradually curled up into a faint smile. Everything that happened last night was beyond her expectations. She had never thought of spending the night outside. It was all thanks to Xiaoling, otherwise she would not know how to explain to her family why she did not come home last night. Oh, she didn't seem to turn off her phone last night, could it be that Hanche turned it off? Thinking of this, Ling Yiwei subconsciously looked at the man beside her, and was surprised to see that he had buried his head in her doing. Ling Yiwei's cheeks flushed, and she gently pushed his head. I want to get up. Chapter 36. Are you pregnant? Hanche was in high spirits and would not listen to her. He took 2 approaches at once. Ling Yiwei gasped, she seemed to see a wicked smile on his face. Holding back the trembling in her heart, she continued to resist. Che, it's daytime now. So what if it's during the day? Who says we can't do it during the day? Hanche muttered, and the teasing did not stop. But we all have to go to work. It's already 8 o'clock. Hurry up and wash up. Assistant GAO is about to come back. Ling Yiwei made up her mind and reminded him. Sure enough, Hanche's busy hands finally stopped. Thinking of the shareholders' meeting at 9 o'clock this morning, he suddenly felt like a deflated ball and his handsome face fell. Ling Yiwei didn't know the reason and thought that her rejection had spoiled his fun, so she quickly comforted him. Don't be like this, if you want, we can come again tonight. Hanche raised his eyes full of ambiguity and surprise. Ling Yiwei was shy again and urged him again, go wash up first. Hanche sniffed for a moment before officially getting up and getting out of bed naked. Even though she had seen his body, Ling Yiwei still couldn't hide her shyness and didn't dare look at him again until she heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. She then raised her head and picked up the clothes scattered on the bed and put them on one by one. Then, she habitually tidied the bedding. When her eyes fell on the faint, dried bloodstains on the sheets, she involuntarily reached out her hand and touched it absent-mindedly. This piece of virgin blood represented her transformation from a girl to a woman, officially becoming his woman. She had no complaints or regrets, and such a precious thing should be given to him, the man she would always love. Do you want to take a shower? Hanche's deep voice brought her back from her thoughts. Ling Yiwei turned around and was stunned again by how sexy and charming he looked after taking a bath. The sharp-eyed Hanche had already noticed the dried blood stain. He didn't say anything else, but said calmly, I'll have someone deal with it later. Ling Yiwei uttered, oh, hesitantly and walked towards the bathroom. When she came out, she found Hanche was already dressed. She packed her things, said goodbye to him, and left reluctantly. The following days were the happiest and most blissful for Ling Yiwei. During the day, she and Hanche were busy with their own things. At night, she listened to him and arrived at his office on time at 9 o'clock, and made love with him on the huge double bed in the lounge. He always had endless ways to lead her to experience the indescribable beauty. Occasionally, he would mix in some loving words and doting actions, as well as that unique look of tenderness and love, which made her more and more obsessed with him, attached to him, and deeply in love with him. However, maybe it was as people say, people don't cherish what they get, or maybe he had seen her infatuation with him, but as time went on, Hanche gradually became indifferent again and his attitude towards her became hot and cold. Only when the two of them were naked facing each other at night could one truly feel his need for her. He seldom took her out, at most they would have dinner together occasionally. He would never take her to friends' parties, so even though they had been dating intimately for more than a month, his good friends Zhang Shaoqi and Li Jun did not know about it. He did take her to her grandmother Miao Ying's house for dinner twice, but since his attitude had not changed much, Miao Ying still did not understand their true relationship. Ling Yiwei inevitably felt puzzled, lost and melancholy about all this, but she did not dwell on it too much, nor did she think too much about it, thinking that it was caused by his cold character. She believed that as long as she persisted, she would be able to change him in a short time, melt the iceberg, and make his daytime as hot as the night. In fact, the most important point was that she had been fascinated by him and could not extricate herself from him at all. Overall, she was happy. Her happiness and joy were written all over her face, so much so that Li Xiaoling, who had always cared about her, also noticed it. When Li Xiaoling learned that Ling Yiwei was with Hanche, and that the mysterious pursuer was Hanche, she was stunned with astonishment, but in the end, she was sincerely happy for her. Because she often went to spend time with Hanche at night, Ling Yiwei's contact with Xiao Haozi naturally became less frequent. After Xiao Haozi learned about her recent situation, he felt very lost, but his feelings for her remained the same, just because he couldn't let her go. Ling Yiwei also cherished this wonderful and rare relationship very much. Later, no matter how busy she was or how late she returned home, she still insisted on chatting with him and occasionally told him some of her thoughts. Friends who know Ling Yiwei know that she is very happy. Until this day. At 7:30 in the morning, Ling Yiwei woke up and suddenly felt a little dizzy, weak all over, and her chest was stuffy. It seemed that something was constantly churning in her stomach. She quickly got out of bed and rushed into the bathroom to vomit. Ling's mother rushed over after hearing the noise and was surprised and worried. "Xiao Wei, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, I just got up." Before Ling Yiwei could finish her words, she vomited again. Mother Ling looked at her fearfully and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Wei, you are not pregnant, are you?" "Pregnant?" Ling Yiwei was stunned as if struck by lightning when she heard it. Ling's mother quickly and awkwardly denied her own inexplicable guess. "Oh, Mom guessed wrong. You don't have a boyfriend, how could you be pregnant?" Ling Yiwei didn't think so. She had been making love with Hanche recently and had never taken any contraceptive measures. Could it be that she was really pregnant? Noticing that her daughter looked a little strange, Ling's mother couldn't help but revisit the idea she had just given up. "Xiao Wei, have you been dating a boy secretly without telling me?" "Oh, you've been going out at night recently, and sometimes you don't come back to sleep. Are you with that boy? Who is he? Aren't you all adults? Why don't you take any contraceptive measures?" Seeing her mother's worried face, Ling Yiwei felt extremely confused. She thought about it and finally decided to keep it secret for the time being. "Mom, you think too much." "It's nothing. I must have eaten something wrong. Everyone had the same food last night. We are fine, but you are the only one who has problems. And your stomach has always been in good condition. Xiao Wei, I'm an experienced person, don't lie to me. Have you ever had sex with a man?" After thinking for a while, Ling Yiwei stopped denying and nodded. Ling's mother was stunned for a moment before she said anxiously, "You are really pregnant then? No wonder you have a bad appetite recently. You sleep until I call you every day and you like to eat sour things. These are all clear signs of pregnancy. By the way, it's best to keep the first child. Tell the boy quickly and discuss it with him. Why not get married?" "Marry? Marry Hanche? Is he willing?" Ling Yiwei suddenly felt confused. Ling's mother had been keeping an eye on her, feeling anxious. "What's wrong? Doesn't he want to? Then bring him back and I'll talk to him." Chapter 37. He wants to abort the child. "Mom, I'm actually not sure if I'm really pregnant. Let's talk about marriage later," Ling Yiwei said hesitantly. Ling's mother was anxious. "Silly child, this matter cannot be delayed. You wash up first, and I will take you to the hospital. If it is confirmed that there is something wrong, we will get married quickly, while your belly is not obvious yet." "No, Mom, no need to go to the hospital. I'll buy a pregnancy test kit at the convenience store after get off work today." Ling Yiwei quickly refused. "I have an important appointment today and I can't be absent." "Then let's do it tomorrow. Remember to take tomorrow off. Mom will accompany you to the hospital. Also, call the boy." Finding her daughter silent, Ling's mother was extremely worried. "Xiao Wei. He happens to be on a business trip these days and is not in this city." Apart from lying, Ling Yiwei couldn't seem to find a better way. "Then Mom will go with you. When you are sure that he is pregnant, call him back. Get ready and have breakfast." "Okay," Ling Yiwei said, picking up the toothbrush and mouthwash cup. Ling's mother walked out worriedly. Ling Yiwei held the mouthwash cup and looked at herself in the mirror absent-mindedly. She then lowered her head to look at her flat belly and gently stroked it with her hand. It took her a long time to wake up and start washing. After breakfast, following her mother's repeated instructions, Ling Yiwei bought a pregnancy test stick at the pharmacy at the corner of the street and tested it immediately after returning to the company. 2 lines. Really pregnant. Looking at the test results in her hand, Ling Yiwei's heart was like a mixture of mixed feelings, with thousands of thoughts running through her mind. When she heard her mother mention it in the morning, she thought she had prepared herself mentally, but when she was really sure, she realized how complicated her emotions were. She and Hanche had a child, which was a happy event and she should be happy, but for some reason, she had a bad feeling. Should I give him a call? How would he react when he found out? He must be very happy, right? After thinking about it, Ling Yiwei took out her phone from her pocket and called Hanche. "What are you doing?" Every time she talked to him on the phone, Ling Yiwei felt a little uncomfortable and inexplicably panicked, and today was even more so. "Meeting, what's up?" Hanche's voice was as cold as ever. but this time it was also slightly hostile. Not getting an immediate response from Ling Yiwei, he began to look a little impatient. If you have anything to say it quickly, or I'll hang up. Oh, nothing. I just wanted to tell you that I'll come to see you after get off work. Ling Yiwei held back and didn't tell you the surprise for the time being. Han Che didn't say much, just said, oh, and hung up the phone. Ling Yiwei stared at her phone in a daze, and her mood seemed to be even heavier than before. Is he angry? Why? Did something go wrong in the meeting? Or is it related to me? No, that shouldn't be the case. He seemed very satisfied after making love with me last night, and didn't seem unhappy at all. I guess something else made him a little angry. Realizing that she shouldn't stay in the restroom for too long during work hours, Ling Yiwei quickly packed up the items for testing and returned to her seat. She spent the whole day in a state of absent-mindedness and trance. She finally made it to the end of the workday and rushed to Han Che's company impatiently. Han Che's office. After reviewing the last report of the day, he leaned lazily back in his chair, ready to close his eyes and rest, but was interrupted by a call from Dong Jiawen. Che, I heard from Eller that you have been very close to a woman recently. Dong Jiawen's angry voice came into Han Che's ears through the phone. Han Che was stunned for a moment and did not respond. Dong Jiawen suddenly became more anxious. Eller said that woman was the shabby girl who accompanied you to your grandmother's birthday party last time. Why are you still with such an inferior person? Oh, by the way, you said you were having fun with a woman on Christmas Eve. Could it be that woman? I have never lied to you. Han Che finally spoke, his tone revealing a hint of arrogance, and he felt extremely happy. Dong Jiawen paused for a moment, then yelled out in disbelief, how could you do this? You said you would not have sex with other women besides me. Have you forgotten your promise? The moment you decide to leave me, all my promises to you will disappear. You? Che, I know I am sorry for you, but I am already making up for it. I am working day and night here just to finish the filming as soon as possible so that I can go back to be with you. Dong Jiawen used her usual sympathy tactics and began to cry. I think about you day and night, and I am worried about you, but you are happy over there. Was your love for me before all fake? Otherwise, how could you get involved with other women in just a few months? You said that only I am qualified to marry you and have children for you. Is all this a lie? Han Che's dark eyes shook. Okay, I don't want to blame you anymore. After all, I was the one who made the mistake first. I won't stop you from venting your desires. I just want you to remember your identity and take safety measures. Don't let some cheap women take advantage of you. Your noble seed is only worthy of me, Dong Jiawen. Bye. After so many calls, this was the first time that Dong Jiawen hung up the phone on her own initiative. Although his ears had been quiet for a long time, Han Che was still lost in thought, and the last words Dong Jiawen had just said kept echoing in his mind. Your noble offspring is only worthy of me, Dong Jiawen. Che, suddenly, another gentle and tender voice reached his ears. After seeing who was coming, Han Che waved his long arm and pulled her into his arms, kissed her without saying anything, and began to grope her body with his hands as usual. Feeling his growing need, Ling Yiwei, considering the baby in her belly, quickly stopped him. No, we can't continue. Han Che, who was burning with desire, ignored her and started moving his big hand down. Ling Yiwei was even more shocked, and pushed him away with almost all her strength, while explaining, Che, I'm pregnant. We can't do that kind of thing for the time being. Han Che's big hand continued to explore inside, but in less than 2 seconds, he seemed to come to his senses, and quickly raised his eyes full of desire, staring at her with a puzzled look. Meeting this gaze at this time, Ling Yiwei felt panic for no reason, but she still tried her best to put on a joyful look, took his hand and brought them to her still flat belly. Our love fruit has been nurtured here, and it will come out in more than 8 months, and then we will officially become parents. Almost immediately, Han Che pulled his hand away from her belly and stared at her in shock and fear, as if she was a monster. Ling Yiwei continued to calm her panic and forced a smile. Che, are you excited? Are you so happy that you're silly? Take it away. Han Che said, and he raised his voice and repeated, take it away immediately. He can't be born.